Now, what is my agenda for next upcoming weekends? So in totality, I will take 5 more lectures to complete the quants part. What is prerequisite that you have completed the portfolio management and you have completed the first 5 chapters of quants. Okay. And what you have realized that quants and portfolio are interrelated. Okay. So how you have to study it? First, you have to study first 5 chapters of quants. Then you have to move to portfolio management. You have to complete portfolio management in totality. And then you will cover the next leg of quants. Okay. So today I'm planning to complete 2 chapters. Both the chapters are pretty simple. And if time permit, then I'm going to start with the one of the difficult chapter in quants, that is going to be linear regression. Okay. So the agenda is we have to complete 2 chapters today. Plus, if time permits, then I will be moving to linear regression. Now, in both the chapters, I think there are 28 questions. I try my level best to complete all questions within the class itself. Okay. Now, before I proceed, any concerns with portfolio management? In portfolio management, the accuracy should be close to 90% in the first attempt. ठीक है, portfolio management काफी easy है, 90% का accuracy आना चाहिए था. So my basic assumption when I'm proceeding further is that you have completed the portfolio management and first 5 chapters of quants. अच्छा, before proceed करूँ, we will be completing the entire syllabus by 31st. एक 31st की क्लास और लेंगे जिसमें जो 5 या 4 चैप्टर आपके जो रहते हैं, 3 है 3 चैप्टर ना, एक इकोनॉमिक्स का है, एक इक्विटी का, एक एआई का है. So instead of taking one lecture on 25th of December, we will take one 31st December. So your batch will be completed in totality within December. ठीक है, जिनका फेब है उनके 10 के 10 topics will be finished, and those who are having attempt in May, we will be completing 5 topics. Okay. ठीक है, कुछ बिफोर मैं आगे चलूं, एनी कंसर्न्स दैट यू हैड इन पोर्टफोलियो और इन द फर्स्ट वीक ऑफ फेब? ठीक है, एनी कंसर्न्स विद पोर्टफोलियो एंड क्वांट्स? एनी कंसर्न्स? घर जाके पढ़ा है या नहीं पढ़ा है? एनी नहीं डाउट्स एंड दैट्स ओके, बट एनी सिग्निफिकेंट कंसर्न्स विद पोर्टफोलियो और क्वांट्स? ये तो बिल्कुल ही समझ नहीं आ रही, तो ऊपर से ही चला गया, हो ही नहीं रहे सवाल, कुछ इस तरीके का एनी मेजर कंसर्न्स वी आर हैविंग? Zoom students, मतलब my point is, if I'm saying that the first 5 chapters are simple, this is my assumption. Is this assumption is valid? Are you also finding the first 5 chapters of quants to be easy? Same as I'm saying portfolio management is easy. तो आप मेरे साथ एग्री कर रहे हैं, डिसएग्री कर रहे हैं? इस पॉइंट पे सब एग्री है? चलिए चलिए. Now let me start with the 2 chapters. So please give a heading: estimation and inferences. The chapter name is estimation and inferences. In Schwezer, this chapter is chapter number 7. So first we will be doing chapter number 7, that is estimation and inferences. Then we will do chapter number 6, simulation. Okay. So first we have to do estimation and inferences. All right. Concept number 1, introduction. Concept number 1, introduction. Concept number 1, introduction. Now, need not to write, just listen to me. Now, one way is I want to find out how much average Indians are earning. I want to find out this. Now, we have a population of 140 crore people. Now, one way is I want to do a survey and I go to the place of everyone. I'm a government. I do a survey and I'm going to cover cent percent. We say that India per capita income is, let us assume, 100 rupee. Now, my point is, do you think that the government has visited each and every other house? No. What we do, we take a sample and based upon that sample, we make a comments about the population. All right, point number one. One way to do survey is with the help of entire data set. One way to do survey is with the help of entire data set. Now, entire data set, this is known as, within bracket, this is known as population. Other way to do survey is with the help of subset of population. With the help of subset of population known as so subset of population is known as sample. Correct? Point number two. Again, I repeat. One way to do surveys with the help of entire data set. The entire data set is known as. Another way to do surveys with the help of a subset of a population. This is known as. That is going to be sample. Now, point number two. The advantage of taking the entire data set. We get exact answer. We get exact answers. However, it is time consuming. However, it is time consuming. On the other hand, with the help of sample, we only get an idea. With the help of sample, we only get an idea, within bracket, approximate answer. But it is less time consuming. Am I clear with this point? Okay. Now, right, point number third. Now, just understand, suppose that in a year I teach 1500 students and TWSS wants to take my feedback. One way is to take the feedback from entire 1500 students. Another way is take a feedback from 50 or 100 students. That will just give you an idea that how good teacher I am. Now, my point is, if you are taking survey from entire 1500, this will be known as population. And if you're taking only survey from 100 students, that should be sample. Now, my point is, what should be the quality of sample? Now, one quality of sample should be, sir, only take feedback from those students who have cleared CFA level 1. Is it a good one? Now, what should be the quality of sample? What should be the quality? The quality of sample should be, it is going to be random. Random means these are my 1500 students. TWSA should have the right to take feedback from any of the students. That means without applying any sort of filters. Now, right, third, simple random sampling. Simple random sampling. In simple random sampling, the sample is random. The sample is random. And the probability of selecting any student is same or equal to In case of example discussed in class, 1 upon n, 1 upon n equal to 1 upon 1500. Now there are 1500 students. What is the probability of selecting Kamlesh? 1 upon 1500. What is the probability of selecting Ram? 1 upon 1500. That means all of us, you are having a same probability. This is one way. Okay. Now TWSS wants, I want to take sample from 100 students. Now what we'll say, system will select those 100 students. That is going to be an unbiased sample. That is going to be random sample. Am I clear with the quality of sampling? Right. Second. Oh, right. Fourth, stratified random sampling. Stratified random sampling. In this stratified random sampling, we divide the population based upon some characteristic. We divide the population based upon some characteristics. Example, gender. Example, gender. Example, gender. Now, need not to write, just understand. Now I say that there are 1500 students in my class. Assume that there are 1000 boys and there are 500 girls. Now TWSS wants to take feedback from 100 students. Now what I will say them, first divide the population into two parts. Prepare two lists. In one list there will only be boys. In one list there will only be girls. Now my point is you want 100 students, or let us assume you want 150 sample. How many should be boys? 100 should be boys. How many should be girls? 50 should be girls. Now why this is done? Now the point is that so that the sample should have the same characteristic that of population. Now my point is I want to do a survey in India whether we are literate or illiterate. Now my point is in India, which state has the maximum population? Which state has the maximum population? Now that is going to be UP. Now Uttar Pradesh has the maximum population. Now my point is when I'm going to take a survey which is representing entire India, then that sample should have maximum people from Uttar Pradesh. Same wise, the most literate state in the country is Kerala. If you're taking too much of Kerala people, or if I see the purchase parity in Gurgaon is way ahead that tier 2 cities, now that will not be a good sample. So what I do in stratified, first I divide the population based upon some characteristics. Now ensure that sample should also have the same characteristic that of population. Same wise, let us assume that there are 1500 students in my class. You want to take my feedback. Now around 800 students are from commerce. 700 students are from non-commerce background. You want to take a feedback. Let us assume that you want to take feedback from 150 students. Again, 80 should be from commerce. 70 should be from. What is the advantage of this? So that the sample that you're creating that have the same population, that have the same characteristics, that of population. Not right. In this, for example, we want to take feedback of a teacher. We want to take feedback of a teacher out of a pool of 1500 students. Out of the pool of 1500 students, in which thousands are boys and 500 girls. Institute decided sample of 150 students Now, in that sample, 100 should be boys and 50 should be girls. Now think logically. What will be the probability of selecting a boy? 1 upon 1000. What will be probability of selecting a girl? 1 upon 500. Am I clear? So there are two ways you can create a sample. One is simple, one is stratified. In simple, each and everyone is having an equal chance of being selected. In stratified, we divide the population and then we take the sample. Am I clear with both the words? Am I clear with both the words? Next, write cluster. Next, write cluster. Next, write cluster. Next, write cluster. Then cluster, there are going to be two subpoints. First, write one stage cluster. One stage cluster. In this, we divide the population. In this, we divide the population and then select the sample. And then select the sample. The division of population may or may not be based upon any characteristic. The division of population may or may not be based upon any characteristic. Now my point is, in the previous example, you divide the population based upon some characteristics. There are beta, why there should be equal number of boys and girls? If in my class there are 1000 boys and 500 girls, I want a sample of 150 students, then 100 should be boys and 50 should be girls, na? Then only it is, बेटा टोटल 1500 बच्चे हैं, इन 1500 बच्चों में 1000 लड़के हैं. So what is the strength of the boys in percentage terms? 66%. So when you are going to create a sample, that sample should also have 66% students, boys. Now 150 multiply by 66. So there should be 100 boys. It is a representative of the population. Na? Zoom students, am I clear with this? The previous example? I'm still waiting for more replies. Am I clear with the previous example? Okay. Now cluster. So in the previous example, you divide based upon some characteristics, male, female, commerce, non-commerce. But here we are going to divide based upon any characteristics. That means there should not be a common characteristics. For example, right now in front of me, there are 30 students. 15 students are sitting to my left and 15 students sitting to my right. Now, is it a characteristics? Answer is no. Same wise, now what I will do, you want a feedback from 10 students. Now, how many students from the left? How many students from the left? 5, and to the right? In totality, there will be 10 students. Now, this is known as cluster. Cluster means you divided the population. Only you divided it. It should not have the same characteristics. And now you're taking the sample. This is known as cluster. Same wise, right? Two-stage cluster. Two-stage cluster. In this, we divide the population. In this, we divide the population. For example, 1500 students. 1500 students divided into divided into 10 groups. Within each group, there are 150 students. Okay. Now let us assume that it is A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. How many groups there are? 10. Within each group, there are how many students? 150, 150, 150, 150, 150, 150, 150, 150, 150, 150. Till this it is exactly similar to one stage. Now, if you're taking sample from all the groups, it is known as one stage. It is known as one stage. But if you're taking sample randomly from these groups, for example, you want a sample of 10 students, and these 10 students should only from two groups. Now, how to decide that group? Randomly. Randomly. This will be known as two stage. Again, I repeat. If you want a sample of, let us assume 150. What you will do? From each of the group, you will take how many students? From each 10 ग्रुप है, आपको 150 बच्चे चूज करने हैं. From each of the group, you will select how many? 50. This is known as one stage. This is known as one stage. Now I say that I want a sample of 150, but it should be only from any two group. This will be known as second stage. And how many you will select from each group now? 75. This will be known as two-stage cluster. Let me repeat again. There are 1500 students. You divided that on the basis of 10 groups. Within each group, how many students? 150. If you have to take sample from all the groups, this is known as one stage. If you have to take randomly from this group, this will be known as two stage. That means in one stage and two stage, there is only one difference. If you are taking sample from all the groups, it is known as one stage. If you are taking random groups, then this is known as two stage. Is it clear? Now read the theory part. Is it making sense? My focus is, now what I want you to read all the points, able to understand. Yes, Rishabh. Is it clear? So let me repeat it again. Let me repeat all the points. One way to do analysis is with the help of population. One way to do analysis is with the help of sample. Now practically we do sample. Now one way to select the sample is simple random sampling, where everyone has the equal chance of selection. If there are 1500 students, what is the probability of each one of being selected? 1 upon 1500. Second is stratified. Divide the population based upon some characteristics. Male, female, commerce, non-commerce. And then select the sample. Then randomly divide the population in groups. And then if you are selecting, this is known as cluster. Only you have to remember cluster, stratified, and simple. Is it clear? Now write. Next one is convenience sampling. नहीं, एक मिनट. Let me repeat it again. Let me repeat again. There are 1500 students. You divide this into 10 parts. So how many students per part? 150 student per group per part. ये क्लियर है? अब ये 10 आपने कैसे डिसाइड करे, ये मेरी मर्जी है. दिस इज नॉट बेस्ड अपॉन कि उसकी मेल होना चाहिए, फीमेल होना चाहिए. Divide the population into 10 parts. Is it clear? Now help me, how many parts there will be? 10. Group 1, group 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Within group there will be how many students? 150. Now I want sample of 15 students. I want sample of 15 students. If I want sample of 15 students, what you will do? From each sample, there are 10 groups. From each group, you will take how much? 1.5. If you are taking whole into totality, सबको ले रहे हो, हर एक से डेढ़ बच्चा ले रहे हो, या इसको कर देते हैं, instead of 15, let me take 20. From each group, you will take how many students? 2. If you are taking whole into totality, this is known as, नहीं sir, this is known as, I think मैंने पीछे, sorry, ये 2 stage है, sorry. If you are taking whole into totality, this is 2 stage. But if you are taking, I want 20 students, and I will take from any of the group randomly, या from any of the 2 randomly, then this is known as 1 stage. Sorry, मैंने उल्टा बोल दिया था. So what I'm saying, in 2 stage, there should be all the group. But if you're taking 1, 2, or 3 groups into consideration, that means not the entire data set. This will be known as 1 stage. एक मिनट पढ़ते हैं. I think मैंने उल्टा बोल दिया. एक सेकंड देखते हैं, एक सेकंड दीजिएगा. Now, just read the first line. It is based upon, not necessarily based upon, of a larger data set. Am I clear with the first line? हो भी अगर हो सकती तो फिर वो स्ट्रैटिफाइड ही बन जाएगा ना. अगर हो गया तो फिर तो स्ट्रैटिफाइड ही हो गया. कोई कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स नहीं है, देन इट इज क्लस्टर. Am I clear with the first line? Now read. In, नहीं, एक मिनट. In 2 stage, random samples are taken from each of the group of the cluster. That means there are how many groups? 10. From all the groups, how many students you will take? Those two students should be, फिर से रीड करिए एक बार ये वाला लास्ट पार्ट. हाँ, हर ग्रुप को कंसिडर करना. हर एक में से कितने उठाओगे? 2. फिर से पढ़ते हैं. एक सौ samples are taken from each of the chosen cluster. From each, जितने भी क्लस्टर्स हैं या जितने भी पार्ट्स हैं, उसमें से सबसे क्या करना है? हर एक से लेना है. तो इसको नाम क्या दे देंगे? 2 stage. फिर रीड करिए. In 2 stage, samples are taken from each of the group. If it is from each of the group, from whole, how many students you will take per group? Have you taken into consideration all the 10 groups? This is known as 2 stage. अब पढ़ते हैं 1 stage. Sample is formed from, each लिखा है, दैट मीन्स इन 10 ग्रुप में से कोई एक कोई 2 ग्रुप ले लो, उन 2 ग्रुप में से 10 स्टूडेंट्स ले लो, तो उसको क्या बोल देंगे? वन स्टेज. रीड दिस इन टोटालिटी. इज इट मेकिंग सेंस? So let me repeat. I want a sample of 20 students. It should be taken from all the groups. It is known as two stage. From any of the group, one stage. Up clear है? One stage. एक minute. In one stage, it says randomly chosen cluster. इस लाइन को कैसे समझते हैं? आपकी क्लास में टोटल कितने बच्चे थे? ये ओवरऑल डेटा सेट हुआ. एक मिनट. ये 1500 बच्चे हो गए. फिर आपने उसको क्या करा? डिवाइड करा. कितने पार्ट्स में? 10 पार्ट में. तो एक पार्ट में कितना बच्चा है? ये तो ये कह रहा है. अब वो क्या कह रहा है? यू वांट अ सैंपल ऑफ 20 स्टूडेंट्स. सैंपल इज फॉर्म्ड फ्रॉम रैंडमली चूजन क्लस्टर. हाउ मेनी क्लस्टर और हाउ मेनी सबसेट्स यू हैव? 10 सबसेट्स. किसी भी सबसेट से मुझे 20 बच्चे दे दो, किसी भी. दिस विल बी नोन एज. अब टू स्टेज क्या कह रहा है? आई एक से ले लो, 2 से ले लो, लेकिन जरूरी नहीं सभी से ले लो, किसी भी क्लस्टर से दे दो. फॉर एग्जाम्पल आपने कहा मैं ग्रुप रैंडमली मैं ग्रुप 1 से 10 बच्चे उठा लेता हूँ, 2 से 10 उठा लेता हूँ, लेकिन आपने टोटल 10 के 10 को कंसिडर नहीं करा. अब आपने कहा टू स्टेज. फ्रॉम ईच सबसेट हाउ मेनी स्टूडेंट्स यू विल टेक? 2 students. If it is from all the subset, it will be known as two stage. अब एक बार पढ़िए, क्या समझ आता है? Zoom students, is it clear to all of you? One stage, two stage. Clear है? Clear है सबको? Now right. Conveyance sampling. कोई भी ले लो 10 से कम, कोई भी ले लो, 9 ले लो, 8 ले लो, 7 ले लो, लेकिन 10 से कम. Then it will be known as one stage. If you're taking all the groups into consideration, this is known as two stage. Now, right? Convenience sampling. Right? Convenience sampling. That means selecting data based upon ease. That is selecting data based upon ease. Now, my point is, in a year, I teach 1500 students. I want to take my feedback. Now, what I will do, I randomly select 150 students and send them the email. It is time consuming. Now, upfront, there's 30 students in front of me. I take the feedback from you. Now, this is known as convenience sampling, the data which is readily available. The next slide, judgmental sampling. Judgmental sampling. Selecting the data based upon your experience and judgment. Selecting the data based upon your judgment and experience. Now, let us assume मेरे से TWSS ने कहा we want to take your feedback. तो मैंने कहा one of the student is Kamlesh. Now Kamlesh has attended all the lectures. I think Kamlesh will be a appropriate student from whom you should take my feedback. Now this is my judgment from whom I'm going to take the feedback. Same way, one student is Ved. Now Ved has attended all the lectures. I think Ved will be the correct person to give my feedback. एक ने कहा कि हम राम से ले लेते हैं, TWSS ने कहा. I will say no, Ram has not attended all the lectures. So Ram may not be a good sample. This is known as judgmental. Now my point is, if you are being judgmental, you will decide what is going to be the sample. It is random, non-random. It is random, non-random. Now these are going to be non-randoms. So again, what is the meaning of convenience? Selecting the data based upon ease, which is easily available. Another one is judgmental. That means you are using your judgment or you're using your experience to select the sample. Am I clear with both of them? Please read it. बेटा TWS को क्या पता कौन सा बच्चे से लूं फीडबैक? उन्हें पता है किस कौन सा बच्चा रोज आ रहा है क्लास में। आपकी रिपोर्ट किसके पास होगी? है, और आपको लगता है मेरे पास आपकी रिपोर्ट है? अब अपने दिल से पूछो, आपको पता है कि मेरे पास आपकी रिपोर्ट है? पता नहीं। अभी आपके पापा आए थे, मैंने पूरा चिट्ठा खोल दिया आपका कि बच्चा कितना पढ़ रहा है। उन्होंने मेरे से बात करी है, TWS से बात करी? दैट मीन्स मुझे ज्यादा आइडिया है। मुझे आइडिया है। और अगर मैं बार बार बोल रहा हूँ वेद और कमलेश के एग्जाम्पल ले रहा हूँ, दैट मीन्स इन दोनों बच्चों से मैं सेटिस्फाइड होऊंगा या नहीं होऊंगा? मैं आपका नाम नहीं ले रहा अभी तक, तो दैट मीन्स मैं आपसे हाँ 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 हाँ, आपको पता है ये मेरा अच्छा फीडबैक नहीं देगा, इससे मैं बच के रहा हूँ, रादर देन मुझे आपसे डर होना चाहिए। एक मिनट, इसको भी क्लैरिफाई कर लेते हैं। बच्चा कह रहा है मैं आपका फीडबैक दूंगा, मेरा फीडबैक देने के लिए आपको सारे लेक्चर्स अटेंड करने चाहिए, क्लास पे टाइमली। आज आप क्लास में टाइमली नहीं थे, तो मुझे ज्यादा पता है। सोच लो मैम, अब मैंने क्या कह दिया। हाँ, नहीं, आई एम सेइंग दैट दी फीडबैक, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा, हो सकता है मैं वेद को भी गंदा लगता हूँ, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा वेद मुझे, मेरे को वेद पसंद है, दैट डज नॉट मीन वेद ऑल्सो लाइक्स मी। पहले बात तो ये नहीं है। इस बच्चे को मैं रेगुलरली देख रहा हूँ, तो मैंने कहा अगर आप मेरा फीडबैक लेना चाहते हो देन दिस विल बी एन आइडल स्टूडेंट। आई एम नॉट सेइंग दैट इट इज माय लाइकिंग एंड ही विल गिव माय पॉजिटिव फीडबैक। हालांकि मुझे आज तक वेद ने कभी नहीं कहा कि आप अच्छा पढ़ाते हो। मैंने कहा अगर मेरा फीडबैक आप लेना चाहते हो तो आप वेद से ले लीजिए। दिस इज द पॉइंट। आई एम नॉट बीइंग बायस्ड टुवर्ड्स वेद कि वो मुझे अच्छा लगता है, नहीं। ही इज अ वन हु इज मीटिंग ऑल माय क्राइटेरिया एंड आई थिंक ही शुड बी इन अ बेटर पोजीशन टू गिव माय फीडबैक। दिस आई एम ट्राइंग टू से। बच्चा कह रहा है आप इसलिए चालाकी कर रहे हो क्योंकि आपको पता है वेद आपका अच्छा देगा, इसलिए हमने वेद का नाम करा। मैंने ऐसा नहीं कहा है। और वेद से पूछ लो, वेद ने कभी मेरे को नहीं कहा कि सर आप अच्छा पढ़ाते हो। मैंने कहा कि वेद एक अच्छा बच्चा है एंड आई थिंक ही विल एबल टू गिव माय गुड फीडबैक। सेम वाइज वन स्टूडेंट इज रामित, नाउ यू कीप ऑन सेंडिंग मी द डाउट्स, आप भेजते हो, दैट गिव्स मी एन आइडिया दैट स्टूडेंट इज रीडिंग और स्टूडेंट इज स्टडिंग। आई थिंक ही विल बी एन अप्रोप्रिएट स्टूडेंट टू गिव माय फीडबैक। एक बच्चा विभो में, इसको मैं कॉल करता हूँ, पूछता हूँ बेटा मैंने आज क्लास में अच्छा पढ़ाया, इसे एक फीडबैक लेता हूँ। ये कहते हैं सर ये गंदा पढ़ाया, ये अच्छा पढ़ाया। Again, because he's attentive, that is why I'm taking feedback from these students. Is it making sense? Clear है? So I'm not being biased, I'm using my judgment. Am I clear with both of them? चलिए next slide. Next slide. As it is, this point. Now right, this point in totality. Now what is the meaning of this line? In my 1500 students, I want to calculate what is the average height, what is the average weight. Now this height, weight, these all are known as parameters. So what is the 1500 students? What is the 1500 students average weight, height? Now in quants, these are known as parameter. So anything that you're describing, that is known as parameter. Same ways, what is India per capita income? This is again a parameter. The next slide, sampling error. Write as it is. Sampling error. Sampling error. Most important, testable. Equal to sample mean minus population mean. Sample mean minus population mean. Within bracket, write as it is. Write as it is. Now within bracket, at times student gets confused sampling error with standard error. Sampling error with standard error. These are two different terms. These are two different terms. Now, what I'm trying to say, let us assume that Virat Kohli has played in totality 400 matches. And if I take into consideration all 400 matches, his average is 50 runs. Now, this average is known as population mean. I take into consideration only the runs he has scored in World Cup. In World Cup, he played 12 matches. His average is 52 runs. Now, this is my sample. Now, my point is, am I getting the result equal to the population? Am I getting the result equal to population? So, this is known as sampling error. Now, my point is sampling error. Higher the better, lower the better. So, what is the error I'm getting? I'm getting an error of 2 runs. This error should be equal to 0. Then only it is going to be a good sample. So, what is the purpose of taking a sample? Sample should be a representative of population. Now, my point is, there is one market, NSE. This is population. How many stocks are listed? 1600. Sample is Nifty 50, group of top 50 stocks. These 50 stocks are representing entire stock market. Now, whatever the return of Nifty is, we want that should be equal to NSE. If it is happening, then we say that it is a good sample, else it is not. So, sampling error, higher the better, lower the better. Lower the better. So, let me repeat all the points in totality. It's very simple. Let me repeat it. Now, let me start. One way to do the analysis is with the help of population. It is going to be time consuming, but we are going to get the exact results. The another way is with the help of sample. The problem with sample is you are only going to get estimated answers, and whatever the difference between the population mean and sample mean, this is known as sampling error. But analysis can be performed in quick time. Now, how to select the sample? Number one, simple random sampling. Here, the sample is going to be random, and the probability of selection of each of them is going to be equal. Then stratified. Divide the population based upon some, and then choose the sample. Then divide the population not based upon some characteristics. This will be known as cluster. Then we have non-random. Now, convenience. That means the data which is easily available. Then we have judgmental based upon your judgment and experience. And then whatever the error you're getting, that is known as sampling error. Am I clear with this? Chaliye, let me start with the question bank. Please answer question number 1. Which of the following is true about non-probability? That means judgmental and convenience. Which of the following is true? Answer question number 1. The risk is the sample may not be representative of population. So whatever you're saying that weight may not be the representative of population, there is a risk. Yes, there is a risk. Then question number 2. Question number 2. Help करिए. Divide the population based upon subpopulation male, female. Now in my class, male are 60%, females are 40%. Now accordingly, you have to take the sample. For example, 1500 students, 60% are male, 40% are female. You want a sample of 300 students. How many should be male? 180 should be male. How many should be female? 120 should be female. So it is going to be It is going to be C. Shall I proceed? Next answer. Question number 6. Next answer. 8th. You're dividing the data first. Now, read 10th. What do you have to calculate? Okay, read 11th. What do you have to calculate? So we have not covered yet, but sampling error and standard error, two different terms. Please answer question number 10. Please answer question number 10. Please answer question number 10. So it is a difference between population mean and sample mean. Question number 13. Answer is it clear to all of you? Shall I proceed? Is it simple? Shall I proceed? Next write double star central limit theorem. Most important. Right? Central limit theorem. Most important. Central limit theorem. Central limit theorem. This is going to be most important. Now, before I jump to this part, we covered in the last class, right? One tail, then two tail. Then we have written Z score, Z value, significance. Then we have written Z score, probability, and significance. Please complete the table. Please complete the table in totality. This table I'm going to repeat multiple times now onwards. Most important table. I want you to complete this table in totality. This we have covered in the previous quants class. Shall I proceed? Now, let me complete it. Okay. 1.6596, 2.58. What is the value we are getting? 95, 97.5, 99.5. So what will be significance? 5, 2.5, and 0.5. Plus minus 1.67. Oh, plus minus 1.65. What will be significance? What will be probability? Plus minus 1.96. What will be significance? What will be probability? Plus minus 2.58. What will be significance? 1. What will be probability? 99. Now write example. Write example, and we write one more thing below 2's tail. What we have written? It is used to prepare the range or confidence interval. Now, write example. Virat career has shape of normal distribution. Virat career has a shape of normal distribution. Virat mean 100 runs. Virat standard deviation 20 runs. Virat mean 100 runs. Virat standard deviation 20 runs. Virat standard deviation 20 runs. What is the probability? Right? What is the probability? What is the probability Virat will score less than 133? Less than 133. Then what is the probability Virat will score less than 67 runs? What is the probability Virat will score between 67 and 133 runs? Again, I repeat, what is the probability Virat will score less than 133? What is the probability Virat will score less than 67? What is the probability Virat will score between 67 and 133? Next, help me a range of Virat's score that has probability of 90%. Help me a range of Virat score that has a probability of 90%. Answer. Bullet 1, bullet 2, bullet 3, bullet 4. What is the answer for first one? What is the answer for second? What is the answer for third? What is the answer for fourth? What is the answer for fourth? Help me the answer for fourth. Like को तीसरे पे आप कह रहे हो कि what is the probability Virat will score 67, 133, that is 90. Then fourth is help me with the range that has a probability of 90. So what should be the answer? Yeah, now how to answer it? It is very simple. So what you have to do? First, this is normal distribution. Mean of Virat is 100 runs. Standard deviation of Virat is 20 runs. What is the probability Virat will score less than 133? Help me step number 1. How much you are? In terms of, so step number 1, 133 minus 100. So I want to deviate 33. One standard deviation is 20. So how many standard deviation you want to deviate? 1.65. Step number 2. Z score is 1.65. What is the Z value? Now Z value is 1 tail, 2 tail. So 1.65. What is the value? So what is the probability that Virat will score less than 133? That is 95. Then I ask 67. What will be step number 1? How much you're deviating from? In terms of, this is minus 1.67. 1.65 का वैल्यू अगर 95 है, so minus 1.65 का वैल्यू कितना हो जाएगा? 5. Then what is the probability that Virat will score between these two? 90. ये clear है पहले, तो ये देख लीजिए. And then to create the range, what we did? You want a range That range should have a probability of one tail, two tail, 90. While creating a range, how much you will deviate? Plus minus 1.65 standard deviation. So what you will do? You will write mean plus minus 1.65 standard deviation. This is going to be 100 runs plus minus 1.65 20 runs. This will be 100 plus minus 33. One time you have to add, one time you have to subtract. The range will be 67 to 130. पहले ये देख लीजिए, सभी को क्लियर है? बेटा वो नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नहीं था, वो एनी डेटा सेट था. जो 1 - 1/k² बोले वो चीबीशेव है. ये नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की बात हो रही है. ये सबके आंसर्स आ रहे हैं?
सर एक और बार एक्सप्लेन कर दीजिए प्लीज.
क्या चीज बेटा?
सर ये फोर्थ पार्ट सर.
You want a range that has a probability of
90%.
Now go to this table where you're getting a probability of 90. Here,
Yes sir.
how much you deviate from me? Plus minus.
Okay, got it sir. Thank you sir.
ये क्लियर है? ये क्लियर है? चलिए एक और आंसर कर दीजिए. राइट, सेम एग्जांपल. What is the probability Virat will score less than 139.2 runs? What is the probability Virat will score less than 60.8 runs? What is the probability Virat will score between 60.8 to 139.2? And help me with the range that has probability of 95%. Class, this is the base for the upcoming lecture. Anyone not comfortable with the answers, please let me know. This is the base for the upcoming classes. Anything that you have not understood, please let me know. Though we have already covered it, but if you want me to repeat any part, please let me know.
सर 60.8 का 2.5 कैसे है?
किसका?
60.8 रन का
निकाल लीजिए. Step number 1. How much you want to deviate from the mean in terms of standard deviation? So this will be
1.96
minus 1.96. Now what is the value of positive 1.96? So for positive 1.96 value is 97.5. What is the value for negative 1.96? बेटा क्लियर है आपको?
यस सर.
एक बार प्लीज रिपीट करेंगे. If positive 1.65 is 95, then what is negative 1.65? If positive 1.96 is 97.5, then negative 1.96 is. If positive 2.58 is 99.5, then what is negative 2.58? ठीक है. And let me verify from Schweizer also. Are we getting the same answers? If I go to the Z table, now, first we get minus 1.65. Minus 1.65. Are we getting 5%? Then we have minus 1.96. Are we getting 2.5? And minus 2.58. Verify कर लीजिए. Are we getting the same numbers? Am I clear to this point? Now I'm coming to most important part. तंग नहीं करेंगे. Now I'm coming to the most important part. And the most important part is, whatever we are learning, that is a hypothetical. Practically, I have never seen any data in the shape of normal distribution. Correct? So again, I repeat, sir, whatever you're teaching, that is hypothetical. I have never seen in my life any data set in the shape of normal distribution. Now, the answer is incorrect. And I'm going to prove that we can convert any data into normal distribution. So let me repeat my point. So whatever we are doing, that is an hypothetical scenario. In my practical life, I have never encountered any case which is in the shape of normal distribution. Indeed, this statement is true. But let me put it other ways. We can convert any data into normal distribution using central limit theorem. Now, write properties of normal distribution. Properties of normal distribution. This we have already covered. Number one, mean is equal to median is equal to mod. What is skewness? Skewness is 0. And what is kurtosis? Kurtosis is 3. That means from the mean, if you're deviating 3 standard deviation, then what will be the probability? The probability is 100%. Correct? Not right. Not right. Central limit theorem. Central limit theorem. Suppose Virat has played. Suppose Virat has played 10,000 runs. Oh, Virat has played 1,000 matches. Suppose Virat has played 1,000 matches. Now, this entire career is known as population. Is known as population. Point number 2. We have to take sample. We have to take sample within each sample. Within each sample, there should be at least, important word is at least 30 matches. Within each sample, there should be at least 30 matches. Within bracket, इसको sample size बोलते हैं. There should be at least 30 matches. Within bracket, sample size. That means sample size at least to be 30 matches. Number of sample to be taken. Number of sample to be taken is the discretion or choice of researcher. Okay, so let me prove at this point what I'm trying to say. So now I'm taking the help of Excel. Suppose Virat, now I give some command to the system. Virat in totality, I think he has never scored 200. So how many runs he can score? He can score between 0 to 200. This is the command I'm giving to the system. And it will give me some random numbers. So how much system is saying? This is some random numbers, but assume that this is Virat actual career. So in match number 1, how much runs he scored? 57. Same wise, he has played number of matches. अभी number change होता रहेगा. अब मैं उसको freeze करूँगा. So these are the runs. Now he has played this much matches. This data will not be in the shape of normal distribution, correct? Now this is my population. This is my population. This is my population. And let me freeze this number. अब ये नंबर चेंज नहीं होंगे अब, ठीक है? तो हमने एज्यूम कर लिया ये विराट का क्या है, ये विराट का करियर है. Now he has played this much of matches and this is not in the shape of normal distribution. Now sir, how you are going to convert this into normal distribution? Now I will take sample. I will take sample. Now sir, how many samples shall I take? This is your discretion. This is your discretion. But within sample, how many matches you have to consider? At least 30. This is known as sample size. तो मेरे कहने का मतलब क्या है? Now I will take average of 30 numbers. So if I'm starting with 7, it should end on 37. 37. क्या इसके अंदर 30 मैचेस कंसिडर होगा? इसका एवरेज ले लो. कितने सैंपल लिए आपने? एक. ऐसे आपको कितने लेने हैं? You have to take n number of samples. This is your right. But let us assume that I'm taking 20 samples or 15 samples. ये मैंने कर दिया. No, so just this is given by the theorem that at least within each match you have to consider 30 matches. ठीक है? अब मैंने कितने samples बनाए? 1, 2. How many samples I have created? 15. Now this theorem does not say how many samples. 15 भी हो सकते हैं. जितना ज्यादा लोगे डेटा उतना एक्यूरेट होगा. For example, let me drag till 17. This 17 has no role in this theorem. This 17 has no role in this theorem. Now my point is very simple. What this theorem says. Now again, this is the original data. Is it in the shape of normal distribution? Is it in the shape of normal distribution? Answer is no. What I did, I take a sample. Within sample, I have taken at least how many matches? This is known as sample size. Now my point is, how many samples shall be taken? This is the discretion of researcher. Now, this numbers that you are getting, this is known as sampling distribution. This is the first conclusion. Whatever the samples we will get, this is known as sampling distribution. If I plot this on a graph paper, it will always take the shape of normal distribution. I'm going to prove this point. If I plot this on a graph paper, it will take a shape of normal distribution. This is the second conclusion. Third, the mean of sampling distribution. The mean of sampling distribution is equal to mean of पॉपुलेशन। अब एक बार देख लेते हैं, व्हाट इज मीन ऑफ पॉपुलेशन। नीचे कहीं आपको एवरेज दिखाई दे रहा होगा, 100.09 समथिंग। अब मैं अगर इस सैम्पलिंग डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन का भी मीन निकाल लूं तो वो पॉपुलेशन के बराबर आएगा। इज इट क्लोज टू दैट नंबर? इट वोंट बी एग्जैक्ट नंबर, इज इट क्लोज टू दैट नंबर? Is it close to that number? And the last important point, look into the volatility. This is the original data set. 59, 108, 78, 87, 150, 50, 39, 49. And compare this data. Is it more volatile, less volatile? Think logically. Is it more volatile, less volatile? It is more volatile, less volatile. Now this data is less volatile. Now what will be the volatility of this? What will be the volatility of sampling distribution? Sampling distribution volatility in comparison to original data, more or less. Original data, more or less. Less. Correct? अब वो कितना होगा? Calculate standard deviation of original data. Original data. ये कैलकुलेट करा, ये आंसर आता है 58। इस आंसर को डिवाइड करना है अंडर रूट ऑफ 30 के साथ। दिस डेटा यू हैव टू डिवाइड बाय अंडर रूट ऑफ 30। नाउ व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से, स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन लिखना नहीं है ऑफ सैम्पलिंग डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन is equal to population standard deviation divided by under root of n. Now, population standard deviation. What is population standard deviation? 58.059616 divided by sample size. What is your sample size? 30. Sample size is how many samples you have taken within each sample. Now, if I solve this, divide by square root of 30, आंसर आता है 10.66, 10.6। और अगर मैं एक्सेल के फंक्शन के थ्रू स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन निकालूं, वेरीफाई एम आई गेटिंग आंसर क्लोज टू दैट, वेरीफाई am I getting answer? अभी तो हम सैंपल और बढ़ाएंगे, gradually it will change, but am I getting answer close to that? Am I getting answer? ठीक है, वैसे फर्क ज्यादा दिख रहा है, बट जैसे जैसे मैं सैंपल और लेता रहूंगा, it will gradually increase to how much? It will gradually increase to 10.6. अब अगेन बच्चा क्या कह रहा है, आपने तो 17 सैंपल लिए हैं। Again I am repeating that 17 has no role in central limit theorem. The role is how many matches you have considered within each sample. अब अगर मुझे डेटा और एक्यूरेट चाहिए तो मैं क्या करूंगा, सैंपल को बढ़ाता रहूंगा। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, नाउ एक्सटेंड दिस टू, लेट अस अज्यूम 50. इज दिस हैव एनी रोल? दिस नंबर, earlier it was 17, now it is 55. It has any role in central limit theorem? अब मेरा सवाल बड़ा सिंपल है, द मीन, एक बार वेरीफाई करेंगे इसका मीन कितना आ रहा है। मीन ऑफ सैम्पलिंग डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन शुड बी इक्वल टू मीन ऑफ पॉपुलेशन का 100 था, इसका मीन भी क्या 100 के आसपास आ रहा है। नाउ वॉलेटिलिटी, दिस डेटा इज मोर वॉलेटाइल, लेस वॉलेटाइल? हाउ मच लेस? The volatility of original data set divided by under root of 30, आंसर कितना आता है? अब देखते हैं क्या इसका आंसर अभी भी 10.6 आ रहा है या नहीं आ रहा। So answer will keep on increasing, but yes, indeed it will be close to, eventually it will be close to 10.6. So what I'm trying to say, let me repeat it again. There is a given data which is in the shape of which is not in the shape of normal distribution. Can we convert this into normal distribution? Yes. You have to take number of samples. How many samples? This is the discretion of researcher. But within each sample, you have to take at least this 30 is known as. Now I'm going to make 4 conclusion. The list that you will get, this list will known as the mean of sampling distribution will be equal to mean of, and the standard deviation of sampling distribution is equal to population standard deviation divided by under root of n, and in my case this is going to be under root of 30. That means it is going to be less volatile. And if I plot this on a graph paper, it will take a shape of, अब इस पॉइंट को भी प्रूफ कर देता हूं. What is the average? Now average is 105. What is the median? If I'm getting median close to 105, then yes, it is normal distribution. तो क्या दोनों नंबर लगभग बराबर आ रहे हैं? क्या दोनों नंबर लगभग बराबर आ रहे हैं? And if I plot this, it will take a shape of normal distribution. Am I clear with this? So let me complete all the notes. So what we have written, number 1, suppose Virat has placed 1000 matches. Now this career is known as population. We have to take sample. Within each sample, there should be at least 30 matches. Now right, conclusion. बेटा ये अच्छा बच्चे पूछ रहे 30 कहां से आ रहा है? ये जिस बंदे ने थ्योरम दिए 30 उसने निकाला है. So this 30 is within the theorem. At least 30 लेना है. अभी आप देख रहे हो ना एरर आ रहा है. ओरिजिनल आंसर आ रहा है 10.6, मेरा 5.8 आ रहा है. तो जितने 30 से ज्यादा लेते रहोगे उतना डेटा आपका क्या होता रहेगा? एक्यूरेट होता रहेगा. So one thing you have to analyze. This is the original data. This is the original data. Now you're replicating with some other numbers. You won't get exact numbers. There will be some error. We want that error should be close to 0. Am I clear? Now right, बच्चे कहेंगे ना कि सर देखो ना ओरिजिनल डेटा सेट का आंसर तो आता है 100.09, बट आपका मीन तो आ रहा है 105. तो whatever you're saying it is incorrect. This is not incorrect. This is error. आप एक नंबर को किसी छोटे नंबर की मदद से आसान तरीके से निकालना चाहते हो, तो क्या सही आंसर आएगा? नहीं, लगभग वो आंसर आना चाहिए. अब आंसर आपको कैसे एक्यूरेट होता रहेगा? आपको फिर या तो सैंपल्स बढ़ाते रहो या फिर विद इन सैंपल साइज को आपको क्या करना है? इंक्रीज करना. सो वी आर नॉट गेटिंग द एग्जैक्ट आंसर. दिस इज नोन एज एरर. हाँ, वन स्टेज क्लस्टर हो गया. अब चलें आगे एक बार. तब और भी नंबर एक्यूरेसी बढ़ती रहेगी. अब बच्चे ने कहा एक बार आप इंस्टेड ऑफ 30 टेक 50, तो यहाँ पे मैं 57 कर देता हूं. अब आप देखेंगे numbers will become even more precise. Now earlier I was getting 105, now I'm getting 104. Okay, now what you will do, but here earlier you were dividing by 30, now you will divide under root of. अब देखिए आप जो आंसर निकाल रहे हो वो 8 बोल रहे हो. आप बोल रहे हो इसकी वॉलेटिलिटी 8 की है, लेकिन इन रियलिटी दी वॉलेटिलिटी इज ऑफ 4. सो दिस इज द एरर. बट ये एरर कम होते जाएंगे. पहले एरर की विड्थ ज्यादा थी, एरर की विड्थ कम होती जाएगी जैसे जैसे आप क्या करते रहोगे? 2 ways, या तो नंबर ऑफ और इंक्रीज दी सैंपल साइज. बट थ्योरम इज ओनली बेस्ड अपॉन सैंपल साइज, नॉट ए कंक्लूजन ऑफ सेंट्रल लिमिट थ्योरम. Conclusion of central limit theorem. We will get a list. We will get a list. That list is known as sampling distribution. We will get a list of scores. That list is known as sampling distribution. Second, sampling distribution will take a shape of normal distribution. Third, sampling distribution mean equal to population mean. And fourth, sampling distribution standard deviation is equal to population standard deviation oblique sample standard deviation divide by under root of n Beta, third point is sampling distribution mean is equal to population mean. Fourth, sampling distribution standard deviation is equal to population standard deviation or sample standard deviation divided by under root of n, where n equal to sample size, also known as standard error. Now my point is, let us assume that Indians earn between 0 to 200. Standard error. Now let us assume that Indians earn 0 to 200 rupees in 1 month. This is my assumption. Now my point is, we are a population of 140 crore. Now how much I have taken the data? I have taken in my consideration 10,48,570 people. Okay. Now help me. What should be the heading? Population sample. Population तो तब होता है अगर आपने डेटा कितने का लिया होता 140 crore people, but I'm taking into consideration only 10,48,000. So what shall I write here? Population sample. I will take sample of 10 lakh people. Then I will create one range. That is this list will be known as sampling distribution. What you have to take in this sampling distribution? You have to take average. But average you will take at least of how many people? 30. You will get a list. This list will be known as sampling distribution. What will be the mean of this sampling distribution? Now my language will change. Mean of sampling distribution is equal to mean of sample. Then standard deviation of sampling distribution is equal to standard deviation of sample divided by under root of 30 or under root of sample size. तो यहाँ पे बच्चे टाइम्स कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं सर. Why you have used the word sample? So it could be population standard deviation, it could be sample standard deviation. Both the words are applicable divided by under root of n. But now my point is, to get the accurate data, you have to increase this. Plus you have to increase the sample size. Then you are going to get more accurate data. So I want to conclude one point. Practically, can any data will be converted into normal distribution? Answer is yes. Another point. If you're deviating 3 standard deviation from that data, what is the probability of your winning? The probability of winning will be equal to some, we won't use about 100%, but we use a word, yes, probability will be more than 99%. Am I clear with this? Am I clear with this? And this we use very extensively in practical life. So why I'm emphasizing here? Because whatever I'm doing on sensible, that is based upon this theorem. This is based upon this theorem only. That means whatever the probabilities. Now, what I'm doing, I cannot explain as of now, but the point is, whatever the probabilities we are getting here, that is applying the central limit theorem, the probabilities are based upon normal distributions. So yes, indeed, we can convert any data into normal distribution. So let me repeat it. We have a people of 140 crore. We have a population of 140 crore. I want to find out what is their weight. Their weight can be between 0 to 200. Now I take into consideration how many people? It will be termed as sample population. Sample. If it is the totality matches played by Virat has played 10,48,000 matches in totality, then the appropriate word above would be population. So can I write here? It could either be population or sample. Is it a correct word? Now what you have to create? You have to create a list within each sample. The number of matches that you're going to consider at least 30. Now, how many matches you should consider? This is your discretion. Now you will get a list. The name of the list is first conclusion. If I plot this on a graph paper, it will take a shape of. Third, the mean of sampling distribution will equal to mean of population or. And fourth point is standard deviation of sampling distribution will be equal to population standard deviation or divided by, where n is sample size, not the number of samples you have taken into consideration. And my point is, if I plot this on a graph paper, it will take a shape of normal distribution. Is it clear? Is it clear? Now read the content which they have given in the books. Read in totality, able to understand. So first, let's go by step. A sampling distribution is a distribution of all sample values that a sample statistic can take when computed from samples of. So what is my size? 30. पहले देखिए क्या ये समझ आता है? Now read sub-bullet 2, this one. So one is 10 times, one is 50. What is sample size? What is sample size? 50. Number of times is not important. Read in totality. Is it making sense? इसका एक एक लाइन एक एक वर्ड इंपॉर्टेंट है, ध्यान से पढ़िए. इज इट मेकिंग सेंस? Take 2 more minutes. Verify, are we on the same page? Any disconnect, any confusion, please let me know. एक मैं भी जब लोअर स्टैंडर्ड्स में था, मेरे माइंड में भी डाउट आता था, साला नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन तो कोई डेटा होता ही नहीं होगा। कोई भी डेटा किस में कन्वर्ट हो सकता है? नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन। क्लियर है? जितना कंसिडर कर रहे हो, 30 नहीं ले रहा ना, एटलीस्ट 30 बोला था, अब आप 50 ले रहे हो, तो रूट 50 ले लो। ठीक है, नाउ let me prove this again with the help of a simple exercise. Now this was a very complicated numerical. Now let me take a very simple example. Okay, let us assume that Virat has played only 10 matches and he scored this run, a very simple one. Okay, this is the runs of Virat and he has played only 10 matches. Okay, in match number 1 he scored 1 run, in match number 2 he scored 2 runs, 3 runs, 4 runs, and so on. Now what is the average of Virat? Average of Virat is 5.5. What is the standard deviation of Virat? The standard deviation of Virat is 2.87. Okay. Now you have to do sampling distribution. Within each, you will take randomly 2 matches. Theorem 30 बोलता है, but you take 2 matches randomly. Help me with those random matches. Ramit, आप कोई भी 2 नंबर बोलिए randomly. 5 and 1 से 10 में 7. Again, I want any 2 random numbers. 8 and again I want any 2 random numbers. 7 and 10. Again I want any 2 random numbers. 3 and again I want any 2 random numbers. फटाफट दीजिए. 1 and 3. Again I want any random numbers. Again I want any 2 random numbers. ठीक है. Now my point is, how many samples you have taken? That is least bother. What is the sample size? 2. Now look into this data, sampling distribution. This is your population. Sampling distribution. Is it having more standard deviation, less standard deviation? अब देख लो, इसका लोएस्ट वैल्यू 1 था, हाईएस्ट वैल्यू, इसका हाईएस्ट क्या है? 8.5. लोएस्ट क्या है? मोर वॉलेटाइल, लेस वॉलेटाइल? नाउ लेट मी कैलकुलेट द मीन. You have to make a guess. What should be the mean? I'm getting 6.42, but it should be 5.5. Now, what should be the standard deviation? We want to make a guess. This divide by square root of, I'm getting 2.03. Now, let me check the original data. Am I getting that number? So I'm getting 2.12. That means this theorem holds. And this theorem holds as you are taking more number of samples and more number of sample size, the theorem will be applicable and it will take the shape of normal distribution. इसका मीन था 6.43. एक बार इसका मीडियन भी कैलकुलेट कर लेते हैं. Am I getting close to that? This proves that data is normally distributed. Am I clear? Am I clear with this theorem? Okay. Now, the confusion arises, but the best point is, now whatever I'm going to explain next, that will increase the confusion level. Till now, when you are creating a range, what you do, you use mean plus minus critical value of Z, multiply that by, correct? So for example, in the previous case, 100 plus minus critical value was 1.65. multiply by 30, you created the range. Now the difficulty is, now onwards, while creating a range, we will be confused whether it is population sample or sampling distribution. Now, mean plus minus, we will use either the critical value by z or we will use critical value by t. This will be the first confusion. अब या तो z test यूज होगा या t test यूज होगा. Multiply by, till now we are multiply by only standard deviation. Now either we have to multiply by standard deviation or we have to multiply by standard error. अब ये confusion आगे जाके start होने वाला है. So the best point is this, they have deleted from this chapter and they have transferred to prerequisite part. Okay, so when we are doing hypothesis, I'm going to explain this. Okay, now right. This I'm not in a position to explain as of now. Okay, right. When population standard deviation is given, when population standard deviation is given, ठीक है. Now data normally distributed, non-normal distributed. Data could be of two types. Either it will be normally distributed, non-normal distributed. If n is greater than equal to 30, n less than 30. In these two cases, we are going to use Z test. Here, right, no test is available. So what I'm trying to say, if I'm talking about Virat career, then what should be the appropriate word? Sample population. तो क्या पॉपुलेशन का स्टैंडर्ड डिवीजन आपको पता है? क्या पॉपुलेशन का स्टैंडर्ड डिवीजन आपको पता है? तो आपने कहा यस. नाउ डेटा इज नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड, नॉन नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड. ये डेटा नॉर्मल है या नहीं है? तो बच्चे ने कहा नॉन नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड. करेक्ट. पहला टिक, दूसरा टिक. नाउ माय पॉइंट इज, within each sample, your sample size is more than 30, less than 30, equal to, more than या less than, मतलब equal to वही more पकड़ लो. It is equal to more than, so which test you will use? Z test. If the sample size is less than 30, then what will be the answer? Now my point is, if it is about India GDP, this is the weight of all the Indians. Population sample. Not right. When sample standard deviation is given, data could be normal, data could be non-normal. If data is non-normal, n is greater than equal to 30, n is less than 30. Not right. T test, no test is available. Now my point is, if we are talking about Virat's career, we will take. But if you're talking about India's GDP or India's weight, India's population average weight, India's population average height, then which test we are going to use? T test, because we don't know population standard deviation. ठीक है. Now my point is, if it is population, entire data set, and if it is sample, where the chances of error is more? So in sample, when you're going to create the range, that should be narrower, that should be wider. तो टी टेस्ट में बस एक ही खासियत है, जो टी में रेंज बनेगा, that will always be wider. The only difference in T is the range is going to be wider. That means if here for 90%, you're creating a range, you are deviating 1.65 from the mean standard deviation. Here you will deviate more or less. So यहाँ पे सिर्फ आप कितना डिवाइड कर लोगे, 2 डिवाइड कर लोगे, 3 करोगे या 4 करोगे, आगे देखेंगे. But here the range will always be wider because we are dealing with sample. So again, I repeat, at times you use Z, at times you use T. If population standard deviation is given, Z. If population standard deviation not given, chances of error, range should be. So critical values will always be wider in T. So एक बनाने की कोशिश कर लेते हैं. If this is the shape of normal distribution, now these are known as tails. What should be the tails of T test? Wider, narrower. तो ये बना लीजिए T test. Only focus on the tails. तो आपको ध्यान क्या देना है? T हमेशा क्या होगा? T is always going to. ठीक है, आगे करेंगे. थोड़ा सा brief overview दे दिया. Am I clear with this? Shall I proceed? Now let's solve the type of questions which are testable. So questions are pretty simple. Try to answer question number 3. Question number 3. A population has a non-normal, that means Virat career, with a mean of mu with a variance of standard deviation square. The sampling distribution of the sample mean computed from the sample of large sample. उसका जो mean होगा किसके बराबर होगा? That is going to be equal to population. Answer is B. Now, you have to calculate standard error. Variance is given. Variance 2.45, sample size 40. What is standard error? Question number 4. I'm getting all the answers. I'm getting A, B, C, all the answers. Okay, let me do it. Question number 4. Standard error is equal to standard deviation divided by under root of n. Now variance is given. So how to convert that to standard deviation? Under root divide by under root of 40. Correct? Alternatively, how we can do this? And then take the under root. Then also you will get the same answer. So 2.45 divide by 40. Then I will get under root of 0.06125. This will be under root. This is going to be 0.247. So what is the answer? B. मुझे नहीं पता कई बच्चों का A और C कैसे आ रहा है. Please verify it. Answer should not be A and C. Answer should be B. The answer is 2.247. I'm giving 2 minutes. I'm not getting why we are getting an incorrect answer. Zoom students, those who are getting A and C as the answer, please verify, able to get the correct answer. Please help me. Are you getting the correct answer? Okay. Shall I proceed further? Skip question number 5. Answer 7th. The distribution is going to be approximately normal. So what should be the answer? Shall I proceed? Now answer question number 9th. Answer 9th. उसके ऊपर मैं क्या लिखता था जब मैं सैंपल सीधा जाता था तो क्या लिखता था? This is known as. Then again you solve the previous one incorrectly. Help me with standard error. Now please solve correctly, okay? Last one you were not able to solve it. So standard deviation is 15. Observation is 25. So 25 ka under root is 5. So 15 divided by 5. What should be the answer? Shall I proceed? Now, this is important. This you may solve incorrectly. Write question number 12. This I'm helping you out. Write question number 12. Write as it is. Write as it is. Question number 12. Write as it is. Question number 12. Shall I start? Shall I start? Question number 12. Right. What is given? Calculate standard error of sample mean. Correct? Now right. This will be equal to sample standard deviation divided by under root of n. Shall I proceed? Help me, what should be under root of n? So under root of 10. Now what do you have to calculate? Sample standard deviation, correct? Now press in your calculator. Second data, second clear work. Second data, second clear work. X01. What is X01? 10. Press enter. Then press 2 times down arrow. Then X02. 20. Enter. Again 2 times down arrow. Okay? So I want all the values in X. X01, X02, X03. Keep on doing that till X010. In X010, how much you will put? 21. Enter. There you will stop. So please enter the data into your calculators. Second data, second clear work. Sign कैसे आएंगे? 9 को प्रेस करने का प्लस माइनस. Plus minus next to the decimal. So 10, enter down arrow. 20, enter down arrow. 8, then plus minus. Make it negative. Then we have 2. Then we have 9 negative. Then it is 5. Then it is 0. Then it is 8 negative. Then it is 3. Then it is 21. Enter all the data. Enter all the data. Now you have to press Second, stat. It should display 1V. If it is not, keep on pressing second enter. Now press down arrow. Your n is equal to 10. Your Sx is 10.844. Correct? Now write as it is. 10.844 divide by under root of 10. Now press 10. Press 10. You want a under root. There is a under root sign in the fourth row. तो 10 का रूट कितना होता है 3.16227. Now if I solve, what answer you will get? That is going to be 3.4. Please verify. Are we getting B as the answer? Please verify. Are we getting B as the answer? In the back, they have given some complicated answer. Okay, they have manually calculated it. They have not used the calculator. So don't look into the solution given at the back. Again and again, I'm repeating. Is it clear to all of you? Again and again, please help me. Can we do the same? ये आ रहा है सबका? Now please answer. What should be the answer? It should be B. ठीक है, अगर आप ध्यान से देखेंगे तो हमने सारे सवाल कर लिए except for fifth. So before I jump to the question number 5, let me revise in totality. Come to the first page of the notebook where we have started today. Now, one way to do analysis, that is with the help of population. One way to do analysis, that is with the help of how to choose the sample. Number one is simple random sampling, where the chances of each student being selected is equal. Correct? Then we do stratified. First, divide the population based upon some. If it is some characteristic, that will be known as stratified. If there is no characteristic, then it is known as. Then take the sample based upon your convenience, which is easily available. That is known as convenience sampling. Then use your judgment and then take the sample. This will be known as judgmental. Now, the problem with judgmental is that the sample may not be the representative of entire population. तो बच्चे ने क्या कहा सर आप वेद को बार-बार प्रमोट कर रहे हो वेद may not be the representative of entire population. Correct है बाबा? Then we covered sampling error. Sampling error is equal to sample mean minus population mean. Practically, we want this number should be close to 0. If it is not, then it is not a good sample. But yes, we want the number should be close to 0. Then we move to central limit theorem. If there is any data, it could be population, it could be sample. Now, what you have to take? Every time you have to take average of at least 30 numbers. If you plot this on a graph paper, you will get one list. The name of the list is sampling distribution. Now, the sampling distribution will take the shape of normal distribution. The mean of sampling distribution is equal to, either it is equal to population mean or it is going to be equal to sample mean. But is this data more volatile, less volatile? Now, this data will be less volatile. How much less volatile? Equal to population standard deviation or sample standard deviation divided by under root of n, where n signifies number of sample size, not the number of sample. This is also known as this is also known as standard error. Again, one more thing. variance and standard deviation. What is the relationship? If we take the under root of variance, it will be equal to standard deviation. Then population के सबसेट को क्या कहते हैं? सैंपल. और जिस चीज को निकाल रहे उसको क्या कहते हैं? वेट, हाइट. These are all known as parameter. This is we have covered. I'm giving 2 minutes. Any disconnect, please let me know. Minimum नहीं है, ideal should be 0. Minimum 0 कैसे हो सकता है? But we take a mod value. हाँ, it cannot be more than 0. मतलब अगर आप फॉर्मूले में देखोगे तो sample mean minus population mean है ना. So we generally take mod of that. We ignore the sign. We focus on the magnitude. So magnitude should not be more than 0. But this is an ideal scenario. You won't get this practically. There will be some error. अब ये क्वेश्चन का एरर है. अब आप देखो, अब आपने कहा सर ऊपर ये पॉपुलेशन लिख रहा है, फिर नीचे ही सैंपल लिख रहा है, तो जो नीचे लिखेगा हम उसके अकॉर्डिंग करेंगे. अगर आप पॉपुलेशन के अकॉर्डिंग करोगे तो आंसर शायद डिफरेंट भी आएगा. सो व्हाट you have to follow what it is demanding. It is demanding standard error of sample mean. So it should be sample standard deviation. If it is right, फिर से बोली, मैं नहीं समझा. अरे कैसे इक्वल होगा? 1 मिनट. स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन ऑफ सैंपलिंग डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन इज नोन एज स्टैंडर्ड एरर. ये मैंने बोला. हाँ, अब आप बोलो, आप क्या कह रहे हो?
स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन पर आप वो वाला क्वेश्चन जो आपने लिखा वो, तो उसमें जो हम स्टैंडर्ड एरर निकालेंगे इक्वल्स टू में रख के, तो स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन पॉपुलेशन का लेंगे ना,
या फिर सैंपल का लूंगा. ये मेरा ओरिजिनल डेटा सेट है. ये वाली टेबल है, ये वाली टेबल, ये वाली नहीं है. ये वाली टेबल उसने गिवन है. Shall I proceed further? Now, right, last concept. Alternatives to alternatives to central limit theorem. Alternatives to central limit theorem. Now, right. Number one, bootstrap method. Bootstrap method. Bootstrap method. It is more computational demanding. It is more computational demanding. Next point, it is similar to what Sir did. It is similar to what Sir did in the class. Okay, now let me repeat. So there was one population. With the help of population, we created sampling distribution. अब मैं क्या कहता हूं? The mean of this, मैं इसके बारे में कमेंट कर रहा हूं. The one which is highlighted in yellow. The mean of this is equal to 100.099. Standard deviation is equal to standard deviation of data divided by under root of n, that is अगर मैं इसका स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन निकालूं, इसका स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन है 58 and within each sample we have considered 50 numbers. So this divide by 50. So मैंने कहा इसका कितना होगा, that is going to be 8.21. Correct? But now my question is, are these the numbers correct? These are the numbers we derived using central limit theorem. But are these precise number? Now the alternative is central limit theorem को क्या करिए, apply नहीं करिए. No, right? Bootstrap. Now what is, लिखना नहीं सर, what is the meaning of bootstrap? Instead of using the central limit theorem, what you should do, simply take average of this. What is the average? 104.77. Simply take standard deviation of this data, which is equal to, now if you are using these number as it is, this is known as bootstrap method. If you are using central limit theorem, then we will get this answer. So these are the answers using sampling distribution. These are the answers using bootstrap method. So bootstrap में क्या होता है, हम करते क्या है, हम sample distribution तो create करते हैं, but now we are not using central limit theorem. We use this data as a raw data and we calculate the statistical terms. Now my point is, if we are saying the mean is 104, we are using which method? Bootstrap method. If we are saying that mean is 100, then we are using which method? Then we are using the central limit theorem. If I'm saying standard deviation of data is 8.21, I'm using central method. If I'm saying the standard deviation of the data is 4.08, then I'm using bootstrap method. तो दोनों ही मेथड एप्लीकेबल हैं. अब आप ध्यान से सोचिए, whatever the answers I will get by applying both the methods, will answer be different? So mean plus minus value of z multiplied by standard deviation. Mean is different, standard deviation is different. Will I get the different answer? Yes. So if you are using central limit theorem, then this will be the answer. If you are using this, then this is known as bootstrap. So what you have to write in bootstrap? It is computational demanding. What is the meaning of computational demanding? That means you have to perform lot many calculations. Now, go through the highlighted part. Is it able to make sense? अब वो क्या कह रहा है? Instead of using central limit theorem, what we can do? We can directly calculate the standard deviation and we can draw the conclusions. Now, right? एक बार पढ़ लीजिए please. Shall I proceed? Now, right? In the example covered in class, if we say, mean of sampling distribution equal to 100.099, standard deviation of sampling distribution equal to 8.21. These values are using central limit theorem. On the contrary, if we say mean of sampling distribution calculated directly from sampling distribution equal to hundred and four. Standard deviation calculated directly from sampling distribution equal to 4.08. These value using bootstrap method. Correct? Now let me check what type of questions are testable. You are able to answer it or not. Please answer all of them. Please answer all of them. Question number 1. Question number 1. Question number 2. अच्छा बच्चा पूछता है will they ask bootstrap method? No, they won't add bootstrap method. They just want you to know the theory part. Question number 3. Question number 3. So answer is C. वो क्यों नहीं मांगे? क्योंकि इसको कैलकुलेट करना डिफिकल्ट होगा, तो इसलिए it is computational demanding, won't be asked, only there will be one theory question. Am I clear? Next, right, this was one method. Next, right, jackknife. Next, right, jackknife. Next, right, jackknife. Next, right, jackknife. Now it is also very simple. So, right, it is a simple tool. It is a simple tool. It is a simple tool. It is used when data is relatively small. It is used when data is relatively small. So first point, it is a simple tool. Second, it is used when data is small. Write third point as it is and mark it as double star. Write third point as it is and mark it as double star. So I want you to write this one written in red. Written in red, right, as it is. Then whatever I'm writing, that will be a fourth point. It is a simple tool. It is used when data is small. It requires the number of repetition equal to sample size. It calculates sample means, each with one of the observation removed from the sample. Shall I proceed? Now, what happened here in my second example? So in this my second example, If we are saying these are the answers, this is the population, okay, and we are saying mean is 5.5, standard deviation is 2.87, correct? अब बच्चे ने कहा सर यहाँ पे ना आप हमसे क्या कर रहे थे, यू आर आस्किंग अस सम रैंडम नंबर, करेक्ट? क्यों हमें तंग करा, कुछ और तरीका ले आते। अब आप देखना मैं बिना आपकी मदद के आंसर लेके आऊंगा। नाउ व्हाट आई विल डू, I will take the average. I want average. I will take the average. But what will happen? Now, when I take the average, every time I eliminate one number. So, for example, if I want to take the average of the first average, what number I've eliminated? 1. Then I take the average of this and this. What number I've eliminated? 2. Now I take the average of this and this. What number I've eliminated? Then I've taken the average of this and this. What I've eliminated? 4. This and this. Then I eliminated 6 in this case. Then I eliminated 7 in this case. Then I eliminated 8 in this case. Then I eliminated 9 in this case. And finally, I eliminated 10. So that means in jackknife, what I'm doing, I'm eliminating only one number. I'm eliminating only one number. Now read this line. Is it making sense? Okay. Then it is a simple tool. Then this data can be used when data is relatively small. Please go through 3 points. Is it making sense? ठीक है, बट इसमें वो कहता क्या है? Now, how much number you're considering within each sample? 9 numbers. और आपने कितनी बार इस काम को रिपीट करा? ऑलमोस्ट 9 टाइम्स, मतलब करेक्ट 10 बार है, ऑलमोस्ट 9 और 10 टाइम्स. Now this should always be equal. अब पढ़िए the one which is written in red. Number of repetitions. How many number of repetitions? How many number of repetitions? नहीं. How many number of repetitions? 10. And how much we have considered each time? So are they approximately equal? Approximately equal. Now my point is, if I take the average of this number, if you're using central limit theorem, तो आप बोलोगे इसका एवरेज कितना आता है? Now I'm getting this answer. ये दोनों data is very small, so I'm getting exactly the same number. Same wise, if I take the standard deviation, this data more volatile, less volatile? I'm getting answer 0.319. But if I apply central limit theorem, this number divided by square root of तो आंसर ये आ जाता है. If you are saying 0.95, then it is known as central limit theorem. But if you are saying 0.31, then this is known as jackknife. So what happened in jackknife? This data is used only for small data. It cannot be used for large numbers. You have to create number of repetitions. Now, how many repetitions? The number of repetitions should be 9 or 10. Within each, you are going to consider 9 numbers, and you can calculate directly. If you're calculating it directly, then this is known as going to be jackknife. So, right, in our example, if we say mean of sampling distribution is equal to 5.5, standard deviation equal to 2.87 divided by under root of 9 equal to 0.95. This is using central limit theorem. But if we say mean equal to 5.5, standard deviation equal to 0.319, this list we got by eliminating one observation, each time. This is known as jackknife. So in jackknife, you have to remember 4 points. Number one, it is a simple tool. It can be used for small data. Third point is it is based upon elimination of one observation. And fourth is number of repetition should be equal to number of samples. Now, let me test what type of questions are testable. So in Shweza, there are only 3 questions. We have done all of them. Now, please answer question number 5th. So answer should be. Am I clear with this? So एक बार revise कर लीजिए. And before we conclude this chapter, go through the slide number in totality. Is it clear?
तो उसके अंदर भी हम मिनिमम मतलब एटलीस्ट 30 ऑब्जर्वेशन है सिर्फ सेंट्रल लिमिट का ही है.
नहीं, बूटस्ट्रैप क्या कह रहा है? बूटस्ट्रैप भी कह रहा है आप कुछ सैंपल लो, मतलब डेटा को ड्रॉ करो, बट वो वर्ड 30 यूज नहीं करता. 30 वर्ड यूज नहीं करा गया है. बट पॉइंट यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड, इफ यू टेक अ वेरी स्मॉल सैंपल साइज, द सैंपल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन will not be a good sample. मतलब जो भी आप कंक्लूजन ड्रॉ करोगे that will not be appropriate. लेने चाहिए, but 30 it's an ideal practice which researchers believes. Now the point is how they arrive at this number. This is beyond my scope. Okay. एक
तो उस पे निकला जो हमने सैंपल साइज सेलेक्ट किया.
हाँ
30 50 या कुछ भी हम सेलेक्ट करते हैं, दूसरा खुद से आंसर करेंगे.
हाँ, तो वो अंडर रूट ऑफ n पे एनीवेज भी डिपेंडेंट नहीं है. बट आप ये कह रहे हो कितना लूं, तो बूटस्ट्रैप भी कहते हैं नंबर थोड़ा बड़ा ले लो, छोटा, जैसे आपने 2 या 3 ले लिया. अब जो आप सैम्पलिंग डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन बनाओगे वो एक्यूरेट नहीं. एक बार देख लीजिए बोथ द पॉइंट्स. इज इट क्लियर? चलिए, सो बिफोर वी कंक्लूड दिस चैप्टर, व्हाट वी डिड, देयर आर 3 क्वेश्चंस इन Shweza. Go through once. Is it making sense? And now there are 12 questions, sorry 13. एक बार इनको भी देख लीजिए before we conclude it. Non-sampling means here we are talking about convenience and we are talking about judgmental sampling. Then stratified, what we do, we divide and then we take proportional data. Then normal distribution, central limit theorem. There are 3 conclusions. Number 1, it will take a shape of normal distribution. The mean will be equal to population sample mean and the standard deviation is equal to population standard deviation or sample standard deviation divided by under root of n. Then formula for standard error is standard deviation divided by under root of n. फिर जैकनाइफ में हमने क्या कहा था? नंबर ऑफ रिपीटिशन इक्वल टू सैंपल साइज. डिस्क्रिप्टिव को क्या कहते हैं? पैरामीटर कहते हैं. यहाँ पे आप डिवाइड कर दो, दैट इज स्ट्रैटिफाइड. लिस्ट इज नोन एज सैम्पलिंग डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. एरर मींस पॉपुलेशन मींस माइनस सैंपल मीन. And we covered this. Am I clear? चलिए. Now I'm not proceeding further. Time is 11:30. Have a break till 12 o'clock. So what I was planning earlier to complete one chapter, that is simulation. Okay. मैं पहले दिखा देता हूँ कितना लेंदी चैप्टर है. खत्म हो गया. ठीक है. और what is written in the last? मतलब there are 3 concepts in this chapter. 1, 2. What is written in the last? Already covered in estimation. So it is a representation of statistical features of population. That means कितने concept है? 2 concept है. Okay. Now I take this tomorrow. Okay. It's a pretty simple chapter. Now I want to start with the chapter which is the which seems to be more difficult, that is linear regression. Okay. So this chapter we covered tomorrow. Today, 1 hour, we are going to focus on linear regression. Tomorrow, first half will again be dedicated to linear regression. And then in the second half, we complete this particular chapter. Okay. Now, right, the name of the reading is Simple Linear Regression. Simple Linear Regression. Simple Linear Regression. Now, the beauty of this chapter is pretty simple in the class. You will be able to solve all of them. But by the time you go back your home, you try to replicate it again, you won't be getting the correct answers. Okay. So what I want here in this chapter, we are going to do lot many calculations. So instead of, I will perform those calculations on Excel, but you are performing those calculations manually with the help of your calculator, and then you have to verify the answers. Okay. बच्चे करते क्या है, बच्चे कहते हैं ये साला देख ये क्या करेगा, मैं एक्सेल पे करूंगा, मेरा आंसर फटाफट आ जाएगा. मेरा जो आंसर होगा वो गलत होने की प्रोबेबिलिटी, क्योंकि मेरा आंसर कौन निकाल रहा होगा, एक्सेल निकाल रहा होगा. आप खुद मैनुअली निकाल रहे होगे, द प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ एरर्स विल बी मोर. सो प्लीज keep on doing it manually, and then you have to verify the answer what I'm getting on the Excel. I will be using Excel extensively in the class, but you have to do on your calculators. Okay. Am I clear with this? And this chapter is again, the tendency among students is this, they skip this chapter, but if you're skipping this chapter, it is again going to be repeat in level 2 with multilinear regression. And then in level 3, you will learn how we are using this chapter eventually in practical life. So the importance of this chapter is very much in practical sense. Okay. Now, right. Linear regression means, the name of the chapter is linear regression. Linear regression means with the help of given coordinates, you have to draw a line. Linear regression means with the help of given coordinates, you have to draw a line. Full stop. Now need not write anything. Now what I'm trying to say, suppose if I give you an equation 2x plus y plus 5y equal to 10, x plus y equal to 2. I say help me with the values of x and y. So what you will say? Sir, multiply this equation by one number 2, multiply 2 by 1, subtract 1 from 2, you will get one number. Suppose x is equal to 2. Now you will say put 2x equal to 2 in equation number 1, we will get y. कुछ ऐसे ही करते थे. Now this method is known as equation method to get x and y. Then what happened? Then you move to this, I think you covered in class 6th. Then class 7th, what teacher says is if x is 0, y is 7, y 0, x is 2, then you plot this on a graph paper, draw the line, then you draw the second line. Where they're intersecting, that is the value of x and y. This was graphical method. Able to recall? One is equation method, one is graphical method. But now we are in CFA. In CFA, what will be given? Coordinates will be given. And with the help of those coordinates, what you have to do? With the help of those coordinates, you have to draw the line. This process is linear regression. Correct, Baba? Now, right. Standard form of a line. Standard form of a line. Standard form of a line. Y equal to a plus bx. Y equal to a plus bx, where y is equal to dependent variable, a is equal to intercept, b is equal to beta or slope, b is equal to beta or slope, x is equal to independent variable. Shall I proceed? Not right. In this, we are finding y with the help of x, assuming other factors to remain constant. In this, we are finding y with the help of x, assuming other factors to remain constant. For example, we are finding demand. For example, we are finding demand. We are finding demand with the help of price of good, assuming other factors to remain constant. Now, what happens in lower standard? Your teacher used to say that the relationship between price and demand is inverse, assuming other factors to remain. Then teacher used to say that demand is also dependent upon other factor, income of the consumer, price of substitute good, price of complementary goods. Assume other factors to remain constant. If this is demand, this is price, then the curve is going to be downward sloping. अब हम यहाँ पे क्या कर रहे हैं? We are finding demand with the help of price, assuming other factors to remain. That means demand is which variable? Dependent. It is dependent on. So what will be independent? That is going to be price. Am I clear? Not right. For example, y equal to 2 plus 3x. Y equal to 2 plus 3x. We are finding y. We are finding y with the help of x. Now write a intercept equal to b slope equal to. Now write it is value of y when x is 0. Then it is change in y for 1 unit change in correct. Now write x y x 0. What is y? X is 1. X is 2. Now my question is, when x 0, y 2, this is nothing but your this is your intercept. As x increase by 1, y increase by. As x increase by 1, y increase by. Now my point is, but don't put in the equation. If x is 3, then what will be y? Now my point is, am I clear with the meaning of intercept, with the meaning of slope? Now plot this on a graph paper. This will be your y, this will be your x. When x is 0, y is 2. When x is 1, y is 5. So this is your intercept, and 3 is your 3 is your this is your intercept and this is your slope. Am I good to proceed further? Am I good? Is it clear? Not right. Example. We have to predict returns of reliance. We have to predict return of reliance with the help of Nifty 50. We have to predict return of reliance with the help of Nifty 50. That means Nifty 50 will be your dependent variable, independent variable. Independent variable. If it is independent, it will always be on X. Reliance is your dependent variable. It will always be on. Now my question is very simple. Reliance is dependent upon lot many factors. I'm assuming the all other factors to remain. If Nifty is up by 1 or 2%, or I'm forecasting Nifty will give a return of 10% next year, then you have to forecast what is going to be return of Reliance. That means I'm assuming other factors to remain constant. Clear, Baba? Not right. Now start hypothetical example. This is not real data, it's a hypothetical data, right? Hypothetical data. It is not a real data, it's a hypothetical data. Not right. As it is. Write as it is in your notebook. Year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have to copy as it is, okay? Shall I proceed? Now my point is, now please, I plot this on a graph paper. Now my point is, verify which year it is representing. I take the cursor here. What is X? 10. What is Y? Which year? Okay. So X is somewhere between 10 and 15. Y is between 10 and 15 and 20. So to be more precise, X is 12, Y is 17. इसको पढ़ी ऊपर लिखा है X is 12, Y is 17. Which year? X is 14, Y is 11. Then 21, 11. 28, 46. Now my point is, have I plot all the coordinates on the graph paper? Now what you have to do, you have to draw a line. You have to draw a line in such a manner that it is going to touch all the coordinates. It will not touch all the coordinates. It will try its level best to touch all the coordinates. If it is touching all the coordinates, that line is a perfect line. But do you think it will be able to touch all the coordinates? No, it will not be able to. But you have to draw a line in such a manner that it is trying its level best to touch all the coordinates. If not possible, then the distance between the coordinates and the line, that is going to be minimal. This process is known as linear regression. Am I clear with this? Not right. Not right. Y equal to A plus B X. y equal to a plus bx. Now, what is the formula for b? Right? Covariance. Right? Covariance. X comma y divided by variance of x. Correct? Now, what is the formula for a? Mean of y minus b into mean of x. Just you have to remember these two formulas. As of now, please mark up. As of now, please mark up. What is the formula for b? Covariance of comma y divided by variance of x. Variance of x. Same wise, what is the formula for a? Mean of y minus within bracket b multiplied by mean of this much. As of now, take 1 minute. Please mark up the formula. Covariance of x comma y divided by variance of then mean of y minus b into mean of x. Now come to the backside of your notebook. Come to the backside of your notebook. Come to the backside of your notebook. Write both the formulas 2 times. Write both the formulas 2 times. Write both the formulas 2 times. ये बन कैसे रहे? Allow me some time. But as of now, please mark it up. Shall I proceed? Now, second data, second clear work. Second data, second clear work. This will be the values of x. This will be the values of y. Second data, second clear work. Twelve, enter down arrow. 17, enter down arrow. 28, enter down arrow. 46, enter down arrow. 14, enter down arrow. 11, enter down arrow. 10, enter down arrow. 15, enter down arrow. 21, enter down arrow. 11, enter. Now press second, start. How many variables you are dealing with? 2. It should display LIN. That means linear. Now press down arrow. What is N? What is mean of X? What is population standard deviation of X? 6.63. What is mean of Y? What is standard deviation of Y? 13.20. ठीक है? ठीक है? सबका याद है? Then again press some down arrows. You will get some A, B. I'm not interested in that. I want R. 0.7465, so on. Please verify the numbers. Correct? Now it is very simple. Come to the notebook. Now, B. What is the formula for covariance? Can I write here? Correlation x comma y multiplied by standard deviation of x multiplied by standard deviation of whole divided by standard deviation of x into standard deviation of x. बोल सकता हूं? तो बच्चे ने कहा सर, I can cut this. That means I'm left with correlation. Store correlation at 1. Standard deviation of y stored at 2. Standard deviation of x stored at 3. Help me with the answer. Recall 1 multiply by recall 2 divide by recall 3 equal to 1.486363. Verify the answer. Verify the answer. Same wise, what is mean of y? Mean of y is 20. Minus b you have already find out. 1.486363. What is mean of x? Solve. Help me with the answer. This is going to be minus 5.268 approximately. Verify the answers. Verify the answers. Verify the answers. Are we getting slope this much? Are we getting intercept this much? Now my point is, come to that value of a and b जो r से पहले आ रही थी. Verify the numbers. Are we getting the same number a and b? In the calculator, verify the value of a and b. Are we getting the same numbers? Verify a and b. Are we getting the same numbers? अब बड़ा ही सिंपल है, लाइन बन गई है. अब मैं क्या लिखूंगा ध्यान से. Now what will be my final? Predicted y. You are predicting y. A minus 5.268 plus 1.486363 multiplied by actual x. That is what I'm trying to do. Now I'm going to predict y with the help of x. I'm going to predict y with the help of assuming all other factors to remain constant. Correct है बाबा? इतना निकाल लिया सबने? इतना कर लिया? Now what I want? Next, what I want? Come to the back side of the notebook. Come to the back side of the notebook. Y equal to a plus bx. Help me with the formula for b. Covariance. Help me with the formula of a. लिख दीजिए एक बार फिर से. Now my question is, have I performed the same in the calculator? Then whatever the statistical terms I was getting, I multiply, divide, I get the answer. Then with the inbuilt function of your calculator, am I getting the same answer? Now what equation we have framed? Predicted y is equal to this much. लिखिए इक्वेशन अपनी नोटबुक में फेयर में. ठीक है. Now what I want, whatever the A you are getting, store at 1. Whatever the B you are getting, store at 2. Whatever the A you are getting, store at 1. Whatever the B you are getting, store at 2. कर लिया. Now prepare a table. Actual X 12, 28, 14, 10, 21. These are the actual X in the raw data. Can we find out predicted Y? So let me do the first one for you. Press 12, multiply by recall 2 equal to plus recall 1. First answer will be 12.56. Verify you getting this answer. 12 multiply by recall 2 equal to plus recall 1. Verify, are we getting 12.56? In the same manner, complete the entire table. 28 multiply by recall 2 equal to plus recall 1, 36.35. 14 multiply by recall 2 plus recall 1 equal to 15.54. 10 multiply by recall 2 plus recall 1, 9.59. 21 multiply by recall 2 plus recall 1. Please verify all the answers. Shall I proceed? Now, I'm going to use inbuilt function of Excel. I write here intercept. Let me delete this. Then I write slope. There's an inbuilt function. This is my Y. This is my X. Am I getting the same number? Same wise, inbuilt function slope. This is my Y. This is my X. Numbers are same. Now what I will do here, these are my actual X. Now what I have to find out? Predicted Y. Now it will be this value plus this value multiply by this one. करीब यही कर रहे थे आप इतनी देर से. Am I getting the same numbers? Am I getting the same numbers? Now plot this on a graph paper. Plot this on a graph paper. Is it in the form of line? Is it in the form of line? Is it in the form of line? Now this is known as linear regression. Let me repeat it again. What was given? What was given? Coordinates were given. With the help of given coordinates, what you have to do? You have to draw line. For line we need A, for line we need B. That's it. What is the formula for B? Covariance of comma Y divided by variance of. What is the formula for A? Mean of minus B into mean of X. We find out both the numbers. This is our actual X. With the help of that, we find out the predicted Y. Now my point is what we are going to learn going forward. Now I go to Excel. I will go to data. And now Excel will run the regression. ध्यान से देखना, ये घर जाके प्रैक्टिस करना. Go to data. go to data analysis tab. In majority of the laptop, you may not find it. Then Google it, how to get data analysis tab in Excel. So कुछ आप Excel options में जाओगे, you will get this. Okay, so this feature is disabled in your Excel. तो आपको लगेगा मेरे लैपटॉप में है ही नहीं है, तो उसको एक्टिवेट करना पड़ेगा. Okay, Google it. Okay, now I will go to data analysis. I will run the regression. I press OK. This table will pop up. What is the Y? This is my Y. This is my X. Then where you want the output? I want the output in the same sheet. Let us suppose I want here. Then you have to take residuals. Residuals means error. What is the meaning? Allow me some time. Then I want line fit plot. That means I want a graph also. And then you have to press OK. Now Excel will run the regression. Now my focus is on this graph. Help me. What are the blue dots? The blue dots are actual Y. But what are the orange dots? Orange dots are. Now my point is, with the help of blue dots, I created one orange dot. And if I joined all the dots, is it forming a line? Is it touching all the coordinates? No, it is trying its level best to touch the maximum coordinates. Is it touching all the coordinates? No, but it is trying its level best to touch maximum coordinates. And this process is known as linear regression. इतना भी तक समझ आया? अब एक बार देखते हैं. Now next what we have to learn? Now next we have to learn how Excel is making this entire table. How Excel is making this entire table. This is going to be the next task, because of which it is going to be really difficult. Okay, but abhi tak any difficulty we are having? Any concerns? Okay. Now let me highlight all the parts. Help me. Are we getting the same predicted Y? Verify. Are we getting the same predicted Y? Now my point is, along with that, please write. ये आपने बनाया था. Along with that, please write actual Y. Along with that, please write actual Y. When X is 12, what was your actual Y? Now my question is very simple. We want them to be equal. It is not equal. So in stats, we call this as residuals. Alternative name of residuals is error term. Now help me. What is the first residual? 17 minus 12.56. Help me with the answer. 4.43. Verify. Are we getting the same number? In the same manner, I want you to complete this entire table. I want you to complete this entire table and verify the answers. Now, we have to learn this in totality. Now, my point is, verify the yellow part. Am I clear how Excel is getting this yellow part? What is the residual? This is nothing but difference between actual Y and predicted Y. Are we getting the same numbers? 2 मिनट लीजिएगा, प्लीज रिवाइज करिए. डिफिकल्टी बढ़ता जाएगा. ओके. The next 20 minutes are going to be highly important. Okay, we cover one practical case study. Okay, so that is going to be really important. Take 2-3 minutes. Any concern, please let me know. The next 20 minutes or 25 minutes are going to be really important. There are going to be lot many calculations. So we are going to do this in parts. Am I clear with my first part? Take 2 minutes, repeat multiple times. Remember the formula as of now. As of now, please mug up the formula. Okay. Just remember the flow. And then I'm going to connect all the dots. Beta, what is the formula for residual? So this is nothing but, beta, it is actual y minus predicted y. So what I'm trying to say, you're saying that when x is 12, we predicted y to be 12.56, but actual y is 17. So beta, the difference between the two is known as residual. The difference between the two is known as residual. That is the error that you have committed.
जो predicted वाले में जो actual वाले हैं इन दोनों में से कोई भी straight line पे line करें जो actual वाले और जो predicted वाले हैं इनमें से कोई भी जो straight line हम draw करेंगे उस पे line करेंगे
सारे predicted वाले लाइन पे तो
नहीं मतलब उस line की close में line करेंगे actual
कैसी बच्चों वाली बातें कर रहे हो? ये लो नाउ कहां पे लाइन पे नहीं है? कौन सा कोऑर्डिनेट लाइन पे नहीं है? सारे कोऑर्डिनेट लाइन पे बनेंगे इसके तो। अगर मैं खाली कोऑर्डिनेट्स वाला ग्राफ बनाऊं, एक मिनट, ये लीजिए, कोऑर्डिनेट्स वाला ग्राफ बनाऊं, सारे डॉट्स के लाइन में आ रहे हैं? कौन सा लाइन में नहीं आ रहा कोऑर्डिनेट आपका? जो चैप्टर का नाम था ये, और ये इंजीनियर का डाउट है, भाई इंजीनियर है हमारा, नहीं ऐसा कॉमर्स ही, वैसे फिर ठीक है। फिर बंद, फिर तो तुम अकाउंट्स में भी ऐसे डाउट पूछते थे जैसे इंजीनियरिंग वाले हो, तो मुझे लगा तुम इंजीनियर हो। अब क्लियर है ये? any doubts? Is it forming a line? All the predicted y will fall on the line. Answer is yes. Correct है बाबा? Any concerns till this point? हाँ, आप कुछ बोल रहे थे? Any concerns you are having? ये पक्का कॉमर्स के ही होंगे। चले प्रोसीड ना। ओके, now my point is, ना तंग नहीं करेंगे प्लीज प्लीज प्लीज। now the point is verify are we getting the same r? एक आपने r निकाला था, verify are we getting the same r? second data, second stat, go to that r, are we getting the same number? Now please take the square of that number, please take the square of that number, verify are we getting the same number? Take the square of that number, are we getting the same number? Okay, what is the significance? Allow me some time. Then verify are we getting same intercept and same value of slope? What Excel is giving, are we getting the same numbers? Okay. Now the question arises, where is the practical application of this particular concept? Okay, now we have to focus on that particular part. Okay, Now my point is, if this equation is correct, now help me, if we put entire money into Nifty, then how much return we can anticipate based upon the historical data? 12%, 11%. Now, if I put here 12%, suppose that this number works out to be 14%, hypothetically. That means how much return I'm anticipating on Reliance? 14%. Then, if I draw this on a graph paper, I will write here Nifty, I write here Reliance, and slope is 1.48. That means if Nifty changes by 1%, Reliance will change by 1.5. And is it nothing but beta? Beta भी क्या यही बोल रहा था? If Nifty changes by 1, what is the change in Reliance? That means practically beta is calculated with the help of regression. Now, what I will do? Now, we are going to learn how to calculate beta practically. Now, what I will do? I will take the prices of Reliance for last some period, let us assume 3 years. Then I take Nifty for last 3 years. Then I run the regression, and whatever the slope of this line would be, that is going to be the beta. Now let me calculate it practically. Now, just watch it. You need not to do anything, okay? First, I need prices of Reliance. So try and watch this video again, how I'm doing this. So first I go to bscindia.com. Then you have to go to markets. Then you have to go to market data, correct? What I want historical prices. I want historical prices for Reliance Industries. Now, I want data for last 3 years. Today the date is 16 December 23. So I want data from 16 December 20 till today. So how much data I'm taking? I download this daily. मुझे हर दिन की कीमतें दो. I have downloaded the price. So if I open up my Excel, which I have downloaded from the system, it will look like this. This will look like this. So what I have for the last 3 years, I have the prices. So I say पहले कितना था? So it was trading at some 2,000 rupees. And what is the price today? That is 2,500. Is it clear? Now, I want prices for Sensex also or Nifty. We are on the website of BSC, then it will be Nifty. Sorry, then we have Sensex. Same data, same dates, 16th and then 15th, submit, download. Now, this data is for Sensex. Now let me do some sort of formatting. I don't need open, high, low, close. I need only the closing value. So closing value of Sensex. So Sensex in 2020, how many points? 46,000. And what is Sensex today? So let me check. Sensex 71,483.75. Am I getting the same number? Now what I will do some bit of formatting. And now I will calculate percentage change. अब ध्यान से देखना. Nifty on 16th December was 46,666. Nifty on 17th December 46,890. On 17th December, Nifty positive था या negative था? Positive. So can I calculate the formula? This divide by this minus 1. हो सकता है? आपने कहा निफ्टी पॉजिटिव बंद हुआ कितने से? 0.5%. I copy this I paste the formula. और 15 दिसंबर को yesterday Nifty was up by how much? Am I getting the same number? Am I getting the same number? क्लियर मैंने क्या करा? चलिए same wise I want to perform this for Reliance also. I don't need open, high, low. I just need the closing price. And I'm going to delete all this. But now there is a catch. Now the catch is, look into the data very carefully. Here, what is the starting point? What is starting point? और यहाँ पे starting point क्या है? तो क्या दोनों डेटा उल्टे हैं? So first I will do the adjustment. So that is I'm going to apply some filter. Now I want this in the ascending order. सबसे पहले छोटी डेटा है, फिर बड़ी डेटा है. अब चेक करिए, is it matching? The starting point of both the files, 16 December, 16 December, 16 December. Is it matching? Now I copy this entire file. यहाँ पे मैंने पेस्ट कर दिया. I rename it as Reliance. I calculate percentage change in the same manner. This value divide by this -1. I plot this. अब एक बार देख लेते हैं. Reliance on 15 December up by. Let me verify it. Reliance. Now it is up by the same number. Same number. तो मैंने करा क्या? I have taken the data for some period. We are not talking about one particular date. We are talking about a period. This period is 3 years is a good enough. Now what I did, I calculated the prices. I calculated the percentage change. Correct? Any doubt till this point? Now what I will do, I will plot this on a graph paper. I'm getting so many coordinates. With the help of these coordinates, I'm going to draw line. Now help me, when I draw a line, what will be on x-axis? What will be on x? Nifty or Sensex. What will be on y? Now my point is, I'm trying to predict Nifty. I'm trying to predict Reliance with the help of assuming all other factors to remain. Correct है बाबा? अब देखते हैं. What is the form of a line? A plus bx. अब मैं simple क्या निकालूंगा? I simply type here slope. This will be my y. This will be my x. What is the slope? Slope is 1.06. What is the meaning of this 1.06? The meaning of this 1.06 is, if Nifty is up by 10%, Reliance will be up by 10.6%. If Nifty is up by 1%, Reliance will be up by 1.06%. If Nifty is down by 1%, Reliance will be down by 1.06%, assuming all other factors to remain constant. अब बच्चे ने कहा सर मैं समझ गया. That means what you're trying to say is, अब ध्यान से देखना, in India, without taking any risk, how much you can earn? 7%. Correct? अब मार्केट का बीटा क्या होता है ध्यान से देखते हैं. अगेन लेट मी डू द फॉर्मूला. बीटा लिखना नहीं है, बीटा ऑफ मार्केट कोवेरियंस ऑफ स्टॉक विद मार्केट डिवाइड बाय वेरियंस ऑफ द मार्केट. अभी क्या बन जाएगा? कोवेरियंस ऑफ मार्केट विद मार्केट डिवाइड बाय वेरियंस ऑफ मार्केट. covariance of a number with itself, it is nothing but covariance of a number with itself is nothing but variance डिवाइड बाय वेरिएंस. क्या बन जाएगा ये? अब ध्यान से देखना. niftyindices.com. If I go here and check the fact sheet, what is the beta of Nifty? What is the beta of Nifty? अब सवाल बड़ा सिंपल है. एक रिस्क लेने के लिए, ₹1 का रिस्क लेने के लिए you can earn 12% extra. You can earn 12%. This is the return of Nifty. This is the beta of Nifty. Correct? Now my point is, when I want to invest into Reliance, shall I beta is 1.06. तो मैं 12 कमाना चाहता हूँ, 12 से ज्यादा या 12 से कम? 12 से थोड़ा सा ज्यादा. अब आपने कहा दी मॉडल इज CAPM RF प्लस RM RF डिवाइड बाय बीटा ऑफ मल्टीप्लाई बाय बीटा ऑफ स्टॉक. अब बच्चा क्या कहता है? टू अर्न 5% extra, I'm taking a risk of, I want to take a risk of plus 7%. Now, if you solve, you will get somewhere close to 12.5. ले लेता हूं ऐसे, you will get 12.5. Now, the $1,000,000 question is, if tomorrow actually Nifty increase by 12, Nifty increase by 12, are you confident 100% that Reliance will give a return of 12.5? Are you confident that Reliance will give a return of 12.5? Are you confident that Reliance will give return of 12.5? Yes or no? बच्चे ने कहा, sir, we are dealing with predictions. How predictions could be accurate? How predictions could be accurate? अब ध्यान से देखते हैं, एक मिनट देख लेते हैं ना. निफ्टी पिछले एक साल में भागा कितना है, ये भी चेक कर लेते हैं ना. लास्ट 1 year निफ्टी इज अप बाय 17. अब आप करो, फिगर्स में डालो सारा, ये 17 कर दो, 17.45 करिए, तो रिलायंस के ऊपर रिटर्न 18 आनी चाहिए, मोटा माटी, मतलब मोटा माटी 18 ले लूं. अब आप देख लेते हैं, क्या रिलायंस असली में लास्ट 1 year 18 भागा है क्या? डीमर्जर ऑलरेडी अकाउंट, डीमर्जर आई थिंक अकाउंट इसने, एक सेकंड, डीमर्जर का केस आ गया, रुकिए, मनी कंट्रोल पे चेक करते हैं. इफ आई टेक इनटू कंसीडरेशन रिलायंस, दे हैव, आई थिंक डीमर्जर कंसीडर करा हुआ है, करा हुआ है ना. सो अगर डीमर्जर कंसीडर करा हुआ है, then how much I'm getting? -3. Now my point is, whatever we are saying, this is not certainty. Whatever we are saying, that is a probable statement. This is predicted by assuming all other factors to remain. अब सवाल ये उठता है, सर, ये जो बार बार आप बोल रहे हो, ये अंदाजा है. What is the probability of that अंदाजा? The probability of that prediction is R². अब मैं एक और टर्म कैलकुलेट करूंगा, बट बिफोर लेट मी प्रूव व्हाट फॉर्मूला वी आर डूइंग. हेल्प मी. कोवेरियंस. व्हाट इज कोवेरियंस ऑफ स्टॉक विथ कोवेरियंस ऑफ स्टॉक विथ मार्केट डिवाइड बाय वेरियंस ऑफ. पहले तो ये देखिए, क्या ये फॉर्मूला मुझे सेम आंसर दे रहा है? Am I getting the same answer using the formula also? Am I getting the same answer? अब दूसरा क्या है? R². ये निकलता कैसे भी देखेंगे, but I'm using inbuilt function. R² is R square is 43%. Now, what is the meaning of this? Whatever you're predicting with the help of this data, the accuracy or the probability of that is 43, and 57% are the chances that whatever you're saying, that will be incorrect. अब ध्यान से देखना, if I calculate one fact sheet, now in this fact sheet, let me verify the numbers that we have calculated. We have calculated for, I don't want all this. Reliance देखना काम पे Reliance पे repeat ना कर दूँ. ये. I don't want all this. I want for Reliance. Are we getting something called R square? What is the beta of Reliance? Point, ये कह रहा है 1.3 with the R square of. That means whatever you're predicting with the help of Nifty, that has a probability of 52% and beta is 1.3. अब सवाल बड़ा सिंपल है. Reliance में movement is because of n number of factors. I'm assuming all other factors to remain constant, and my point is, what is on my X? Nifty. That means movement बताओ Reliance में किसकी वजह से? That means इस लाइन का जो भी B होगा, that is going to be the beta of Reliance. Again, I'm saying, assuming all other factors to remain. What is the change in Reliance? Because of only Nifty only. Assuming other factors to remain. And we are getting R square of 43. That means whatever I'm predicting, that has a probability of 43% only. That means, एक बार recall करते हैं portfolio के chapter को. In Reliance, total standard deviation, this is known as total risk. I'm least interested in total risk. I want to divide this into, one is systematic, one is unsystematic. What is the movement in Reliance? Because of Nifty. तो आपने कहा 1.06. अब कई बच्चे मेरे पास आ जाते हैं, सर पिछले एक साल में रिलायंस ने नेगेटिव रिटर्न दी है, निफ्टी ने पॉजिटिव रिटर्न दिया, बीटा तो नेगेटिव हो गया. This is an incorrect interpretation. First of all, we are not talking about 1 year. We talk about some 3-4 year period. This is the first incorrect. अब मैं आपको एक सेकेंड बहुत अच्छा एग्जांपल देता हूं. Tell me whether the beta will be positive or negative. Apply your brains and answer me logically. Now the question is, there is one stock in the market. The name of the stock is PC Jeweler. In last 3 years, PC Jeweler has fallen by 95%. 95%. Market has delivered a return of some positive. Assume that market has delivered a return of 50% positive. Will beta be negative? Think logically. स्टॉक गिरा है, मार्केट ऊपर है, 3 सालों के अंदर बीटा पॉजिटिव होगा, नेगेटिव होगा? They are moving in opposite direction. Market is up by 50%, stock is down by 95%. Will beta be positive, negative? स्लोप क्या होगा? पॉजिटिव होगा या नेगेटिव होगा? अगर इसको ग्राफ पेपर पे ड्रॉ करूं, एक तरफ ले लूं निफ्टी और एक तरफ ले लूं पीसी ज्वेलर, विल दिस लाइन बी अपवर्ड स्लोपिंग, डाउनवर्ड स्लोपिंग? तो अगर डाउनवर्ड बोल रहे हो तो बीटा नेगेटिव कह रहे हो, और अगर अपवर्ड कह रहे हो तो बीटा पॉजिटिव कह रहे हो. सो व्हाट इज बीटा? The line will be upward sloping, downward sloping. If you're saying upward, that means beta is positive. If you're saying downward, then means beta is negative. That means आपको करना क्या है, नेक्स्ट ईयर अगर निफ्टी 10% की रिटर्न देती है या 1% का रिटर्न देता है, व्हाट इज योर प्रेडिक्शन? पीसी जेलर विल गिव अ पॉजिटिव रिटर्न और नेगेटिव रिटर्न. सो दैट मींस यू आर सेइंग बीटा इज नेगेटिव. अब आप देखिएगा, अब जैसे ही आपने कहा बीटा विल बी नेगेटिव, तो जो बंदा था हमारा हैरी मार्कोविट्स, उसने जो थ्योरी बनाई आपने उसकी क्या कर दी, माध्यमिक कर दी. अब कैसे करी माध्यमिक, मैं दिखाता हूं. आपने कहा के ई इज 7% और ये हम ले रहे थे 5%, करेक्ट. और आपने बीटा को क्या कर दिया, नेगेटिव. लेट मी टेक -2. If it is -2, then answer will be -3. Now, what is the interpretation of this -3? The interpretation of this -3 is, I want to invest in PC Jeweler so that I can have a negative return of 3%. Is it a logical statement? चलिए ले लेते हैं -1. If it is -1, then answer will be 2%. I want to invest into PC Jeweler so that I can have a return of 2%. Is it logical? अरे हमारी कंट्री में बिना रिस्क लिए कितना कमा सकते हो, तो फिर कोई रिस्क लेके 2 क्यों कमाना चाहेगा? इज इट इलॉजिकल स्टेटमेंट्स? देन हाउ कम बीटा कुड बी नेगेटिव? बट बच्चा कह रहे सर दोनों डायरेक्शन में तो अलग जा रहे हैं. ये करेक्ट है. चलिए अब समझते हैं व्हाट हैपेंस विद पीसी जेलर. बट आई वांट टू कंक्लूड वन पॉइंट. बीटा ऑफ एनी स्टॉक कैन नेवर बी नेगेटिव. Again and again, I'm repeating this point. Beta of any stock can never be negative, because if beta is negative, then K could be, or K could be less than RF, which is itself is illogical. Correct है बाबा? इतना अभी तक समझ आया? चलिए अब बच्चे ने कहा सर क्या हुआ था पीसी ज्वेलर में, कहानी सुना. Can I take 15 more minutes? ठीक है, पर तो वैसे ही नहीं रहे, कहानी सुन रहे हैं, सुन ही लेते हैं. ठीक है चलिए इसका. अच्छा कई बच्चे सोच रहे हैं रियल पेपर से कोई लेना देना है. दिस यू विल रियलाइज इन लेवल 2 एंड लेवल 3. पर्सन लेवल 1 इट हैज अ वेरी लिमिटेड रोल. ठीक है चलिए. नाउ पीसी ज्वेलर वाज ट्रेडिंग इन द मार्केट एट 400 rupees. So I'm talking some 4 years back. It was trading in the market at 400 rupees. Then it gradually increased to the level of 600. PC ज्वेलर. What is the business of this company? Then in the manufacturing of old ornaments. So जो भी आप डायमंड ज्वेलरी देखते हैं ये कंपनी बनाती थी. मार्केट में what happened? There was a scam by Nirav Modi. Nirav Modi scam. This person operates in jewelry segment and there's a default, some 5,000, 6,000 crore he has taken away from PNB Bank. Now what could be the market sentiments with respect to jewelry stocks? Turn positive, negative? Negative. And the market leader of this business is Titan, that is Tanish, a brand owned by Ratan Tata. Do you think that Ratan Tata will default on the loans? तो स्टॉक को कुछ नहीं हुआ. बट ये स्टॉक धीरे धीरे it come to a level of 500 within 1 month. 500. Then another scam came into the market by Mehul Choksey, who was the promoter of Gitanjali Gems. Again, a company operating in jewelry segment. Gitanjali Gems again involved in some sort of misappropriation of fund. अब सवाल है, what will be the market sentiments with respect to jewelry? Again negative. It comes to the level of 400. Then the moment it comes to the level of 400, the auditor Deloitte resigned from the company, stating that there is some misappropriation of funds in the company. Stock भागना चाहिए, गिरना चाहिए. Stock आ गया 200 रुपए पे in a span of 2, 3, 4 months. Then management comes. Management says, this is all bullshit going in the market. Company is running very well, and we are about to appoint one more Big Four auditor. Further, to prove that we are confident on the operations of the company, we are coming up with a buyback. Anybody is having the share of my company, return it back, and we are ready to buy at a price of 300. अब स्टॉक क्या होने लगेगा? भागने लगे. अरे साला तुम 300 पे खरीद रहे हो, तो लोगों ने कहा चलो 200 पे खरीदेंगे और कंपनी को कितने पे दे देंगे. एंड इट इज गोइंग टू बी एन अनकंडीशनल ऑफर. जिसके पास शेयर है दे दो, 300 रुपए ले लो. स्टॉक वापस से भाग के कितने पे आ गया? 300 पे आ गया. अब देखिएगा मैनेजमेंट क्या कहता है, वी प्रपोज द सेम टू द शेयर होल्डर। ये जो लाइन थी 200 पे 300 पे खरीदने किसने कही थी? मैनेजमेंट ने। फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैं मैनेजमेंट का पार्ट हूँ, वॉल स्ट्रीट में मैंने कहा हम शेयर तुम्हारा 300 पे खरीद लेंगे, बट मैं तो मालिक नहीं हूँ ना। सेम वी विल प्रपोज टू शेयर होल्डर्स फॉर देयर अप्रूवल। अभी क्या बोलते हैं, टू आवर सरप्राइज वी प्रपोज द सेम टू द शेयर होल्डर्स एंड दे आर नॉट गिविंग द अप्रूवल फॉर दैट। सर अभी तो तुमने मेरे साथ गेम खेला, आप जैसे मासूम बच्चे ने कहा ये तो मेरे साथ खेल गया। आपको यही लगा होगा ना जब मैनेजमेंट कुछ बोल रही है तो शेयर होल्डर से पहले अप्रूवल लेके यही होगी, ऐसे कोई थोड़ी बोल सकता है। अब आप क्या कह रहे हो कि अब आप खरीद नहीं पा रहे हो, और उसका रीजन क्या है, क्योंकि शेयर होल्डर्स का अप्रूवल नहीं है। इज इट अ क्लियर कट केस ऑफ पुअर गवर्नेंस? मार्केट ने कहा ऐसी कम कैसी साले तेरे, ये स्टॉक आ गया मार्केट में 10 रुपए का। ना मैं बेसिक सिंपल क्वेश्चन इज, whatever the movement is going in PC Jeweler, is it because of Nifty? Is Narendra Modi just responsible for this movement? All the other companies also moving in the same direction. This is an unsystematic risk. Systematic risk means movement in the stock because of Nifty 50. अब सवाल बड़ा सिंपल है, जिनके पेरेंट्स अच्छे हैं, बहुत अच्छे हैं, मान के चलते आपके पेरेंट्स बहुत अच्छे हैं, तो इसका मतलब ये आप कभी फेल नहीं हो सकते। या अच्छे माँ बाप जिनके होते हैं उनके बच्चे फेल होते हैं। जिनके पेरेंट्स अच्छे हैं, द पेरेंट्स आर गुड, कैन देयर स्टूडेंट्स, कैन देयर सन डॉटर कैन फेल इन एनी एग्जामिनेशन? तो इसका मतलब है जो फेल हुए हैं उसकी जिम्मेदार माँ बाप है। क्या ये लाइन करेक्ट है? क्या ये लाइन करेक्ट है? दे मे फेल बिकॉज ऑफ सम अदर रीजंस बट दे हैव नॉट फेल्ड बिकॉज ऑफ देयर सेम वाइज हु इज द पेरेंट हियर? Sensex or Nifty is the parent. Yes, PC Jeweler has fallen, but is it because of Nifty? No, it has fallen because of some other factor. How come beta could be negative? अब मैं इस बात को प्रूफ करता हूं, देखते हैं। फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स लेंगे। पीसी ज्वेलर शेयर, now right now it is at 32. The background that I was giving you, that was some pretty old. Okay, now help me. What is the price in 24th April 17? 182. Then it touched the level of 584. The date is 15th Jan. 200 रुपए का स्टॉक 600 रुपए का हो गया। 15 Jan, remember the date. And then in just 18 months, it touched the level of 48, 46, 45. That means, does it erode the wealth of the investor by more than 90%? गिर चुका है। अब इसी पीरियड को ले लेते हैं कंसिडरेशन में। So what is the date? 15 Jan 18. Let me take beta for 2 years. अब स्टार्ट करते हैं। I want Sensex. What Sensex I want? I want 15th Jan 18 till 20 Jan 14. I click here. For the same period, I want prices for PC Jeweler. Daily price, I want 15 Jan 18 till 14 Jan 20. I don't need all this data. What I need only, then I want percentage change in Sensex. What formula I will use here? Future value, present value, -1. I want this in percentage. Then next what I want, this is Sensex. Next what I want, PC Jeweler. Sorry. Now I need to do some sort of formatting. Delete this. Delete all this. Then what is the starting point? Just check. For Sensex it is 15 January 2000. And here it is. You have to apply, sir. You have to apply filter. Sorted. अब क्या बिल्कुल सेम है? अब इसको टीचर ने क्या करा? कॉपी करा. I don't need this data. I paste it here. एक सेकंड दीजिएगा. Now I copy this and will paste here. So percentage change in PC Jeweler. Same formula I'm going to apply. Now what you will do, slope, that is beta. This will be y. This will be x. Is beta negative? Is beta negative? Beta will still be a positive number. But now I'm confident enough 1% going to be significantly lower. अब इसका मतलब क्या है? कल अगर निफ्टी 10% भागा, so you are saying that PC Jeweler will run by 11.6%, but it has some probability. Now, what is the probability? That probability will be given by. Now, my point is, think logically. Whatever you're saying, it has a very high probability, very low probability. Now, the R square is going to be 2%. That means whatever you're saying, the 97% is that is not going to be happen. Is it a reliable beta? Is it a reliable beta? Again, I want to say, can beta be negative? Sir, they're moving in opposite direction. That is true. But is stock moving in opposite direction because of Nifty? If that is not the case, then beta will not be negative. अब ध्यान से देखना, आप यहाँ पे क्या करते हो? यहाँ पे आप ले रहे हो निफ्टी, यहाँ पे आप ले रहे हो पीसी ज्वेलर. So I'm looking only into the movement because of Nifty, assuming other factors remain. That means I'm only interested in which movement? I'm only interested in systematic movement. I'm least interested in unsystematic movement, and this movement was unsystematic. एक बार खोलिए portfolio का chapter where we have written with respect to systematic, unsystematic. Now read that table. Is it making sense? Please go through all the points.
ग्राफ को प्लॉट करेंगे तो किस सेट लेंगे, तो ग्राफ को प्लॉट करेंगे अगर एस्टिमेटेड बाय निकालते
लाइन पे डॉट बिल्कुल लाइन पे वो करेगा, फॉल करेगा
किस सेट अपवर्ड
अपवर्ड। आपने 1.16 बोला ना, तब जैसे जैसे x बढ़ता रहेगा y भी बढ़ता रहेगा, तो अपवर्ड स्लोपिंग है, डाउनवर्ड स्लोपिंग थोड़ी होगा। जब जब कीमतें बढ़ती हैं, डिमांड विल फॉल। इज इट बिकॉज ऑफ इंक्रीज इन प्राइस? Again, I repeat, when prices increase, demand fall. Demand has fallen because of price. So what should be the slope? Upward, downward? कर लो हाथ चला लो, ऐसे थोड़ी हाथ चलता है, ऐसे कौन सा हाथ करता है? ऐसे हो रहा है या ऐसे हो रहा है? तो जैसे जैसे कीमतें बढ़ती रहेंगी, डिमांड मेरी वजह से गिरती रहेगी, सो स्लोप इज गोइंग टू बी डाउनवर्ड। दैट वे टीचर डिमांड कर्व इज ऑलवेज डाउनवर्ड स्लोपिंग। As prices will keep on increasing, supplier is willing to supply more, curve will be upward sloping। एंड ध्यान से टीचर हमेशा लाइन सेट, मैं भी यही सोचता था कि इकोनॉमिक्स के टीचर की लाइन हमेशा साली सीधी कैसे बनती है, या तो ऐसे बना देते थे या ऐसे बनाते थे। दे आर डूइंग अज्यूमिंग ऑल अदर फैक्टर्स टू रिमेन एंड दे आर रनिंग दी रिग्रेशन। करेक्ट है? चलिए आएंगे मेरे साथ, लिखेंगे। प्रैक्टिकली we calculate beta with the help of linear regression. Practically, we calculate beta with the help of linear regression. To check the accuracy of beta, we calculate R square. To check the accuracy of beta, we calculate R square. Alternative name of R square is coefficient of determination. Alternative name of R square is coefficient of determination. The range of R square is 0 to 100%. Within bracket, calculation to be covered tomorrow. The range of R square is 0 to 100%. Calculation to be covered tomorrow. It signifies the probability of predicted Y. Lower the R square, poor regression it is. Lower the R square, poor regression it is. And higher the R square, reliable regression it is. बेटा रिग्रेशन पुअर या डेटा पुअर एक ही बात है ना। रिग्रेशन आप एक्स और वाई को निकाल रहे हो, वाई को निकाल रहे हो एक्स की मदद से। अब ये पुअर है तो रिग्रेशन और डेटा दोनों ही चलिए ठीक है। नेक्स्ट देखिए होमवर्क। कैलकुलेट बीटा of Hindustan Unilever Limited, TCS. Okay. What data you will take into consideration? 16th December 2020 to 15th December 2023. The problem among students is they run the regression on absolute values. Regression will never be run on absolute. Regression will always be run on percentage change. ये कल करके आओगे और फिर गालियां दोगे कि बीटा नेगेटिव आ रहा है. Regression will never be run on absolute. It will always be run on percentage changes. Next, a common point, common mistake. X will always be nifty or and Y will always be करेक्ट है. इसका आपको निकालना है. आई एम प्रिटी कॉन्फिडेंट दैट जो मैंने अभी एक्सेल पे करा है वो एकदम से आपसे नहीं होगा. सो यू हैव टू अगेन रिवाइंड द वीडियो. You have to play, you have to replicate what teacher is doing on Excel. Okay, so this will be the homework which has nothing to do with your examination. But what is important, you have one financial modeling. In that financial modeling, they are calculating the answer using the Excel. Okay, so please do this homework. It is more or less mandatory now because you have to cover one more. You have to cover that practice skill module. ठीक है, बाकी कहानी कल कंक्लूड करेंगे. एक लाइन और लिख लो, एक लाइन और लिख लो, एक लाइन और लिख लो. प्रिडिक्टेड वाई a plus b actual x. Predicted y is equal to a plus b actual x. Help me with the formula for a. Help me with formula for b. जिसका पेपर नहीं है वो लिख रहा है साला. चलिए रिवाइज करके आइएगा, कल मिलते हैं. चलिए स्टार्ट करने से पहले आई होप यू हैव रिवाइज दी यस्टरडेज लेक्चर. ठीक है. एंड अभी मैं आया तो कुछ दो आपस में कुछ सीट को लेके लड़ाई हो रही थी. आप दो बच्चों में ना हो रही थी, कुछ बहस हो रही थी, ये अच्छी है ये गंदी है. तो आज स्टार्ट करने से पहले मैं जनरली मतलब ऑलमोस्ट अब हम मतलब जो फेब के बच्चे हैं ऑलमोस्ट वी आर इन दी एंड. मैं ऐसी लैंग्वेज यूज करता नहीं हूँ बट मैं आज कर रहा हूँ एक लैंग्वेज. आज किसी बच्चे की कमर टूटेगी. ठीक है. नाउ व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इज आज क्वांट्स का सबसे मुश्किल लेक्चर है. या क्वांट्स आपकी कमर तोड़ देगा या आप क्वांट्स की कमर तोड़ोगे. लेकिन मेरा दिल ये कहता है कि कमर किसकी टूटेगी, आपकी टूटेगी. ठीक है. सो आई डोंट नो व्हाई बट यस टुडे it's going to be almost it is going to be the last session of quants. Okay, where the difficulty level will be at its peak. Okay, the onwards I'm just left with 2 more lectures with quants and then quants is over. In the entire CFA level 1 curriculum, quants is the most difficult one. It used to be, but the best part is in 2024 again they have deleted lot many concepts. Okay, if you compare with 2023, the syllabus was very vast, but this time they have deleted the concepts. Okay, and my only request will be need not to defer whatever we are covering in the class. Okay, and the responsibility as a student will be that you have to revise whatever we have covered till point. Okay, so in the next class I will be concluding all the chapters. Okay, so आज हम linear regression को वापस से start करेंगे. I will not be in a position to complete this chapter because I need the help of hypothesis testing. So today we are going to start with hypothesis also. We will be doing both the chapters simultaneously. Then on Saturday, I'm going to conclude both the chapters. That means today we will not be in a position to even conclude it. But yes, majority of the part, I try my level best to cover in today's lecture. And whatever we have covered till point in quants, your responsibility as a student would be that in the next Saturday, you're going to revise all of them. If you follow the instructions, believe me or not, you will be able to score more than 90% in quants also. But if you don't follow my instructions, if you defer the stuffs, then quants will become slightly more difficult. ठीक है? तो सिंपल भाषा में बोलूँ, जो आज पढ़ाने वाला हूँ, थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्टी लेवल पीक होगा. आपका काम ये है, जितना सर ने क्लास में लिखवाया है उतना घर जाके रिवाइज कर लेना, और जितनी पिछली क्लासेस हुई हैं उनको रिवाइज करके आ जाए. इतना कर लोगे, क्वांट्स बहुत ईजी लगेगा. आप चीज़ों को डेफर करोगे, घर जाके नहीं पढ़ोगे, और आप कहोगे कि मैं नेक्स्ट क्लास अटेंड कर लेता हूँ जब मेरी नेक्स्ट सैटरडे की क्लास आएगी, देन आप बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम में आ जाओगे. एंड देन द कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल विल शेक अ लॉट. आपको लगेगा मेरे को तो कुछ समझ ही नहीं आ रहा. ठीक है? तो ऐसा होगा भी. यहाँ पे मैं कुछ पढ़ाऊंगा, मेरे को लग रहा होगा मेरा आंसर आ रहा है लेकिन आपका नहीं आ रहा होगा. ठीक है? मुझे ऐसा लग रहा होगा कि मैं अच्छा पढ़ा रहा हूँ. ऐसा मुझे शुरू में लगता रहेगा. एक टाइम के मुझे ये लग रहा होगा कि मैं क्या पढ़ा रहा हूँ मुझे भी नहीं समझ आ रहा, और आपको क्या समझ आ रहा है आपको भी नहीं समझ आ रहा. तो ऐसा आज की क्लास में होने वाला है. ठीक है? तो एक दूसरे का साथ बनाए रखेंगे. मैं भी थोड़ा फंबल कर सकता हूँ, आप भी थोड़े, आप तो करोगे ही करोगे, मैं भी थोड़ा कर सकता हूँ. सो लेट्स सपोर्ट ईच अदर एंड वी आर गोइंग टू डू द कैलकुलेशंस प्रोएक्टिवली. एम आई क्लियर विद दिस? चलिए स्टार्ट करते हैं. Yesterday we started with the chapter. The name of the chapter is linear regression. What is the meaning of linear regression? What is the meaning of linear regression? What is the meaning of linear regression? Yesterday we started with the chapter linear regression. What is the meaning of linear regression?
With the help of coordinates to draw a line.
With the help of coordinates, we have to draw the line. This is known as linear regression. Okay. Then what is the standard form of a line? Y is equal to a plus bx, where a is equal to intercept. It is a value of y when x is. Then b is equal to alternative name of slope. Alternative name is beta. Now what is the meaning of beta? Beta means for 1 unit change in x, what is the change in y? Am I clear with this? Now if b is positive number, the line will be upward sloping. If b is a negative number, then it is going to be a downward sloping. What is the formula for intercept? What is the formula for intercept? Mean of y minus within bracket b into mean of x. What is the formula for beta or slope? Covariance of x comma y divided by variance of x. Alternatively, covariance को please expand it. It is equal to correlation into standard deviation x, standard deviation y divided by standard deviation x का whole square. Then you knock off r multiply by standard deviation of y divided by standard deviation of x. This is the alternative formula. Now my point is, with the help of the equation that you're going to get, I will put actual x. Now I'm going to get predicted by. If I plot this on a graph paper, it is in the form of, it will be in the form of line. Now my point is, whatever the difference between actual y and predicted y in stats, it is known as residual, or it is known as. Now my point is, error higher the better, lower the better. Now lower the residuals, that means better the prediction it is. Now my point is, whatever you're saying, for example, if Nifty is up by 1%, my stock will be up by 1.06%. Will this happen in reality? That means there will be some associated probability to that. Now my point is, calculate that probability. We are going to calculate R square. Alternative name of R square. Alternative name of R square. Coefficient of determination. One way we covered yesterday to calculate R square. Simply calculate R and take the. This is a shortcut method to calculate. Today we are going to cover a elaborative method. Okay. Now write the equation that we covered yesterday. So our equation was. So this I have uploaded on the LMS also. So what equation we created, right? Y is equal to minus 5.2682 plus 1.4864x. Now I want to replace x with, Nifty, and I want to replace y with Reliance. So yesterday's example as it is. And whatever be the slope of this line, this is going to be beta of Reliance. That means how practically we find the beta? Beta is find it out using the regression method. What will be on X? Nifty. That means we are taking into consideration all the movements, or we are taking into consideration only the systematic movements. Am I taking into consideration the total movement? I'm only taking into consideration the systematic movement. So now change in Reliance only because of assuming other factors to be. That means what you're taking into consideration, you're only taking into consideration the systematic risk. You are ignoring the unsystematic risk, because unsystematic risk is avoidable through diversification. And the assumption is we are talking about the investor who has invested in the Nifty. If Nifty the Reliance weight is 15%, then this investor will also invest 15% of his capital. He's not going to invest more than that. That means he's a passive investor. Am I clear till this point? Okay. Now my point is, next task would be to find out predicted Y. Now I will put actual X and find out the values. Then whatever the difference would be, this will be known as residuals. Alternative name is error. So look into my sheet. Whatever I have highlighted with yellow, do we know the calculation for that part? Yes. Take 2 minutes. Whatever the cells filled with yellow color, do we know the computation? Shall I proceed? Okay. Now you have to prepare one table. This one. Please prepare in your notebook. Only this much. Whatever I have filled with blue color, only that much you have to write in your notebook. And you have to write till 2 decimal points. So this should be the format of your table, okay? I don't want residuals, okay? I'm ignoring the residual part. This should be the format of your table. Now, I will calculate variation or volatility. That, and right here, mean of Y. So what is mean of Y? This we have calculated. So mean of Y was 20. So let me calculate mean of Y. So mean of Y is 20. Please cover this much. Now I calculate variation. That variation will be divided into 3 parts. One variation will known as total. One variation will known as explained. One variation will known as unexplained. So your table should look like this. Variation, below variation, there are going to be 3 columns. One will be known as total variation, one will be known as explained variation, one will be known as unexplained variation. Shall I proceed? Now, whatever I'm drawing, please draw this. This will be your X, this will be your Y, and this is your predicted Y. This is your predicted Y. This will be your mean of Y. This will be your mean of Y. 20, 20, 20, 20. It is always for all the years, it is constant. Now my point is, right here, actual Y. Now think logically. This will be your total variation, total movement. This part of movement, I already forecasted. I have already think kitna volatility hoga. This is explained. And this part of the movement, this is something unexplained. Please draw this. Now let me repeat again. What is the total volatility in Y? That will be actual Y minus mean of Y. This is the total volatility. Then how much I've already predicted? That is predicted Y minus mean of Y. Then what is unexplained or unpredicted? That will be actual Y and predicted Y. And now my point is, think logically. Yesterday we covered residual. Was the formula for residual was actual minus predicted? Now think logically. In this total moment, weight of this moment should be more or less. Should be more or less. Again, this is the total moment. This part you have already predicted. This is you have not predicted. It will be a good regression if in total movement, who contributes the more? Explained or unexplained? Explained part should be more. That means unexplained part should be less. Now we have to find out in the total volatility what is explained and what is unexplained. Now that means we are calculating standard deviation. So what was the formula for standard deviation? X minus X bar. Am I doing the same thing? Actual Y minus mean of Y. Now what I will take now? I will take the square. Then I divide by n. And finally I will take under root. So first, which part I'm going to focus upon? First I want to perform this activity. Okay. Then divide by n, under root of n, we will do later on. But first I want to perform this activity. Now right. Total variation. Now write above table. To calculate total variation, what is important? Difference between actual Y minus mean of Y. Very good. And then you have to take square. So write this above table. Actual Y minus mean of Y ka square. Same wise help me. What should be equation for explained? Predicted Y minus mean of Y ka whole square. Then my next point is, what should be equation for unexplained? Actual y minus predicted y का whole square. Correct? That means I'm going to calculate total variation. Total variation will be divided into how many parts? Total variation will divide into two parts. One will be explained, one will be unexplained. Total volatility will divide into two parts. One will be explained, one will be unexplained. Now my point is, I want in the total variation, majority of components should come from explained part should contribute the maxima. Now what I want, you have to perform the calculations. So what calculations I want? Actual minus mean of y, sorry, actual y minus mean of y ka whole square. So I want this answer. Okay. Then in the second, what I want, predicted minus mean ka whole square. Then in unexplained, what I want, actual predicted ka whole square. Now you have to perform this calculation, complete your entire table, and then what I want summation. Then I want summation here, complete the entire table. I request all of you to perform the calculations. You're doing the calculations yourself. You're going to complete the entire table. Please verify the answers. Please verify the answers. Are we getting the same answer? Approximation error could be there. Excel is giving me, because I'm working with the actual numbers, you're working with approximate numbers. Approximation error could be there, but hardly there will be difference of 1 unit. So instead of 872, you may be getting 871, 870. That is acceptable. Please verify the calculations. Please verify the calculations. Please verify the calculations. सारा correct है? Now my point is, what is the total moment? Total moment.
87.
Out of which how much you have already predicted? 486. Now my question is, how much percentage of your prediction is correct? Now write R square is equal to 486 divided by 872. Now if I press enter and calculate the number, this number is 55.7. Now what 55.7 is saying? Whatever you are predicting with the help of this regression, the probability of that to be true is equal to 55.7%. Now my point is, please verify the answer that Excel is giving me. Am I getting the same answer? Am I getting the same answer? And yesterday we covered that whatever you predicted for PC Jeweler with the help of Nifty, in that the error terms were more. That means whatever you're predicting, the probability of that to be true is only 3% in yesterday's case. And today's case, whatever you're predicting, the probability of that to be true is close to 56%. That means to calculate R square, there are two methods. One method which is not explanatory, that is to take the square of R. The another method which is explanatory, that is to divide the variation into three parts. One will be total, one will be explained, one will be unexplained. Now R square is going to be equal to explained variation divided by total variation. Now my point is, please verify, am I getting the same values? Please verify, am I getting the same values? Please verify, am I getting the same values? Now, whatever is covered in yellow fill, am I clear with the calculations of all the part? Now, student asked me a very simple question, sir. How in examination I'm going to calculate R square? Can your calculator give you R? Simply take the R square. This is not an explanatory method. But how Excel is calculating, this is the more precise method, how Excel is calculating the answer. Another way which is testable, they will give you these values. They will give you explained variation, unexplained variation, total variation, and says calculate R square. Now what you will do, explained variation divided by total variation. Am I clear? Now I want to change the names which are being used in your books. Now total remains total. Now explained alternative name is regression. And unexplained alternative name is residuals. So please write the alternative names. So what name Excel use? Excel does not use word regression, total, explained, unexplained. What wording Excel use? That is regression, residuals, or total. Am I clear till this part? Chaliye. Now what we are doing, next exercise. Copy it, write summary output. Acha, before I start with, please insert this data as X and Y. Please insert this data as X and Y in your calculator. Second data, second clear work. Second data, second clear work. Please enter all the data into your calculator. डला हुआ है? हाँ, एक बार जिनका नहीं डला हुआ, second data, second clear work. Second data, second clear work. Now, write summary output. Write summary output. Now, what is required in summary output? Number one, R. Check in the calculator what is R. Check in the calculator what is R. 0.7465. Now take the square of this number. Help me. What is R square? 55.7%. Shall I proceed? Now write within bracket, ये आप notebook पे लिख रहे हैं, write within bracket alternative to calculate r square. Alternative to calculate r square with the help of ANOVA table. With the help of ANOVA table. Shall I proceed? Now, what is next term in Excel? Now write adjusted r square. Write within bracket. This term is calculated. This term is calculated when we are dealing with multiple independent factor. This term is calculated when we are dealing with multiple independent factor. Since in level 1, we have only in our syllabus, simple linear regression, that is number of independent factor always 1. Number of independent factor always 1 within bracket nifty. Within bracket nifty, there is no relevance of adjusted r square. There is no relevance of adjusted r square. Calculation and interpretation of adjusted r square. Calculation and interpretation of adjusted r square to be covered in level 2. In the chapter multiple linear regression. Now demand is dependent upon lot many factors. One factor is price. If there is only one factor, this will be known as simple. Now you want to find out the relationship with price, at the same time price of complementary goods or price of substitute goods, then it will be known as multilinear regression. Now why generally we keep on doing multilinear regression? As you keep on adding more factors, your R square will keep on increasing. Now sir, in PCGL R square was only 3%. Now what statistician will do? They will keep on adding more factors to increase the R square. This is not relevant as of now. Shall I proceed further? Next, write standard, help me with the fourth term. Now write standard error of regression. Standard error of regression to be calculated with the help of ANOVA table. Next, help me, next term. Help me number of observations. So we are talking about 5 years. So we have taken 5 coordinates. So what is the number of observations? 5. Now close this table. Am I clear with my first table? So this we learn how to calculate it. This is not in my syllabus, so I'm putting it as yellow. It is not in my syllabus. That means I'm only left with standard error. Shall I proceed? Now this should be the format for ANOVA table. So prepare the format. This should be the format for ANOVA table. This should be the format for ANOVA table. What is the full form of SS? Sum of square. So sum of square of regression, sum of square of residual. Then mean of square. What is the full form of ANOVA? Analysis of variation. What is the full form of ANOVA? Analysis of variation. आप पूरे फिगर्स कॉपी नहीं कर रहे हैं, आप सिर्फ फॉर्मेट को कॉपी कर रहे हैं. You're only copying the format, you're not copying the values. Shall I start? Now, ANOVA. So first will be particulars. Within particulars, it is going to be regression. Then we have residuals. Then we have total. DF stands for degree of freedom. I don't know what it is, so I'm leaving this blank. Then next, what is the column? SS, sum of square. Next is MS. Then it is F. Then it is significance of F. So I don't know majority of the terms, but yes, one term in the ANOVA table I know. Help me, which term we have already calculated? Sum of square of regression. How much it is? 486. What is the sum of square of residual? 385.96. Then what is total? 872. With the help of this, what you can calculate? With the help of this, what you can calculate? So write the formula for R square. So R square is equal to sum of square of regression divided by sum of square of total equal to 486 divided by 872. Verify, am I getting the same number? Verify, am I getting the same number? Verify, am I getting the same number? Shall I proceed? Shall I proceed? Next slide. A good regression is one which has higher R score, within bracket lower resistance. Shall I proceed? Shall I proceed? Next, copy the format till this point. It is again a part of ANOVA table. Copy till this point. You're just preparing the format. Prepare the format till this point. Till this point. Shall I start? Now again, it is a part of ANOVA. First is particulars. Then we have intercept. And then we have slope. Coefficient. Coefficient means their value. Next term is standard error. Next it is next. Then lower 95%. Upper या higher या upper 95%. Now again help me, which values we have already calculated? Coefficient. What is the coefficient of intercept? Minus 5.2682. What is the coefficient of slope? 1.4864. Correct? Now, next prepare residual output. and copy as it is. अब values भी कर लीजिएगा, ये तो निकाल चुके हैं. Next, copy residual output along with values. Next, copy residual output along with their values. So let me read this one. Something that I don't read. So now let me put it in a simple manner. Whatever I have filled with yellow, these calculations we have done. These calculations we have done. Those which are in green, that yet to be covered with help of hypothesis. My point is, before I proceed further, am I clear with the interpretation of each and every word given in the table filled with yellow color? Before I proceed further, whatever I have filled with yellow color, am I clear with the interpretation of all that? यहां तक हम सब एक ही पेज पे हैं. Now this is what is testable in examination. Till this point, what is testable in the examination? ये पेपर में आता है अधिकतर. इतना अभी तक सबको क्लियर है? मैंने कहा adjusted R square तब कैलकुलेट करते हैं when you are dealing with multiple factors. I am dealing with one factor, so this is not relevant. This is to be covered in level 2. मैंने कहा ना not applicable, एक नोट लिखवाया होगा. So एक बार देख लीजिए. Am I clear with rest of the table, rest of the part? Now, just you at times may get confused with the terminologies. This is known as standard error of regression. This is known as standard error, this value 13, standard error of intercept. This 0.76 is known as standard error of slope. Okay. Going forward, they are going to use these terminologies. What is the meaning of standard? I don't know as of now, but yes, this is known as standard error of regression. This is known as standard error of intercept. This is known as standard error of slope. Okay. Now, write assumptions of linear regression double star. Highly testable in examination. Highly testable in examination. Assumptions of linear regression. So there are not many assumptions. Only you have to remember 4 for level 1. First, there is a linear relationship between x and y. There is a linear relationship between x and y. If it is not, then you have to transform the data in such a way that there is linear relation. Number 1, there's a linear relationship between x and y. If it is not, then you have to transform the data in such a way that there is a linear relation. Now you're not writing it. I'm performing on the Excel. You're not writing it, okay? Now let me insert one more sheet. I write here EO. I write here sales. And these are the two factors, okay? Now I drag till 10th here. And let us assume my sales is 100. Then it increases at a rate of 10% for 2 years. Then it increased at a rate of 35% for 3 years. Then it increased at a rate of 80% for next 3 years. Assume this data is true data. Now I want to run regression. I want to forecast the sales for 12th year, or I want to forecast the sales for 11th year with the help of this data. Okay. Now I plot this on a graph paper. Is the relationship between year and sales, is it linear? नहीं, इसको बोलते हैं एक्सपोनेंशियल. ऐसा बन रहा है ना, कर्व बन रहा है. कर्व नहीं बनना चाहिए था. किसकी फॉर्म में होना चाहिए था? It should be in the form of line, but it is not in the form of line. Can we run regression on this raw data? No. What do you have to do now? Transform the data in such a manner that it is going to be linear. Now, what I will do? Now watch carefully. I write here year 1, 2, the same values I'm taking. Same values I'm taking. But now the point is I have to transform the data. Now instead of taking the sales, I will take log of sales. Why log of sales? This we covered in level 2, but yes, I want to transform the data. Now natural log, this value, copy and paste. Now my point is, again I want to plot this on a graph paper. Help me. Is it more or less in the form of line now? Now you cannot run the regression on this data. If I run the regression on this data, what will be the problem? Let me show you. What will be the problem? The problem will be, this is my Y, this is my X. I want output in a new sheet, and I want residuals line fit plot. I press OK. Now my point is, what is the value of R square? 67. But now if I run the regression, this is my new, this is my new Y. This is my X. Okay. Now what is the R square? Am I able to make regression more useful? तो यहाँ पे तो लीनियर रिग्रेशन था ही नहीं. जो भी आप प्रिडिक्ट कर रहे थे, देखिएगा क्या the volatility between blue dots and orange dot, is it more? Now check here. The volatility between blue and orange dot, is it more or less replicating? That means which regression is more relevant? Sheet 4, sheet 3, sheet 4. Now my point is, can I run regression on this data? If I run regression directly on this data, then the shape is like this. Which one is more relevant? And here, the assumption of linear regression is not satisfying. Can I run regression on this data? Now my point is second data. Is it raw data or transformed data? Now you have to remember, right? There could be इसी में first point, there could be 4 types of regression model. Number 1, Lin model. Lin model. What is the equation? Y equal to A plus BX. Y equal to A plus BX. What is the interpretation? For 1 unit, for 1 unit, absolute change in X, what is absolute change in Y? ये किसका इंटरप्रिटेशन है? This is the interpretation of this particular part. ठीक है, अगर X change by 1, then what is the change in Y? Next, write log Lin model. Log Lin model. Now, how to read it? Log of Y equal to A plus BX. Now, help me. Have I taken the log of Y here? Have I taken the, ये आपका X था, ये आपका Y था. To transform the data, have I taken log of Y? So which model it is? Not right. For 1 unit absolute change in X, what is relative change in Y? तो वैल्यू किसकी बता रहे? log Y की. तो Y में चेंज नहीं बता रहे, रिलेटिव Y में बता रहे. करेक्ट है? इज इट क्लियर? सेम वाइज हेल्प मी. थर्ड, Lin log model. What you will do in Lin log model? Now you will say Y equal to A plus B. Now right. For 1 unit relative change in what is absolute change in Y. Next, fourth. Help me, what should be the fourth model? Fourth should be log model. What will be the equation? Log Y equal to A plus B. Now help me, what is the interpretation? What is for 1 unit relative change in X, what is the relative change in Y? So what is not in our syllabus? When to take log, when not to take the log. But the point to be noted is we take log values when the assumption number 1 is not satisfying. How many types of model we can have? 4 types. Lin, log. These are very simple ones. If it is log Lin model, what will be the equation? Log Y equal to A plus BX. If it is a Lin log model, what will be the equation? Y equal to A plus B log X. Now, where you are using the log X, it is a relative change. We are using normal values, this is going to be an absolute change. Now, it is beyond my scope when to take the log, when not to take. But yes, whenever the assumption is not satisfying, we are going to take some log values. Am I clear with this? Now, right, second assumption. How many assumptions in totality we are going to have? Now, second assumption, third assumption, fourth assumption. They all relate with errors. Now, right. Second, residuals are not related to each other. Residuals are not related to each other. Now, what I'm trying to say, if I plot the residuals on a graph paper, residuals, if they're taking a shape like this, is a relationship कब बना रहा है? रिलेशनशिप कैसे होने चाहिए थे? रेजिडुअल्स कैसे होने चाहिए थे? They should be randomly distributed. But are they related with each other? For example, the residuals are like this. Are they related? Like this. Are they related? Like this. Are they related? Yes, they should be randomly distributed. They are not randomly distributed. That means this assumption is also not satisfied. Again, what is the second? Residuals are, that means they should be randomly distributed. If it is in like shape like this, like this, like this, again, it is not a good regression. Now, how to rectify it? Again, to be covered in level 2. Again, what is the second assumption? Residuals are not in the form of linear, not in the form of linear. दोनों रिश्ते. But अगर related है किसी भी तरीके से, then it is not a good regression. So what I want the error terms to be, randomly distributed. I don't want them to follow a pattern. If they're following a pattern, that means they are related to each other. Am I clear? Third assumption, we will relate to, not right, residuals are normally distributed. Normally distributed का मतलब है they should not have very extreme values. If they're having a very extreme values, then again it is not a good regression. The next, last, relates with residuals are having constant distance from regression line. The results are having constant distance from regression line. Now, what I'm trying to say, if this is your regression line, this is one residual, this is one residual. Now, its distance is very high. यहाँ पे कम है, यहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा है. Again, this is not a good regression. What I want, if this is my regression line, so the residuals should lie around it. If few of the errors are here, then again it is not going to be a good regression. So there are going to be 4 assumptions that you have to mark up. Number 1, there's going to be a linear relationship between x and y. If it is not, then what are you going to do? Transform the data. That means there are going to be, in totality, how many types of model? Number 1, lin. Number 2, log. Then it is going to be log lin log. Then where you have used the log word, that means a relative change. Where you have used a lin word, that is going to be a absolute change. Then second, residuals are not related to each other. That means they're not following they are randomly distributed. Then third one, residuals are normally distributed. That means there's no extreme value. And fourth is they're at an equal constant distance from regression line. If it is not, again, it is not a good regression. Am I clear with this? Now let me test what type of questions are testable. Let us check the questions type. Now, answer question number 1. Answer question number 1. What is the meaning of slope? What is the meaning of slope? B or C? B or C? Correct answer is B or C? B क्या कह रहे हैं? For 1 unit change in X, what is the change in Y? क्या slope का यही मतलब होता है? So what is the answer? B. Question number 2. Which of the following not the assumption of simple linear regression? Not the assumption. Which of the following is not the assumption of linear regression? Okay, पहला पढ़ लेते हैं. Residuals are normally distributed. It is Second is saying there is a constant variance of the error term. That means what is trying to say? There is a constant distance from regression line. Is it assumption? Then what third is saying? The dependent variable is unrelated with residuals. There is no such condition. What is there? The residuals are not related to each other. But what C is saying? The dependent variable is unrelated with residual. Which of the following is not an assumption of linear regression? So answer is C. Shall I proceed further? अब देखते हैं आगे 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 चलिए क्वेश्चन नंबर 3. What question number 3 is saying? Which is explained variation. Explained variation. Explained variation. Sum of square of sum of square of क्या यही नाम लिखवाया था explained का? So what it is asking, which value is 486? Which value is 486? Answer question number 3. So answer is C. Shall I proceed? Now answer question number 2. A या B? कुछ बच्चे A बोल रहे हैं, कुछ B बोल रहे हैं. Still waiting. चलिए देख लेते हैं. Relative change in X या Y? Relative in X. तो ये बन गया log of X. ये बन गया log of X. What is the change in dependent Y? That means Y equal to A plus B log X. What is the name of this model? The name of this model is Lin log model. So what should be the answer? So the answer is correct है बाबा. चलिए एक बार देख लीजिए. Am I clear with question number 2? Am I clear with question number 2? Am I clear with question number 3? Question number 3. Am I clear with question number 1 and question number 2? ठीक है. चलिए नाउ बिफोर मैं आपके दिल की अब धड़कनें बढ़ाऊं और मार्कआउट शुरू करें हाइपोथेसिस पे जाने से पहले, सो हनीमून पीरियड इज ओवर नाउ. ओके, अब देयर विल बी अ फेज. मैं जो पढ़ाऊंगा मुझे भी नहीं समझ आ रहा होगा. ठीक है, आप जो समझ रहे होगे आपको भी नहीं समझ आ रहा होगा, लेकिन ऑब्जेक्टिव रहेगा कि हम सारे सवाल कर लें. हाइपोथेसिस में दिक्कत क्या आने वाली है मैं पहले ही बता देता हूँ. I may not be able to give you any sort of logics, क्योंकि जिस भी बंदे ने बनाया है, नहीं मरा या नहीं मरा वो तो नहीं, बट मैं चाहता हूँ नहीं मरा तो मर जाए, क्योंकि मेरे को नहीं समझ आ रहा वो सोच क्या रहा है. ठीक है, और मुझे वो जो सोच रहा है वो आपको सोचवाना है कि वो साला क्या सोच रहा था. तो सोचना आप चाहते हो और उस साले ने सोचा बीच में मैं कहीं से आ गया हूँ, तो मेरे लिए बड़ा मुश्किल होगा. I won't say that hypothesis is my weaker area, but yes, at times जो मैं explanation बाकी chapters में दे पाता हूँ, to some extent I think the explanation part is not there in hypothesis. So objective is to pass the examination. If you listen to my instructions very carefully, you will be able to solve all the questions. But having said that, with a disclaimer that why we are doing so, I may not be able to answer that to some extent. ओके, तो उस मार्कआउट पे चले, क्योंकि मेरे पास कुछ लॉजिक ज्यादा होंगे नहीं, उस मार्कआउट पे चले, इतना एक बार रिवाइज कर लीजिए। इज इट क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू? आप रिवाइज करिए, तब तक मैं आपको एक कहानी भी सुनाता रहता हूँ, नोटबुक पे देखते रहिएगा।
सर वाई को ये जो ये एक्सप्लेन दिया रिलेशन था उसका, तो रियल डी पे अगर हम बिना फाउंडेशन इस तरह से कैलकुलेट
हो सकता है।
बस एक क्रॉस वेरीफाई के लिए।
अच्छा, बच्चे ने कहा बड़ी अच्छी चीज है। एक मिनट, ये साले, जब हम ये दोनों एक्स और वाई कैलकुलेटर में डाल के आंसर निकाल सकते हैं, तो तुम्हें फॉर्मूला क्यों सिखा रहे हैं? एक बच्चे का ये बड़ा अच्छा सवाल है, देखते हैं। आंसर करिए दिस ब्लू बॉक्स। अब समझ आएगा साले ने क्यों कराया है। कर दीजिए, फिर डाल दीजिए कैलकुलेटर पे, क्या डाल रहा हूँ। आंसर दी ब्लू बॉक्स। कर लो कर लो कर लो। अब बिना फॉर्मूले के हो सकता ही है। आंसर दीजिए इसका प्लीज, गिव मी द आंसर। यू हैव टू फाइंड आउट इंटरसेप्ट एंड स्लोप। Now, first you need to find out the slope. What formula you will use? Covariance of my stock with the market divided by variance of the market. Covariance is given, that is 0.000336 divided by 0.000522. 0.64. Then to calculate intercept, mean of y b into mean of x. Now mean of y is minus 0.0405 minus 0.64 into minus 0.027. So minus minus will turn positive. Help me with the answer. Point 023 with the negative sign.
Yes.
So it will be minus 2.3%. और कोई मन में शंका हो? और दूसरा आपको ये भी सोचना चाहिए कि logically you should also know how we are getting the answers rather than calculator is giving, but you should know how the calculator is giving you the answer. Am I clear? So take 2 minutes, revise in totality. Then we are going to start with hypothesis.
तो जैसे मैं रिग्रेशन किया था, के पॉइंट था, तो उनको ट्रांसफॉर्म हो, तो ट्रांसफॉर्म नहीं हो, क्योंकि y की हमने इक्वेशन में कुछ करके एक्सपेक्टेड लाइन डाला।
वो तो ठीक है, बट मैं डेटा तो रॉ यूज कर रहा हूँ ना, मैं इस डेटा को थोड़ी ट्रांसफॉर्म कर रहा हूँ।
इसी में ट्रांसफॉर्म किया
इन दोनों की मदद से निकाला था ना, अब तो y को चेंज करके फिर प्रिडिक्टेड y निकालूंगा ना, वो तो फिर से निकालूंगा ना। ये तो इस दोनों पे रिग्रेशन रन कर दिया। अब मैं रिग्रेशन किस पे रन करूंगा? अब मैं रिग्रेशन इस पे रन करूंगा ना। अगर इस पे कर दिया होता तो आपने डेटा को ट्रांसफॉर्म थोड़ी करा है। इस पे रन कर रहे हो तो यू आर ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग दी डेटा। अब मैं रिग्रेशन इस पे रन करूंगा, ठीक। चलिए, नाउ प्लीज गिव अ हेडिंग हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग। गिव अ हेडिंग hypothesis testing. Write introduction. Write introduction. Steps in hypothesis testing. Steps in hypothesis testing, write as it is all these steps. Which step is most important? That is the step number 4, double star. Write all these steps. Which step is most important? That is the step number 4. So name of the chapter is hypothesis testing. Write introduction. Steps in hypothesis testing. In totality, there are going to be 6 steps. Step number 4 is most important. Now, before I start with, again in hypothesis, the probability they're going to test the numerical is very less. They're going to test your theoretical knowledge. That means I want you to be comfortable with all these 6 steps. We're going to do multiple examples on this. Now, before I start with, सबने note कर लिया? Before I start with, now write that table. 1 till, 2 till, we have Z score, Z value, significance. Then we have 2 till. This 2 till is used to make range. We have Z score, probability, significance. I want you to complete this in totality. I want you to complete this in totality. One 1.65, 1.2.58. What is the first value? 95. So this will be 5. This will be plus minus 1.65. This will be 10%. Then next value, help me. 97.5, 2.5 plus minus 1.96. What will be the probability? 95. This will be 5%. Help me. 99.5, 0.5 plus minus 2.58. So 1%. Now write example. Write example. Virat mean 100 runs. Virat means 100 runs. Virat standard deviation 10 runs. ठीक है? Help me with the range at 90%. Help me a range that has a probability of 90%. Help me with the range at 90%. Zoom students, help me with the answer. What is the upper end? Upper value? 116.5.
160.
Lower value? Correct, Baba? Now prepare the graph. This is 83.5. This is 116.5. And now I want to draw certain conclusions. Help me, what should be the probability of this part? How much?
9.
What is the probability of this part? मानो ये यहीं पे end हो रहा है. What is the probability of this part? Please complete it. Now I'm going to draw 3 conclusions. Write the conclusions. Write the conclusions. Write the conclusions. Conclusion number 1. Virat will score less than 83.5 runs. Virat will score less than 83.5 runs. Probability is. Second conclusion. Virat will score less than 116.5. 95%. Virat will score between 83.5 to 116.5. Probability is. Correct, Baba? This is going to be the base for hypothesis testing. Same answer I'm going to find out with the help of hypothesis. Before I jump to that part, am I clear with my table? Am I clear with my graph? Am I clear with my probabilities? I'm giving 2 minutes. Am I clear with my graph? Am I clear with my probabilities? Am I clear with my conclusions? Zoom students, am I clear till this point to all of you? Chaliye. Not right. Am I clear till this point to all of you? Not right. Hypothesis. Not right. Example number 1. Can Virat score 120 runs in a match for a given probability of 90%? Can Virat score 120 runs in a match for a given probability of 90%? This is the one way to ask the question. Another way, can Virat score 120 runs in a match for a given significance of 10%? So what is your answer? Yes or no? Yes or no? What is the answer? Can Virat score 120 runs in a match for a given probability of 90 or for a given significance of 10? Yes or no? Answer is no. Because our range is 83 to 116. It is falling within the range, outside the range. So we are confident that Virat cannot score this much runs. Now, right? Construct a hypothesis testing for your belief. That means जो तुम सोच रहे हो अब उसी को प्रूफ कर दो किसकी मदद से? हाइपोथेसिस की मदद से. और आपका कंक्लूजन क्या आना चाहिए इवेंचुअली? Yes, Virat cannot score more than 120 runs, or yes, Virat cannot score 120 runs. This should be your conclusion. Now, right? Solution. Now write solution. Step number one. Step number one. Define null and alternative. Define null and alternative statement. Define null and alternative statement. Now null. HO. Researcher wants to reject. जिस बात को गलत प्रूफ करना चाहता है इसको बोलते हैं नल. Now विराट score 120. Virat score 120. Now write alternative. Virat cannot score 120. This is alternative. So what is alternative? Statement. Researcher wants to prove. Again, can Virat score 120? No. आप कह रही सच नहीं है, इसको आप रिजेक्ट करना चाहते हो तो क्या बन जाएगा? नल. तो आपने कहा नहीं बना सकता. This you want to prove. This you want to accept. This will be your alternative. Now write null statement will always have equal to sign. Null statement will always have equal to sign. Next, if there is only equal sign in null statement, that means greater than less than नहीं है, खाली equal to sign है. If there is only equal sign in null statement, it is always two-tail test. और अगर two-tail test है, so which part of the table you are going to refer? You are going to refer the right hand side. You are not going to refer the left hand side of the table. But on the contrary, अगर मैं यहाँ पे कुछ ऐसे लिख देता, greater than equal to, then it will be one tail. Then which part of the table you are going to refer? Left hand side. So my point is it greater than less than equal to sign here? No. One tail, two tail. It's a two tail test. Which part of the table you are going to refer? I'm going to refer the right hand side. Now write step number 2. Now write step number 2. Appropriate test. So what should be an appropriate test here? That is going to be Z test. Step number 3. What is the significance? Significance is 10%. Step number 4. What is the critical value? Critical value. Go to the table above. Go to the table above. Left hand side, right hand side. Right hand side. Where the significance is 10. Help me with Z score. No. Plus minus 1.65. Plus minus 1.65. Clear है? Repeat करते हैं. Step number 1. Define the null and alternative. Alternative is that you want to reject. Alternative is that you want to prove. Null will always have equal to sign. Then step number 2. Which test is appropriate? Test is third is what is the significance? 10. Fourth is 1 till 2 till. 2 till. What are the critical values for significance level of 10? Plus minus 1.65. Step number 5. Calculation of test statistic. Calculation of test statistic within bracket, always positive number. Always positive number. Now what I'm trying to say, test statistic. Your mean is 100. Mean is 100. And this is 120, correct? Now what is the meaning of test statistic? How much you want to deviate from the mean? You want to deviate in terms of standard deviation. Answer should be, again I repeat. This is mean, this is 120. How much you want to deviate? 20. Standard deviation is 10. In terms of standard deviation, how much you want to deviate? 2. Same wise, अगर यहाँ पे 80 होता, अभी मैं फॉर्मूला क्या यूज करता, मैं मॉड वैल्यू लूंगा. अब मैं फॉर्मूला क्या यूज कर दूंगा, 100 minus 80. पहले मैं क्या यूज कर रहा था, 120 minus 100. I want a positive number. Okay, again I repeat. If it is 80, it is 100. How much I want to deviate? 20 in terms of standard deviation. करेक्ट है बाबा? तो ये कंफ्यूजन मत लाना कि पहले 100 आएगा या पहले 120 आएगा या 80 आएगा. कुछ भी आ जाए, मुझे क्या चाहिए, डिफरेंस इन टर्म्स ऑफ standard deviation. I want always the number to be positive. Again I want how much you want to deviate in terms of, and I want the number always to be, ज्यादा दिमाग नहीं लगाने का. करेक्ट है बाबा? चलिए अब देख लेते हैं. आंसर, what is the test statistic? Help me. Test statistic is 120 minus divide by, answer should be, now point is 2 is lying within the range, outside the range. This 2 will be within range, outside the range. If it is within the range, fail to reject null. If it is within range, fail to reject the null. If it is outside range, then reject null. अब फिर से बोलिए, ये जो 2 है प्लस माइनस 1.65 के विदिन है या आउटसाइड है ना. राइट कंक्लूजन. टेस्ट स्टैटिस्टिक lies outside the range of critical value. Test statistics lies outside the range of critical value. Help me. Fail to reject, reject null. That means null statement is incorrect. Reject null. That means alternative is true. And what is alternative statement? Virat cannot score 120 runs. फिर से रिपीट करता हूं. What is the critical value? Plus minus 1.6. What is the test statistic? Within range, outside range. If it is within range, fail to reject. If it is outside range, now my point is 2 is within or outside. Reject the null. If you're rejecting the null, that means null is false. Alternative is, what is the alternative? Virat cannot score 120 runs. Correct है बाबा? Same wise. मान के चलते ही आंसर आ जाता 1.16. Within range, outside the range? Within the range. Fail to reject the null. That means yes, Virat can score that particular run. Okay. तो यहाँ पे आपने क्या करा? Virat cannot score 120 runs. क्या ये काम करने से पहले हमने कंक्लूड कर दिया था? क्या हमने कंक्लूड कर दिया था? चलिए एक और करते हैं. Right. Can Virat score can Virat score 70 runs in a match for a given significance of 10%. Yes or no? Yes or no? No. Construct a HT for your belief. How many steps? Step number 1, define null and alternative. Step number 2, which test is appropriate? Z. Step number 3, what is the significance? 10%. At 10% to tell, what is the critical value? अब ध्यान से सोचो, अब फटाफट से निकालो, इतना 6 स्टेप करने की जरूरत नहीं है. What is test statistic? What is test statistic? Within range, outside range. Outside range, what is the statement? Reject. If reject null, what is true? And alternative is Virat cannot score. अब करिए 6 के 6 स्टेप्स फटाफट. चलिए, let me start. Now step number 1, define null and alternative. Now null. Virat equal to, what is alternative? Now write here 1 till 2 till test. So write here 2 till. ठीक है. Help me step number 2, which is the appropriate test. Help me step number 3, what is the significance level? 2 till. Step number 4, define the decision rule. Decision rule means, again I repeat, decision rule means what is the critical value? Critical value plus minus 1.65. Step number 5, what is the test statistic? 3. Correct? Now before writing the conclusion, this is your 1.65, 1.65. If it is lying within, fail to reject. If it is lying outside, now my point is within, outside. So आपने लिखा outside. If it is outside, what should be the conclusion? Reject null. If rejecting null, that means what is the alternative statement? Virat can score. करे एक और. Now right. Example number 3. Can Virat score? अच्छा. A person thinks Virat cannot score. या एक मिनट, ऐसे नहीं लिखिए, आप इसको ये लिखिए, विराट scoring 110 runs in a match. Construct a hypothesis for your belief. तो क्या विराट 110 रन बना सकता है? यस। तो अभी तक आप क्या कर रहे थे? अभी तक आप नल को क्या कर रहे थे? रिजेक्ट। यहाँ पे जैसे मैं यस लिखूंगा तो आपका नल क्या हो जाएगा? फेल टू रिजेक्ट। करिए एक बार ट्राई। चलो स्टार्ट। स्टेप नंबर 1, define null and alternative. What is null? HO. Virat can score 10. What is alternative? Step number 2, which test is appropriate? What is the significance? 1 till 2 till. Step number 4, what is the critical value? Step number 5, स्टैंडर्ड डिवीजन 10 का था, तो ये आ जाएगा टेस्ट स्टैटिस्टिक ऑफ 1। विद इन रेंज, आउटसाइड रेंज? विद इन रेंज। विद इन रेंज। फेल टू रिजेक्ट, that means null is true and null is yes. Yes, Virat can score or will score 110. So before I proceed further with increased difficulty level, all these 6 steps are anyways required. ये required भी है, बड़ा ही सिंपल है, अब ध्यान से देखो। When you say can Virat score, if answer is no, then your will be reject null. If I say can Virat score 110 runs, your answer was yes. So what will be conclusion? Fail to reject null, or we also say the null is true. Am I clear? Again, बस इतना याद रखने का। अब देखते हैं, can Virat score 120 runs? No, comma, reject null. अब देखते हैं 120 पे आपने क्या कहा? Reject null. Yes, he cannot score. Same ways, can Virat score 110 runs? Fail to reject null. Fail to reject the null. That means yes, Virat can score 120 or 110 runs. So याद क्या करने का है? Write the summary. Write the summary. If answer is no, then you will say reject null. If answer is yes, then you will say fail to reject null. That is null is now I'm moving to the most important part. most important part, testable in the examination, that is type 1 error, type 2 error, and power of test. All the three terms are testable in the examination. ऊपर जो कराया है उसमें क्या इंपॉर्टेंट है? सिर्फ दो चीजें इंपॉर्टेंट है. एक स्टेप नंबर 1. व्हाट इज स्टेप नंबर 1? नल एंड ऑल्टरनेटिव. एंड आपने कहा था विद नल आई एम ऑलवेज गोइंग टू हैव इक्वल टू साइन. तो आपसे पूछेगा, एक ऑप्शन दे देगा इन तीनों में से कौन नल हो सकता है. जिसके साथ इक्वल टू साइन होगा दैट इज गोइंग टू बी द नल. दिस इज टेस्टेबल. सेकंड, व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ डिसीजन रूल? डिसीजन रूल मींस टू फाइंड आउट critical values. Only this much you have to remember for exam point of view. अब मैं यहाँ पे आया, तीन words हैं. What is first word? Type 1 error. What is second word? Type 2 error. What is the third word? Now prepare the range. Your range was 83.5 to 116.5. What is the probability of this range? Now write type 1 error. Can Virat score 120 runs? What is your answer? No. Your answer is no. Can Virat score 120 runs? Your answer is no. Not right. In next match, Virat actually scored 120 runs. In next match, Virat actually scored 120 runs. अभी तो probability थी, आपने कहा नहीं बना सकता, बना दी साले ने. अब आपने क्या गलती करी? आपने क्या गलती करी? Now this error is known as type 1 error. This error is known as type 1 error. Now, what is the name? What is the explanation given in the books? आपने कहा था no. No के साथ क्या होता है? Reject null. So rejecting null when it is true. Rejecting null when it is true. मैंने पूछा क्या विराट 120 बनाएगा? आपने कहा no, but उसने बना दिए. So आपने कहा नहीं बना सकता. तो आपने कहा नहीं बना सकता. Reject null. But actually that statement was true. Which type of error? Not right. Probability of type 1 error is probability of type 1 error is probability of type 1 error is 10% equal to level of significance. गलती करने के चांसेस सिर्फ 10% ही है. 90% आपकी probability है ही है. 120 हम ये नहीं कहते. अब 70 भी पूछूंगा तो मैं ये नहीं पता, मैं ये बोल सकता हूँ इस रेंज के बाहर बनाएगा उसकी प्रोबेबिलिटी 10 है. अपर और लोअर को हम टारगेट नहीं कर रहे. ठीक है, चले प्रोसीड. नेक्स्ट राइट. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज कैन विराट स्कोर 110 runs? What is the answer? Yes. और yes के साथ क्या होता था? Then he played entire World Cup. He played entire World Cup and in none of the match he scored 110 runs. Now give your best. Try to write both the points. I want a corresponding point here. This error is known as type 2 error. And then I want this explanation from your side. Give it a try. Clear? This type of error is known as type 2 error. And help me now. Fail to reject when it is fail to reject when it is तुमने कहा नहीं कर सकता, यहां पे क्या कर दिया, कर दिया. तुमने कहा कर देगा when it is false. तो याद करने का तरीका भी बड़ा सिंपल है. F fail to reject when it is. चलिए now write the summary, most important summary. अच्छा यहाँ पे भी लिखेंगे what is the probability, sorry, right here, probability of type 2 error is 1 minus power of test. 1 minus power of test. Within bracket, power of test to be covered in level 2. Power of test to be covered in level 2. Now I'm moving to the summary. That summary is most important summary. Summary. You have to identify the error. You say no. Virat cannot do this work. No, Virat cannot do this work. But actually, he did. Which type of error? Which type of error? Type 1 error. Second, can Virat do this work? You say, yes, sir, I'm going to do this work. But actually, he didn't. Which type of error? Now the point is, write the language that is used in the books. No. That means what you did? Reject null. Help me with yes. What you did? Failed to reject null. Then comma. Reject null when it is true. Type 1 error. When it is false. Highly testable points. ठीक है. Now write one more point. Can Virat score 120 runs? What is the answer? Answer is no. He actually did not score 120 runs in his entire career. अच्छी बात है, बुरी बात है? As a researcher, so this is known as power of test. That means what we want in a hypothesis? We don't want type 1 error. We don't want type 2 error, but we want The power of test should be there. That means whatever I'm rejecting that he cannot do, he actually should not do that work. चलिए अब इसको थोड़े फनी वे में याद करते हैं. आपको आइडेंटिफाई करना है विच टाइप ऑफ एरर इट इज. आपके पापा ने कहा मेरा बेटा सिगरेट नहीं पीता और आपने पी ली. मेरा बेटा सिगरेट पी ही नहीं सकता, आपने पी ली. नहीं नहीं एक मिनट मैं तंग कर रहे हो. देखो आपके पापा ने कहा मेरा बेटा सिगरेट पी नहीं सकता, पी ली. रिजेक्ट. पापा ने कहा नहीं पी सकता, रिजेक्ट नल. बट आपने पी ली. कौन सा एरर कर दिया? टाइप 1. आपके पापा को था मेरा लड़का एक दिन पी लेगा, आपने कभी भी सिगरेट नहीं पी. दिस इज टाइप 2. आपकी मम्मी ने कहा मेरा बेटा कभी सिगरेट नहीं पिएगा और आपने असली में कभी नहीं पी. दिस इज नोन एज पावर. ठीक है, ठीक है. चलिए फिर से एक बार रिपीट करते हैं. योर फादर थिंक्स दैट वन डे you will never consume alcohol, but actually you did. Type 1. Your father thinks no, you are going to consume the alcohol, but in your entire career you didn't touch alcohol. This is type 2. Your mother thinks you're never going to touch the alcohol, and actually you never did it. This is known as power of test. So what we want? Type 1, type 2, or power of test? We want the higher power of test. This is something is going to be testable in examination. So what is testable? Let me repeat it again. Step number 1 is important. Define null, define alternative. With null, there is always going to be equal to sign. If there is only equal to sign, this is known as two tail. If it is greater than equal to, less than equal to, this will be known as one tail. Second, define decision rule. Decision rule means to find out critical values. And the last one is type 1, type 2, and power of test. Now come to the back side of the notebook. Come to the back side of the notebook. Right? Rejecting null, rejecting null, rejecting null, rejecting null when it is true. Now write in Hindi. हम सोच रहे थे ये काम नहीं होगा. हम सोच रहे थे ये काम नहीं होगा, बट हो गया. हम सोच रहे थे ये काम नहीं होगा, बट हो गया. Which error? Type 1. Next, fail to reject null. Fail to reject null when it is true. Oh, fail to reject null when it is false. Now right, हिंदी में लिख लो. मैं ये काम, आपको क्या लग रहा है? मैं ये काम कर लूंगा, बट कभी हुआ नहीं. मैं ये काम कर लूंगा, बट कभी हुआ नहीं. एग्जाम्पल, CFA के 26 सवाल में कर लूंगा. मेरे बाएं हाथ का खेल है, ऐसे कर लूंगा, बट कभी हुआ ही नहीं. टाइप 2. अब तीसरा वाला बच्चा बहुत ही अच्छा लिखेंगे. I cannot do this work. I cannot do this work. I cannot do this work. And actually he did it. लिखेंगे हिंदी. मैं ये 2600 सवाल कर ही नहीं सकता, और आपने असली में करी भी नहीं. This is known as power of test. ठीक है. ठीक है, so revise all errors. Is it clear? Just revise it. This is type 1, this is type 2, this is. Shall I proceed? Now, let me check the type of questions which are testable.
Sir, probability type 2 errors to the CA या 1 power.
Probabilities अभी हमारे उसमें नहीं है इसके. चलिए. Answer question number 2. What is power of test? Probability of type 2 error is given. What is power of test? So answer is A. Question number 1, double star, read multiple times. Okay, let me give you a hint. Let me give you a hint. Right, type 1 error is 5%. Type 1 error is 5%, right? And write that line. What is the line? Type 1 error 5%. What was the line? Reject null when it is true. लिखा लिखा reject null when it is true equal to 5%. Now write type 2 error is 60%. Power of test is 40%. Power of test is 40%. What is the interpretation of this 40%? No, I cannot do this work. 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 And it never happened. Now please check, you will get the answer. What is the answer? You will get the answer. So the answer is C. Rejecting the null, I cannot do this when it is false. That means it never happened. This is going to be 40%. Okay. So just you have to break down into parts. You will get the correct answer. Now, the question arises when to use Z, when to use T, and what is the difference? Okay. Now the point is that ये सब कुछ उन्होंने बुक से डिलीट कर दिया. In the last book it was there, but now they have deleted everything. But they are asking the question on based upon T test. Okay. They have deleted the material part, but they're still asking the question. That means we should have knowledge of that. Okay. Now right. Now prepare normal distribution. Shape of normal will be like this. This is a normal. This is, for normal distribution, we are going to use Z test. But मैंने कहा था, when we deals with sample, we want a wider range. So tails should be wider. मतलब ऐसा बनाना कि स्क्यूनेस 0 हो, लेकिन जो टेल्स हो थोड़ी सी क्या हो, वाइड हो. So, मैं कैसे चाह रहा हूं, मैं बस थोड़ा सा मोटा चाह रहा हूं और इस तरीके से कर्व चाह रहा हूं. ठीक, बनाइए प्लीज. एक मिनट में बनाता हूँ, रुको, आप भी बनाओ. बट ये है स्क्यूनेस 0 है इसकी. बस ये थोड़ा सा कद में छोटा है और विड्थ में मोटू है. ठीक है ना, राइट. Z test is used. Z test is used when population standard deviation is given. Z test is used when population standard deviation is given or known. T test is used given or known. Given or known, that means हमें पता है. When population standard deviation is unknown, that is sample standard deviation is known. Correct? Now help me. If I say this is a data, this is the data of Virat career, and Virat actually has played 400 matches. Suppose these are 400 figures. So do I know the population standard deviation?
Yes.
Which test I will use? Z test. Now let us assume these are 80,000 numbers, or these are 80 lakh number. These are 80 lakh number. Based upon this 80 lakh number, I want to make predictions about 140 crore Indians. Do I note the population? Which test I will use? That means when we are dealing with entire data set, then we use Z. But when we are dealing with sample, we use T test. Now when I'm dealing with sample, the probability of error will be, so range will always be wider. Then next is when to use standard deviation, when to use standard error. Standard deviation will be used when I'm dealing with raw data. When I'm dealing with raw data in shape of normal distribution. For example, Virat has scored 1 run 1 time, 2 run 2 time, 3 run 3 time, 4 run 2 time, 5 run 1 time. If I plot this on a graph paper, is it taking a shape of normal distribution? Is it taking a shape of normal distribution? Yes, data is itself is normal distributed, but very less probability that it will happen in real life. Now my point is, suppose these are the runs of Virat. These are some random runs of Virat, which is not in the shape of normal distribution. Can I turn this data into normal distribution? Using central limit theorem. This is the sample or this is the population. Now what I will do, I will create one more line that will be sampling distribution. Within each sample, I'm going to take at least how many numbers? And data now will be normally distributed. That means when I'm dealing with sampling distribution, then what I will use? Then I'm going to use standard error. फिर से, if I'm dealing with raw data, then I'm going to use standard deviation. And when I'm dealing with sampling distribution, then to create the range, I'm going to use standard error. अब बच्चे ने कैसे, मुझे कैसे पता लगेगा? बड़ा ही सिंपल है। पहली बात तो एक भी सवाल चॉइसर में गिवन ही नहीं है, पहले होते थे, अब गिवन ही नहीं है। अगर फिर भी आ जाता है, हम क्या करेंगे? If sample size is given, that means standard error you have to use. If sample size is not given, then we simply use standard deviation. Standard deviation भी दे देता है और sample size दे देता है, तब क्या यूज करो रेंज बनाते वक्त? स्टैंडर्ड एरर। और अगर सैंपल साइज नहीं देता तब क्या यूज कर लोगे? स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन। सो राइट, फाइनली मीन प्लस माइनस critical value using t or z multiply by standard deviation or standard error. Now write z population, standard deviation is given, t sample, standard deviation is given. चलो आगे। Population, standard deviation is given, sample, standard deviation is given. Then standard deviation when data is in the shape of normal data. Standard error when we are converting raw data into normal distribution. In other words, when dealing with sampling distribution. ठीक है? Now write properties of t-test. Properties of t-test. Properties of t-test. Property of t-test. Number one, it is identical to normal distribution. It is identical to normal distribution. Number two, it is defined by degree of freedom. It is defined by degree of freedom. It is defined by degree of freedom, which is equal to n-1. इसका मतलब क्या? Allow me some time. Which is equal to n-1. Third, it has wider tails than normal distribution. It has wider tails than normal distribution. That is, kurtosis is more than 3. Next, skewness is equal to 0. Skewness is equal to 0. ठीक है, अब करते हैं, लिखेंगे एग्जाम्पल। विराट मीन स्कोर 100 रन्स। ठीक है, स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन, सैंपल स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन 10 runs. Sample standard deviation 10 runs. Number of matches taken in sample 20 matches. Correct? Now create a range that has probability of 90%. Create a range that has probability of 90%. Now answer two questions, Z or T? Z or T? T. Because sample standard deviation is given. Standard deviation, standard error. Standard deviation, standard error. चलो इस पॉइंट को छोड़ते हैं, अभी के लिए हम टी टेस्ट करते हैं, करेक्ट? चलिए ना बनाएंगे रेंज. मीन, व्हाट इज मीन? 100. अभी मैं स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन ही यूज कर रहा हूं. व्हाट इज माय स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन? 10. What is my standard deviation? 10. That means I'm only left with critical value. Now probability is 90. What is significance? 10. One side, two side. मतलब दोनों साइड मिला के बात कर रही है, एक साइड की बात कर रहे हो? दोनों साइड मिला के 10% छोड़ना चाहते हो, तो मतलब एक साइड पे कितना छोड़ना चाहते हो फिर? Now let me come to my table. Now which table I will refer? Now I'm going to refer. I'm not going to refer Z. I'm going to refer T. अब ध्यान से देखना, एक तरफ या तो 5% छोड़ दो, या दोनों तरफ मिला के कितना छोड़ दो? 10. Again, probability is 90. What is the significance in totality? 10. दोनों साइड मिला के कितना छोड़ दो? 10. या एक तरफ मिला के कितना छोड़ दो? 5. करेक्ट है बाबा? अब यहाँ पे DF दे रखा है. अब मैंने कहा DF क्या होगा? That is n-1. What is the meaning of n-1? How many matches you have taken in the sample? 20 minus 1, that means 90. अब बच्चे सर ये हम n-1 करते क्यों हैं? क्योंकि statistician wants whenever you are going to use T table, you shall take into consideration at least 2 matches. अब कल साले कम ऐसा नहीं करने लग जाओ कि विराट का एक मैच लिया और उसके बेसिस पे आप क्या कर रहे हो? प्रोबेबिलिटी की स्टेटमेंट्स दे रहे हो. We want at least you should have how many samples? We want you to at least 2 samples based upon which you are making the conclusion. That means किसी बच्चे के पास एक सैंपल हुआ, can he use the t-test? How many samples you want? 2. अब ध्यान से देखना, अगर आपके पास 2 सैंपल हैं, 2 minus 1, while creating a range, आप कितना यूज कर रहे हो? 6.3. तो जो रेंज बनेगा that will be narrower, that will be wider. But ध्यान से देखना, as the sample is increasing, range will start getting narrower. और जब बहुत बड़ा सैंपल हो जाएगा तब आप क्या वर्ड यूज कर रहे हो? 1.645 और 1.65 बोल सकता हूं. अब ध्यान से देखना, in the table that we prepared here, in the table दोनों साइड मिला के कितना छोड़ना चाहते हो? 10. Z की वैल्यू क्या थी? और धीरे धीरे क्या T भी उसको अप्रोच कर रहा है? That means as the sample size will keep on getting increase, range will start getting narrower, and one day it will replicate. It will going to replicate the Z. तो उसकी कमर अभी मोटी है, लेकिन as you keep on increasing the sample size, it will start overlapping the again. दोनों साइड मिला के Z में 5% छोड़ते हो, what is the critical value? 1.96. Now 5% 2 till धीरे धीरे स्टार्ट कितने से कर रहा था क्रिटिकल वैल्यू ने? 12. धीरे धीरे it starts getting, and eventually it will be same wise 1% 2 till 1% 2 till. We started with 63. The range is going to be very much wider. It starts getting narrower. Eventually it becomes. Is it equal to the value of? Is it equal to the value of Z?
Yes.
Answer is yes. That means Z and T are almost equal, but since we are dealing with sample So you want the range to be wider. It is defined by degree of freedom. Degree of freedom will be equal to n minus 1. What is the logic of taking n minus 1? We want the statistician to take at least how many samples? He should take at least 2 samples. And then accordingly, we're going to get. And as the sample size will start increasing, T will start approaching. T will start approaching Z. अब कई बार बच्चा मुझे क्या बोलता है कि सर पेपर में टी टेबल गिवन ही नहीं था, हाउ आई कैन सॉल्व? बाबा नहीं भी था तो एक अंदाजा लगा सकते हो क्या कि उसकी वैल्यू क्रिटिकल वैल्यू होगी कितने के आसपास? अब अगर जेड का ही टेबल का वैल्यू 1.65 है और टी का वैल्यू नहीं भी गिवन, अंदाजा लगा लो थोड़ा सा ऊपर 1.8 कर दो। अब मेरे को नहीं गिवन है, लेकिन क्या इतना कॉन्फिडेंट हूं कि 1.8 के आसपास ही वैल्यू रहा होगा? इस टेबल की रिक्वायरमेंट भी क्या है? सेम वाइज 5% टू टेल, अंदाजा मारो, मोर देन 1.96, लेस देन 1.96, 2.05 पर सवाल कर दो, टेंशन काय की लेने की। अब ये देखो क्या यही वैल्यूज आ रही हैं? आ रही हैं। सेम वाइज 1% पे कितना है? 2.58, हल्का सा ऊपर हल्का सा नीचे, 2.7 पे कर दो, ये लो 2.7 2.8 पे सवाल कर दो। अब है तो मचा दे, तो पेपर में तो टेबल नहीं थी, टेबल चाहिए भी नहीं, लेकिन हल्का सा ऊपर। करेक्ट है। नाउ $1,000,000 क्वेश्चन, T test will have cutoff is equal to 3, more than 3, less than 3, more than 3. Will all the critical values of T will be wider than this range? Answer is yes, it is going to be slightly wider. तो सेम आप किसके लिए बना सकते हो? सेम टेबल यू कैन प्रिपेयर फॉर T also, but take some slightly higher values. तो यहाँ पे ले लेना 1.7 कर दो, 2.05 कर दो, यहाँ पे 2.8 कर दो। That is going to be the table for T test. ज्यादा नहीं सोचना। क्लियर है? Am I clear with this? चलिए, now let me now read this part. Is it making sense? Read this part. Is it making sense? Shall I proceed? Now read this one. We want higher power of test. If we decrease the probability of one error, it will come at the cost of type 2 error. There is only one way to reduce both the errors, by increase the sample size. As you are having more samples, your error will keep on reducing. Then, how many steps in hypothesis? 6 steps. What is step number 4? Null will always have. एक और देख लेते हैं कुछ सवाल, फिर देखते हैं कि हम कर पा रहे हैं या नहीं। ठीक है, लिखेंगे, एक और लिखेंगे लास्ट पॉइंट बिफोर वी गो फॉर द ब्रेक। टेस्ट फॉर वेरिएंसेस, और पहले लिखिए टेस्ट फॉर मीन। टेस्ट फॉर मीन, टेस्ट फॉर मीन। तो मीन के लिए दो ही टेस्ट हैं, either it is going to be Z or it is going to be T. The next slide, test for variances or standard deviation. Now one test is chi-square. ये इसका symbol है chi-square test, and the another test is F test. So what is the test for mean? Z or T. What is the test for variances? That is going to be chi-square, or that is going to be F test. Not right. F square, sorry, right? Chi-square. This test is used. This test is used when with the help of a sample, this test is used when with the help of a sample, we are making comments about population standard deviation. This test is used when we are making, this test is used when we are using sample standard deviation and making comment about population standard deviation. For example, we have taken into consideration last 10 matches of Virat. Last 10 matches of Virat. Calculate standard deviation of that. Calculate standard deviation of that and making comments about Virat's entire career standard deviation. So let me repeat in a simple language. आपने मेरी लास्ट 5 क्लास का देखा कि सर कितने टाइम पे आते हैं, 5 क्लासेस में आप लेट आने लगा, तो अब उन 5 क्लासेस के बेसिस पर आप मेरे क्या कंक्लूजन करोगे कि सर हमेशा ही लेट आते हैं, लेट नहीं आते. दैट मीन्स विकास कंपैरिजन इज विद Vikas. Okay, now write F test. Here we test whether variance of Virat is equal to variance of Rohit. Here we check whether the variance of Virat is equal to variance of Rohit. That means very simple है. When based upon your data, your sample, you're making comment about yourself, this will be known as chi-square. But when I'm comparing one with some other player, this will be known as F test. ठीक है, तो ये आगे हम करेंगे. मेरे को नहीं पता अभी तक क्लास कितना डिफिकल्ट गया है. मान के चलता अगर मैं गाड़ी का ड्राइवर हूं तो मुझे लग रहा है अभी तक गाड़ी रोड पे है. ठीक है, अभी तक मुझे ऐसा रोड पे लग रही है. एंड कुछ अगर कंस्ट्रक्टिव फीडबैक है, कहीं चीजें उतर रही हैं, मैं नहीं समझ पा रहा, तो प्लीज एक बार बोल दीजिएगा. अभी तक कोई कंसर्न आया है, कहीं वो दर्द फील हो रहा है? अच्छा, तो एक अनाउंसमेंट कर देता हूँ. अभी हम ऋषिकेश पहुंच चुके हैं. ठीक है, अभी ऋषिकेश आ गए हैं. अब वो चढ़ाइयाँ आने वाली हैं. अब वो जितने भी 4 धाम ऊपर के हैं, ओली वॉली सब आपको दिखाई देने वाला है. ठीक है, तो जाने से पहले जैसे थोड़ा सा ब्रेक ले लेते हैं. इसके बाद चढ़ाई वाला रास्ता शुरू होगा और आपका भी सिर घूमेगा और मैं हरियाणा रोडवेज की तरह गाड़ी चलाऊंगा. तो बिना आपकी चिंता करे कि आपको क्या हो रहा है, मैं गाड़ी चलाता जाऊंगा. मेरा ऑब्जेक्टिव रहेगा कि हमें ओली तक पहुंचना है, और भले ही आप में उल्टियां कोई करे, कोई बस से गिर जाए, कोई लोट हो जाए, लेकिन गाड़ी मैं आज ओली पहुंचा के रहूंगा. ठीक है, तो अच्छा बच्चा कह रहा अगर मैं अभी तक सरवाइव कर गया तो आगे इजी है. ये जो अभी मैंने पढ़ा है, ये वो पढ़ा है जिसमें मैं अच्छा मुझे खुद को मानता था. तो अब मेरा गंदा वाला रूप आएगा. ठीक है, लेकिन रहेगा सिर्फ 1 घंटा, जहाँ मेरे को ही नहीं समझ आएगा मैं कर क्या रहा हूँ. तो उस रूप के लिए वेट करते हैं. ठीक है, मैं रोडवेज वाला ड्राइवर बनूंगा, बिना आपकी चिंता करे मैं गाड़ी चलाता जाऊंगा. ठीक है, सवारी अपनी खुद की जिम्मेदार है. ठीक है, ड्राइवर का काम नहीं है. ठीक है, हाथ पकड़ लीजिएगा. ठीक है, So have a break of 30 minutes. We resume at 12:10. Okay. But only request is please revise whatever we have covered till this point. Again, I'm going to repeat all the 6 steps. सिर्फ 2 ही टेस्ट कराएंगे, काय स्क्वायर एफ टेस्ट, फिर आपको छोड़ देंगे, ठीक है? सिर्फ 2 टेस्ट करा के आज के लिए इतना बस है। फिर नेक्स्ट ऑनवर्ड्स आपका क्या रहेगा? नीड नॉट टू डू एनीथिंग द कमिंग वीक, जस्ट यू हैव टू रिवाइज and whatever the questions we have covered in the class, only those questions you have to do at your home. You are not going to touch the question bank. Okay, so the question bank we will cover in the class, but that is going to be on selective basis. ठीक है? तो घर जाके सिंपल भाषा में जितना कराया गया सिर्फ उतना रिवाइज कर लेंगे, और उसके बाद क्लास में टीचर खुद क्वेश्चन बैंक को सारा कराएगा। जितना भी तक क्वांट्स पढ़ाया गया है वो सारा रिवाइज होना चाहिए बाय नेक्स्ट सैटरडे। Am I clear with this? चलिए, there is one more announcement. मैं देना नहीं चाहता था, मैं कहा दे देते हैं। So institute has released the mock exams. In totality there are 7 mocks, okay, and we are planning from 15th of January. Okay, so those who are having attempt in February, so धुआंधार स्टार्ट कर देंगे 15 जनवरी से। And what is the procedure? So at your home, at your place, you can download the mock exams and you have to do in the exam manner. Okay. In totality, there will be 7 mocks. Your target should be, you have to do these mocks. अब बच्चे लोग अब करते क्या, डाउनलोड करके एक बार देख लेता हूँ, ऐसा नहीं होता ना। मॉक एग्जाम तो तभी देना चाहिए once your syllabus is अच्छा बच्चन का आपने पहले 1 फरवरी का था, अब 15 जनवरी कह रहा हूँ, शायद अगली क्लास में 10 जनवरी भी कह सकता हूँ। तो वी शुड नॉट बी इन अच्छा, मैंने ये नहीं कहा कि आपको देना 15 जनवरी से मैंडेटरी है। वी विल अपलोड द एग्जामिनेशन, दिस इज योर डिस्क्रिप्शन, ओके। एंड व्हाट आई वांट, once you appear for the marks you are going to appear when your entire syllabus is over. The general rule of mark is you are not allowed to download it and you to see the questions. आप करोगे कि एक बार डाउनलोड करोगे, एक बार सवाल देख लेता हूँ सर ने कितने दिए हैं, क्या जरूरत है ये सब बेफालतू के काम करने की। मॉक का मतलब है जिससे मेरी पूरी तैयारी हो जाएगी, एक अनसीन क्वेश्चन को मुझे सॉल्व करना है और देखना है मेरी एक्यूरेसी 70% आती है या नहीं आती है। सम ऑफ यू मे स्टार्ट डूइंग दी ऑडिट वर्क, दे विल डाउनलोड इट एंड सवाल किस चैप्टर सर ने कितने डाले हैं क्या है, गंदा काम नहीं करने का। 15 जनवरी से हम दे देंगे, इसका मतलब ये भी नहीं है कि आपको 15 जनवरी से देना है। व्हेन टाइम अलाउज यू, योर ऑब्जेक्टिव शुड बी दैट आई एम गोइंग टू अपीयर ऑल दी 7 मार्क्स बिफोर गोइंग फॉर द फाइनल बिट। दिस इज समथिंग रिकमेंडेड प्रोसीजर। करना चाहो बहुत अच्छा, नहीं करना चाहो तो भी, नहीं करोगे तो भी बहुत अच्छा, क्योंकि कुछ बच्चे फेल नहीं होंगे तो हम जैसे छोटे टीचरों का घर कैसे चलेगा। ठीक है, सभी पास हो गए तो फिर ये नहीं होगा कि सीएफए तो बहुत आसान है। तो लोगों को लगना चाहिए कि सीएफए क्या है, मुश्किल है, तो कुछ बच्चों का फेल होना भी जरूरी है। तो जो पास होना चाहते हैं वो 7 मार्क दे दो, और चाहते हैं जो सर एक और घर खरीदे आगे जाके, वो क्या करेंगे, वो पढ़ाई नहीं करेंगे। ठीक है, तो मेरी उन्नति चाहते हो मत पढ़ना, अपनी सक्सेस चाहते हो तो पढ़ लेना। और आपका पेपर आई थिंक 15 फेब को फाइनल पेपर, आई थिंक 15 फेब से आई थिंक पेपर स्टार्ट हो जाएंगे। 19 टू 25th है। सो अगेन एंड अगेन आई एम रिपीटिंग दैट योर मॉक शुड बी कंप्लीटेड बाय 15th of Feb. Rest all the days should be left for revision purposes, and the passing percentage for all the mock exam is 70%. Am I clear with this? 2 mock is already provided by the CF Institute that you have to solve on the portal, and 5 marks additionally we will provide you. In totality, you are going to have 7 marks. Am I clear with this? Chaliye. Earlier we used to take some individual test series, so individual test series will not be there. Now we are going to appear for 7 marks. Any concern in this? Any? अब क्लास में आके देना चाहते हैं, आ जाओ, मैं नहीं होऊंगा। ठीक है, आपने यहाँ आके देना, यहाँ दे दो, हमारी बिजली यूज करनी, हमारा इंटरनेट यूज करना, यहाँ कर लो। वहां कमरा खाली होता है, वहां पे आप दे सकते हो जब आपका मन करे। दिस बिल्डिंग इज ओपन 24/7। यहाँ आना है यहाँ जाओ, घर पे बैठना है घर पे बैठो, छत पे बैठना है छत पे बैठो, जहां मन करे वहां कर दीजिए। करेक्ट है बेटा? और कुछ बेटा? चलिए ना, लिखेंगे काय स्क्वायर टेस्ट, प्रॉपर्टीज ऑफ काय स्क्वायर, प्रॉपर्टीज ऑफ काय स्क्वायर। Properties of chi-square. Number one, it is asymmetrical. Z and T were symmetrical. This is asymmetrical. It is asymmetrical. Number two, it is bounded by 0. That means it cannot have any negative value. For Z, you are saying plus minus 1.65. For T also it is plus minus 1 point something. But the values of chi-square can never be negative. There will always be a positive value. Then third, as sample size increase, as sample size will increase, it will also approach. It will also approach. It will also approach. It will also approach normal distribution. So I want to repeat all the points. Here skewness is not 0. It is asymmetrical. Here the values cannot be negative. And as the sample size will increase, it will take the shape of normal distribution. Now, the shape will be something like this. It is not symmetrical. It is asymmetrical. Okay. Now I request, please read this entire question in totality. And what you have to find out, well, while reading, you have to figure it out. Are we talking about mean? Or are we talking about standard deviation or variance? First, figure this out. What we want you to construct, is it with respect to mean, scores, range, or it is with respect to standard deviation or variance? Mean or standard deviation? Mean or standard deviation? Standard deviation. Now either it will be chi-square or it is going to be chi-square or f-test. Now if you're comparing Virat with Virat, which test? And if you're comparing Virat with Rohit, which test? Now help me, Virat with Virat, Virat with Rohit. Virat with, now please read the entire line. Historically, there's a company, the company name is High Return, or let us say the company name is A. Historically, company A has advertised the monthly standard deviation is equal to 4%. Company कहती है historically मेरा standard deviation 4% का था. Okay. This was based upon the estimates from 2005 to 13. Now we want to verify this claim, that whether this claim is still valid or not. Now we have taken a data for 24 months. And there the standard deviation is 3.8. Now we want to conclude that whether still the standard deviation is 4% or not. Now I want to make comment about the population with the help of sample. I'm comparing Virat with which test to be used? Chi-square. Now please write solution. Step number 1. You have to construct a hypothesis for his belief. Step number 1. Step number 1. Define null and alternative. Define null and alternative. Now null. Standard deviation equal to 4%. Alternative. Standard deviation not equal to 4%. Shall I proceed? Shall I proceed? Step number 2. Which is the appropriate test? Chi-square. Step number 3. What is the significance level? What is the significance level? Significance is 5% to till degree of freedom n-1. Now in the sample, how many months sample you have taken? How many months sample you have taken? 24. So what would be degree of freedom? 23. Step number 4. What is step number 4? Now, step number 4 is critical values. Before I proceed to that part, just go through all the 3 steps. Shall I proceed? Now, if I draw that graph, so it cannot be 0. Okay, it cannot be negative number. And it is sort of कुछ इस तरीके का था, correct? Now my point is, you want to leave 2.5% here. You want to leave 2.5% here. So what will be in between? 95 with the degree of freedom of. Now what I will do, now I move to chi-square table. Now look how we are going to find out the answer. So the name of the table is chi-square. Now degree of freedom is 23. That means this row is relevant for me. Nothing else is relevant. Degree of freedom is how much? 23. Now my point is, you have to select in such a manner that in between it should be 90. In between it should be 95. Now my point is, what will be in between? एक का कितना है 0.975, दूसरे का कितना है 0.25. What will be in between? What will be in between? What will be in between? Now in between it is going to be 95. So how to verify? एक मिनट, आपको बीच में कितना चाहिए? 95. तो स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट एक ले लीजिए 2.5 का और एक ले लीजिए 0.5 का, करेक्ट? Now help me. What are the critical values that you are getting? Now you will get 2 critical values. One critical value is, another critical value is 38. Now my point is, if it is symmetrical, then your critical values will be always equal, plus minus 1.65. But am I getting the equal critical values? No. That means data is asymmetrical. Not right. Critical values. So your critical value is 11.689 to 38.076. Same wise, if your level of significance is 10%, degree of freedom is 23. So this will be 5. This will be 5. तो एक पॉइंट तो 5 हो जाएगा और दूसरा कितना ले लोगे? So what will be the critical values? Then the critical values would be 13 and 35. Am I clear how I am selecting this? Am I clear how I am selecting the critical? एक है 5 पे लेगे और एक लोगे 90, एक लोगे 95 पे. तो 5 पे वैल्यू कितना आ रहा है? 35.172 और 95 पे कितना आ रहा है? 13.091. Am I clear how I am selecting the critical values? Not right. Step number 4. What is step number 4? Step number 5. Step number 5 क्या था? Test statistic. Not right. Calculation of test statistic. Now here the formula will be different because we are dealing with chi-square. So what is the formula? Variance of sample divide by variance of population n minus 1. Variance of sample divide by variance of population multiply by n minus 1. Now help me, whatever the sample that you have taken, whatever the sample that you have taken, what is the standard deviation of that sample? 3.8 तो लिखेंगे 0.038 का स्क्वायर. What is the standard deviation of population? 4 का स्क्वायर multiply by how much? Calculate this. Twenty point 20.75. Now my point is, was this value directly given? और ये पेपर में भी आपको given होगी. Was this value directly given? Was this value directly given? Yes. How come you're getting this answer? Variance of sample divided by variance of population multiplied by. Now my point is 20 lying within the range, outside the range. 20 lying within the range, outside the range. Within the range. So write conclusion. Step number 6. Within the range. If it is within the range, what should be the conclusion? Fail to reject. Null. That is, null is true. And what was null? Yes. Standard deviation equal to 4%. Yes. Standard deviation equal to 4%. तो हम कंक्लूड क्या कर रहे हैं? जो कंपनी का क्लेम था 4% का, क्या आज भी वो वैलिड है? आंसर इज यस, दैट क्लेम इज वैलिड. नाउ माय पॉइंट इज, अगेन आई वांट टू रिपीट, हियर आई एम कंपेयरिंग विराट विद Virat. Am I talking about mean or am I talking about standard deviation? Now which test I'm going to use? Either it is going to be chi-square or it is going to be F test. Which test shall I use here? Rest everything is same, only one change is there. The formula for test statistic, variance of sample divided by variance of multiply by n minus 1. अब अगर विद इन रेंज आ गया तो फेल टू रिजेक्ट दी नल, आउटसाइड रेंज आ गया तो नल को क्या कर दीजिएगा? नल को रिजेक्ट कर. ठीक है, प्लीज रिपीट दिस क्वेश्चन अगेन. प्लीज सॉल्व दिस क्वेश्चन अगेन, और लेट मी गिव यू a new one. Please solve this question. Now please solve this one. Question number 8 yourself. First point, am I talking about standard deviation or mean? Comparison of Virat with Virat or Virat with Rohit? Which test? एक बार ट्राई करिए प्लीज. Table. This is the table. So degree of freedom will be 24. Degree of freedom will be 24. What will be the critical values? 12.401 and so verify this critical values and try to answer it. Twelve point 401, 39.364. चलिए, let me start. Step number 1, define null and alternative. Now my null is standard deviation equal to 5%. Standard deviation not equal to 5%. Step number 2, which test is appropriate? We are talking about standard deviation. Chi-square. What is the significance? One tail, two tail. What is the degree of freedom? N minus 1. 25 months data you have taken. 24. Now, what are the critical values? It is 12.4012, 39.4. Now, step number 5. Test statistic. What is the formula? Variance of sample divided by variance of population multiplied by 24. Now, what is the variance of sample that you have calculated? 0.05 whole square, 0.05 multiplied by 24. Within range, outside range. Reject null, fail to reject null. Fail to reject. That means null is true. That is yes, standard deviation is equal to clear है? Simple है? Now write properties of F test. Properties of F test. Number 1, it is bounded by 0. Number 1, it is bounded by 0. Is it similar to chi-square? चलिए. Second, it is asymmetrical. It is asymmetrical. Again, similar to chi-square. Okay. Chi-square. Now write the third point. It is a unique test. It is a unique test where there will be two separate degree of freedom. There will be two separate degree of freedom and one critical value. And one critical value within bracket always lies in the right. Within bracket always lies in the right. ठीक है. सो मैं कहना क्या चाहता हूं, अभी तक डिग्री ऑफ फ्रीडम कितने थे? एक 23, 24. अब डिग्री ऑफ फ्रीडम कितने हो जाएंगे? 2. एक तो ये चेंज आएगा. अभी क्रिटिकल वैल्यूज कितनी लेके आ रहे थे? 2. एक हमने बोला 12 और 38, 11 और ये. लेकिन अब क्रिटिकल वैल्यूज कितनी आएंगी? सिर्फ एक आएगी. Now read this question in totality. Help me. I'm comparing Virat with Virat, or I'm comparing Virat with Rohit. Virat with Rohit. That means I'm comparing paper with textile. Another point. I'm not talking about mean, I'm talking about standard deviation. Standard deviation. Comparing two different players. Which test is appropriate? F test. एक बार पढ़िएगा, फिर इसका भी hypothesis रन कर देंगे. हो गया? अच्छा, before I proceed, the problem with these tests is na, I'm unable to recall where we can use this practically. For example, normal distribution I use practically in my life, which I do the option selling part. But where we use this in practical life, still I'm unable to recall. Still I'm not getting that practical example. But yes, I'm somewhere confident that इसका कुछ ना कुछ प्रैक्टिकल एप्लीकेशन तो होता होगा। अभी आपने देखा हमने पीछे काई स्क्वायर भी करा, सो वी आर नॉट एबल टू रिकॉल वेयर वी कैन यूज दिस प्रैक्टिकली. That practical part, something that is missing in hypothesis. Rest everything is simple. Okay. Now I'm going to solve this numerical. How many steps are going to be? Now right. Step number 1. Define null and alternative. And the best point is here, null will always be difference equal to 0. And if it is d equal to 0, it's a hint that which test I'm going to use? F test. ये क्या बोल रहा है? अभी क्या बोलेगा? Standard deviation of Virat equal to standard deviation of Rohit. Alternatively, I can say that difference of their standard deviation is, that means whenever the null is d equal to 0, which test you are going to use? F test. Now alternative will be d. Step number 2, which test is appropriate? Step number 3, significance. 5%. One tail, two tail. One tail, two tail. Two tail. Now there will be 2 degree of freedom. अभी देखेंगे वो कैसे निकलेगा. Step number 4. What do I want? I'm leaving that. Step number 5. It is going to be test statistic. For chi-square, it was variance of sample divided by variance of population multiplied by, यहाँ पे है variance of large divided by variance of small. Variance of large divided by variance of small. Now you have 2 sectors, one is textile, one is paper. किसका वेरिएंस ज्यादा है? देख लेते हैं ना. Textile has a variance of or standard deviation of 4.3 and paper has a standard deviation of, so what should be a numerator? Numerator should be a higher value, so it is going to be 4.3 का square divide by 3.8 का square. Solve, help me with the answer. .28. Now my point is, have the question given you the same value? So high probabilities in the examination, they will give you this value. Okay, but still we have to remember the formula. Variance of large divided by variance of small. Now my point is, this part is textile. This part is paper. Now help me in the denominator, sorry, in the numerator, degree of freedom. 31 minus 1. What is the degree of freedom for denominator? 41 minus 1. अब सवाल बड़ा सिंपल है. Till now there are how many degree of freedoms? 1. But now there are how many degree of freedoms? 2. Till now there are 2 critical values. Now how many critical values I'm going to get? 1. तो फिर से रिपीट करते हैं. इसका जो न्यूमरेटर है, इसका डिग्री ऑफ फ्रीडम n-1. डिनोमिनेटर का डिग्री ऑफ फ्रीडम n-1. करेक्ट है? अभी तक करेक्ट है? नाउ राइट हियर वी वांट टू लीव 5% to till. Then how much on right hand side? How much on right hand side? Now again I will go to F test. Now help me, which F test shall I refer? This F test, 2.5% right tail or 5% right tail? Which one? 2.5. अब ध्यान से पढ़ना, ये क्या कहता है? In the top row, it should be degree of freedom of numerator. That means ऊपर इसमें से मुझे कौन सा सिलेक्ट करना चाहिए? कौन सा? 30. And in the side row, it should be a degree of freedom of. So यहाँ पे कौन सा डिग्री ऑफ फ्रीडम मेरे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है? अब आपको ये देखना है 40 और 30 where they are intersecting. 40 and 30 where they are intersecting. They are intersecting at, so right, critical value 1.94. 1.94. 1.94. Now, step number 6. 0 to 1.94. 1.28 within, outside. Within, outside. Within. If it is within, reject null, fail to reject null. That means null is, and null is true. That means standard deviation of textile is equal to standard deviation of what type of questions are testable? Number 1, what is testable? That is the formula for test statistic. What is the test statistic formula for chi-square? Variance of sample divided by variance of population multiplied by n minus 1. How many critical values you will get in case of chi-square? 2 critical values, 1 degree of freedom. Now I'm coming to F test. F test, rejection will always lie on the right. That means how many critical values you're going to get? 1 critical values. But how many degree of freedom? There will be 2 degree of freedom. Now my point is, what is the formula for test statistic? Variance of large divided by variance of, that means test statistic will always be greater than 1. This is the point that you have to remember. You will get 1 critical value, 2 degree of freedom. Rejection will always lie on the right. This method is used when I'm comparing Virat with. That means the hint is, if null is D equal to 0, which test? And if variance is equal to 5%, standard deviation equal to 10%, then which test it is? chi-square. अब देखते हैं किस टाइप के सवाल आते हैं. आंसर करने का बड़ा ही सिंपल है. Answer question number 2. Equality of variances of 2 player. Which test it is? Answer करिए question number 2. Oh, 3. Variance equal to 13 or not? Variance equal to 13 or not? Variance equal to 13 or not? That is going to be chi-square. अगर यहाँ पे लिखा था D equal to 0 or not? F test. If variance is equal to 13 or not? That is going to be. इसके beyond पेपर में कुछ नहीं आने का. अब ये कैसे साले ने बनाए और वैल्यूज कहां से लेके आए, ये मेरे को तो नहीं समझ आती. ठीक है, तो ये थोड़ा सा पार्ट आपको मगअप करने वाला है. The curiosity could be how he is framing this formula, how he is deriving this number. मैं तो गिव अप कर गया. ठीक है, और दिमाग मेरा लग भी नहीं रहा. तो थोड़ा बहुत इतना सा पार्ट आपको सिर्फ मगअप करने का. ठीक है, सो दी लास्ट, I think we resume the class at 12:15. This half an hour part is in my entire career that I'm not able to explain the logics. This is the only part that you have to mark up. Okay, so now come to the backside of your notebook. Come to the backside of your notebook. Come to the backside of your notebook. Now write test concerning variances. Test concerning variances or standard deviation. How many tests? 2. Number 1, chi-square. Number 2, F test. Now what I want you to write the properties of both the tests. Give it a try. Whatever you can recall from the lecture, Write the properties of both the test. हाँ, मेरे को नहीं बताना, लिखना. I want you to write the properties of both the test. Whatever you can recall. Next step is you have to write the properties of normal distribution. And next is you have to write the properties of t-test. I want properties of chi-square. I want properties of f-test. I want properties of z-test. I want properties of t-test. Then I want formula for test statistics of chi-square. I want formula for test statistic of f-test. Chaliye. Let me repeat the answers now. Normal distribution. Mean is equal to median is equal to mod. Skewness equal to 0. Kurtosis equal to 3. T-test. Everything is same. Mean, median, mod equals. Skewness 0. The only difference is kurtosis greater than more than 3. And as degree of freedom will keep on increasing, sample size keep on increasing, it will start approaching normal distribution. Degree of freedom is equal to n minus 1. Now I'm coming to my chi-square. It is asymmetrical. It is bounded by 0. And now as the sample size will increase, it will start approaching normal distribution. The formula for test statistic is variance of sample divided by variance of multiply by n minus 1. It is also defined by degree of freedom, and it will have how many critical values? It will have 2 critical values. Now I'm coming to f-test. It is asymmetrical. It is bounded by 0. But this test is different. They are going to be how many degree of freedom? 2. 2 degree of freedom. But how many critical values? Rejection will always lie on right. And the formula is variance of large divided by variance of. करेक्ट है बाबा? चलिए, अब आपको कोई भी सवाल नहीं करना है. Whatever we have covered in the class, this is more than sufficient. In the next class, I'm going to solve all the numericals. I can prove this was the one of the toughest class. अगर पता नहीं लगा या नहीं लगा, एक झटका और सैटरडे का रह जाएगा. धीरे धीरे चलेंगे till the time you are revising the concepts. ठीक है? One thing that you need not to read from the Schwezer. अब जो मना करूंगा, कई बच्चे इसी पे ही सवाल पूछेंगे. ठीक है? तो जो मैं कटवा रहा हूँ वो प्लीज काट लीजिएगा, और ये प्रोफेसर नोट भी पढ़ लीजिएगा. एक बहुत सारा प्रोफेसर नोट लिखा हुआ है. भाई लिखता है मुझे नहीं लगता कि यार बच्चों से ये सवाल पूछा जाएगा. इसी को लगते हुए मैंने भी ये काट दिया. ठीक है? तो आपको काटना क्या है? यू विल स्टार्ट फ्रॉम डिफरेंस बिटवीन मीन्स. कुछ इंडिपेंडेंट सैंपल करके होगा बुक में. यहां से लेके इस पार्ट से लेके इस पार्ट से लेके, नहीं ये तो पीडीएफ का है, यहां से लेके इससे ऊपर तक सारा काट दीजिए. तो कुछ 1-2 पेजेस आएंगे, उनको काट देना, और नेक्स्ट क्लास में पूरा ही कटवा दूंगा कि श्वेजर पढ़नी ही नहीं है. ठीक है? लेकिन ये तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं पढ़ना है. ठीक है? तो लेट मी रिपीट, मैं क्या कह रहा हूं. यू विल स्टार्ट फ्रॉम दिस पार्ट, डिफरेंस बिटवीन मीन्स, till this point. You need not to refer the Schwezer. You need not to do any questions as of now. In the next class, we are going to solve entire linear regression hypothesis again. And still linear regression is not over. Lot many stuffs are still pending. ठीक है, चलिए. Now I'm not proceeding. Let's conclude the lecture. ठीक है, shall we start? चलिए. So now what is my agenda for today? So today we are going to complete hypothesis testing in totality. Okay. Now, what steps we are going to follow? Okay. So write note number 1. Write note number 1. Need not to read this chapter. Need not to read this chapter from Schweitzer. Need not to read this Schweitzer. Okay. That means whatever we have written in our class notes, that is going to be more than sufficient for examination. Okay. Plus what I will do, in totality, there are going to be 30 questions given by the CF Institute. So we are going to solve all of them. Apart from 2 or 3 questions, rest you will be in a position to solve all of them. Okay. So we are going to ignore that part which we have deleted in the last class also. Rest 28, 27 questions we will be comfortably able to solve, and we are going to solve all of them in the class. Okay. Now, before I start with, let me ask you a few questions. My question number 1, you're writing it, okay? Question number 1. Can Virat score 150 runs? Can Virat score 150 runs? And suppose your range is 90 to 110 runs, and this probability is 95. Okay. So you created a range. That range is 90 to 110 runs with a probability of 95%. Significance is 5. My question is, can Virat score 150 runs? So your answer is no. No. Leave some space here. No. But actually, he scored 150 runs. Which type of error it is? So this error is type 1 error. No. Not right. What is the meaning of type 1 error? You say no. That means reject null. When it is? So that means whenever you're saying no, that no always means what you're doing? You're rejecting null. But he actually scored. That means this statement is true. So right. In totality, what is the meaning of type 1 error? Rejecting null when it is true. So whenever you're saying no, that means you're doing. Whenever you're saying no, that means you're rejecting null. But it actually happened. It is which type of error? This is a type 1 error. Now write question number 2. Can Virat score 90 runs? What is your answer? Yes. So the moment I'm writing yes, what should be within bracket? Failed to reject null. But in none of the matches he scored 90 runs. Which type of error? This is type 2 error. So what should I write for type 2 error? Failed to reject null. Failed to reject null. But in none of the match he scored when it is false. Am I clear with both these statements? Next. Third, can Virat score 140 runs? What is your answer? No. What shall I write within bracket? Reject null. And indeed, in none of the match, he scored 140 runs. It is known as power of test. So what is the meaning of power of test? Help me. Reject null when it is true or false. True or false? True or false? So it is going to be when it is false. Clear? Now write a summary. Double star testable from exam point of view. Double star. Then what is the meaning of type 1 error? Type 1 error. Simple. Reject null when it is true. Below that, write power of test. Everything is same. Reject null when it is false. And last one is type 2 error. Type 2 error. Help me. Fail to reject null when it is highly testable in the examination. I'm pretty confident they're going to ask you with respect to type 1, type 2, and power of test. Okay, let me repeat it again. Can Virat score 150 runs? You say no, but indeed he scored. Which type of error? Type 1. आपने उससे पूछा, can Virat score 90 runs? You say yes, but in none of the match he scored. What type of error? Type 2. You say, can Virat score 140 runs? No, and indeed he did not score 140 runs. This is known as power of test. Alternative way to say this, type 1 error, reject null when it is true. Type 2 error, fail to reject null when it is false. And again, power of test, rejecting null when it is false. So the simple way to remember is for type 1 and power of test, what we are doing? Rejecting null. One, it is true, one, it is false. And in type 2, it is very simple to remember. It starts with if, fail to reject the null when it is false. Okay. Now come to the backside of your notebook. Come to the backside of your notebook. Write this statement 3 times. All 3 statements 3 times. In totality, 9. You can use the abbreviations, but I want you to write all 3 statements 3 times. In totality, it is going to be 9 times. 9 statements. चलिए, what is the probability of type 1 error? Probability of type 1 error.
5%.
Significance. What is power of test or what is probability of type 2 error? 1 minus power of test. Correct? Now we are jumping to the question bank. Let's check whether we are able to answer it or not. Totality, we are going to solve all the questions given in Schweitzer as well as in the curriculum. Okay. But what we have to remember, we need not to go through the content part. Now let's check whether we are in a position to answer it or not. Answer question number 1. Type 1 error is 5%. First identify which statement is correct, A, B, C. Only one statement is correct. Then type 2 error is 60. That means power of test is 40. In power of test, we reject null when it is rejecting null when it is false. Then what should be the correct answer? C. Answer question number 2. What is power of test? The probability of type 2 error is 0.15. That is going to be A. Are we able to solve both of them? Okay. Now my counter question is, how many steps there are in hypothesis? How many steps are there going to be in hypothesis? Okay. What is step number 1? You're just helping me. What is step number 1? Define null and alternative. So let us assume that if alternative is or null is Virat can score 120 runs. So what will be alternative? Virat cannot score 120 runs. So my counter question is, which type of test you will use? There's only equal to sign. This is going to be two-tailed test. If it is greater than, less than, then which type of test? It is going to be one-tailed test. Counter question is, null will always have equal to sign. Another counter question is, both null and alternative, will it consider all possible outcomes?
Yes.
Again, I repeat, if I combine both null and alternative, will it consider all the possible cases? दो ही चीज हो सकती हैं, या तो 120 बनाएगा, तो जो भी होगा कि इन दोनों में कवर्ड है 100%. Answer is yes. So null and alternative in totality combined all possible scenarios. Same wise, will Virat pass? Virat will not pass. Is that considered all the possible scenarios? Answer is yes. Clear? Then what is step number 2? Test. Now my point is, if we are talking about mean, population standard deviation is given, which test? Sample standard deviation given, which test? Then another question is, but if we are talking about variances, Virat variance compared with Virat, which test? Virat comparison with Virat, chi-square. Virat comparison with Rohit, this is going to be F test. What is the test statistic in case of chi-square? This was variance of sample divided by variance of multiply by n minus 1. What was F test? Variance of divided by variance of, now chi-square. It is defined by, what is the properties of chi-square? It is bounded by, that means all the critical values are going to be positive. Then as degree of freedom will keep on increasing, it will take the shape of, it is symmetrical, asymmetrical. Now F test, it's a special category of test. How many degree of freedom? 2 degree of freedom. How many critical values? Always 1. That is going to be on right hand side. It is bounded by, it is asymmetrical. कुछ ऐसा पढ़ा था? चलिए एक रिवाइज कर लीजिए. आई एम गिविंग यू, जिस हिसाब से आप आंसर दे रहे हो मुझे फील हो नहीं रहा है। बेमतलब में 30 सवालों में आपकी कमर टूट जाए। नहीं नहीं, मुझे सिर्फ करेक्ट इनकरेक्ट को कैसे एक्सप्लेन कर सकता हूँ? Please go through the notes which we have written, which we have covered last time. Have we written all this in our class notes? Have we written all this in our class notes? चलिए हेल्प करिए। Standard deviation equal to 6% or not? Which test? Chi-square F test. D equal to 0 or not? Which test? That means here I'm comparing variation of or standard deviation of Virat with standard deviation of, that means difference equal to 0 or not. Which type of test? It is going to be F. But if it is absolute number, that is going to be which test? Chi-square. ठीक है, चलिए. Now read all the questions very carefully and try to solve this in the class itself. Okay. So, एक second और. What was step number 3 in hypothesis? Significance. Step number 4, stating the decision, which means critical value. Then 5th, test statistics. If it is within range, fail to reject. Outside range, reject not. Correct? चलिए. Answer question number 8. Question number 8, I want all of you to answer. Zoom students, I'm waiting for the replies. Question number 8, I want all of you to answer. Type 1 error, rejecting null. When it is, what should be the answer? The answer is A. Shall I proceed? Answer question number 9. What is type 2 error? When it is, what should be the answer? Go through both of them. We are going to solve 30 questions in the class. Am I comfortable with both of them? चलिए, question number 12. Question number 12. What is power of test not making the? Question number 13. Question number 13. Step number 1, define null alternative. Step number 2, which test it is. Step number 3, what is the significance. Step number 4, stating a decision rule, which means signifying what is the critical value. नोट्स पेपर रिवाइज करिए कैसा कुछ लिखा हुआ है. 6 स्टेप्स जहां लिखवाए थे फोकस ऑन स्टेप नंबर 4. मैंने कहा था 1 और 4 टेस्टेबल है. व्हाट शुड बी द आंसर? व्हाट शुड बी द आंसर? आंसर इज A. Now before I proceed further, am I clear with 8th, 9th, 12th, 13th? Question number 11th. Question number 11th. क्या क्या बोल रहे हो आप? The probability of correctly rejecting the null. आपने कहा ये नहीं हो सकता और असली में नहीं हुआ, उसको क्या कहते हैं? It should be B. The probability of correctly rejecting the null. That means whatever you say that has not happened. You say no, Virat cannot score and actually did not score. What should be the answer? This is going to be power of test. Now answer question number 10th. अच्छा 10th अभी रहने दीजिएगा. 10th रहने दीजिएगा. चलिए क्वेश्चन नंबर 1. Just focus here. This is what analysts feel. Analysts feel that return will be, this statement will become. Try करिए. Question number 1. Now how to answer it? There are two statements. One is null. One is alternative. Null is what analysts want to reject. Alternative is what analysts want to prove or whatever he thinks. Now what analyst thinks here? That stock return will be. So return will be below 5%. So what will be null? Return greater than equal to 5%. Correct? Now answer it. Now identify one mistake in the given options. So answer should be B, but one mistake that institute has committed. With null, there should always be equal to sign. Am I clear with question number 1? It was very simple. What analyst thinks? Return will be below 5%. So this will become which statement? What will be null? Greater than equal to 5%. Am I clear with question number 1? Question number 2. मैं सारे रिपीट कर देता हूं. Option number A, the null is the condition that researcher wants to support. True, incorrect, correct. Null is that he wants to, he does not want to support, he wants to reject. Alternative is statement that he wants to support. A is incorrect. B, the alternative is correct without any conclusive evidence. ये स्टेटमेंट भी गलत है. आपको हम सीधा ऑल्टरनेटिव पे कमेंट नहीं करते. वी फर्स्ट मेक कमेंट विद रिस्पेक्ट टू null. If null is rejected, then we say that alternative is correct. Are we saying directly with, are we making statement directly with respect to alternative? No. First we make a comment with respect to. Now go through the third one. Alternative exhaust, मतलब consider all possible values that are not considered by null. Is it correct?
Yes.
जो बातें नल ने कर ली हैं, जो बच गई हैं, वो सारी बातें कौन कंसिडर करेगा? दैट मीन्स हमने कहा था नल एंड अल्टरनेटिव अकाउंट्स फॉर ऑल पॉसिबल वैल्यूज. दैट मीन्स व्हाटएवर द वैल्यू व्हिच आर नॉट बीइंग कंसिडर्ड बाय नल, दैट हैज बीन कंसिडर्ड बाय अल्टरनेटिव. फॉर एग्जांपल, आपने कहा विराट कैन स्कोर 120 रन, दिस इज नल. व्हाट इज अल्टरनेटिव? ही कैन नॉट. Now both statements account for 100% outcomes. जो भी होगा क्या इन दोनों के बीच ही होगा? Now what should be the answer to question number 2? So answer is C. Shall I proceed? Now before I proceed, whatever we have covered, just go through that again. So we have covered question number 1. फटाफट पढ़ लीजिए. Answer is B. Question number 2, correct answer is C. Now read question number 8th, 9th, 11th, 12th, 13th. Now going forward, difficulty will increase. Am I clear till this point? Any conflict, please let me know. Anything which you have not written in the class notes, please let me know. चलो आगे चलिए. Now answer question number 3. Question number 3. The correct answer is along with alternative, it consider all possible values. Question number 4, write a hint. Question number 4, write a hint. Question number 4, write a hint. 90 to 110 runs. Virat will score. You said Virat will score 90 to 110 runs. And probability of that is 95%. What is significance level? 5%. Now I want to draw 3 conclusions, or I want to draw 2 conclusions. Number 1, there is a 95% probability that Virat will score between 95% probability that Virat will score between 90 to 110. I want to make which type of test it is? 2 tail, 1 tail? Between 2 tail. Now, Virat will score less than 110 runs. What is the probability? What is the probability? 97.5. 1 tail, 2 tail. Now we are focusing only on one side. So here, when we are making a range, 2 tail. But now I'm just focusing on less than. So how many tails? 1 tail. That means in 1 tail, probability is more or less. Probability is more or less. Now try to answer question number 4. चलिए, मैं ए और बी में आई थिंक आप कंफ्यूजन, तो मैं ए और बी को ही एक बार समझ लेते हैं. What B is saying that one-tailed test more strongly reflects the belief of the researcher. That means researcher is more confident when he's focusing on one side. When you're focusing on two sides, what was the probability? And when you're focusing on one side, what is the probability? Has your confidence increased? That means B is correct. Now, what A is trying to say? Now, to understand A, I want that table. Please prepare that table. Write one tail, two tail. Prepare that table again. Prepare that table again. So Z score, Z value, probability or significance. Then we have Z score, probability, significance. Now 1.65, 1.96, 2.58. This is 95, 90, 5%, 2.5, 0.5. Then plus minus 1.65, 90%, 10%. 1.96, 95, 5. Plus minus 2.58, 99, 1%. Correct? अब एक बार चेक कर लेते हैं. What A is trying to say? The rejection region increase as the significance will become smaller. Okay. So if this is a significance, then what is the critical value? 1.65. 5% पे critical value है 1.65. That means test statistic अगर 1.65 से ज्यादा आ गया, 1.7 आ गया, आप नल को क्या करोगे? रिजेक्ट कर दोगे. करेक्ट. अब सवाल ये है 2.5 पे what is the critical value? Now my point is this is 1.65, this is 1.96. यहां तक वैल्यू आई तब क्या करोगे? रिजेक्ट करोगे. यहां तक वैल्यू आएगा, रिजेक्ट करोगे. यहां तक, तो यहां तक वैल्यू आया, आपका रहेगा फेल टू रिजेक्ट. बियॉन्ड दैट व्हाट यू विल से? रिजेक्ट नल. अब ध्यान से देखिए किसका एरिया बड़ा है रिजेक्शन का. इसका एरिया बड़ा है या इसका एरिया बड़ा है? एक मिनट. हियर व्हाट यू विल राइट? फेल टू रिजेक्ट. करेक्ट. एंड अगर वैल्यू बड़ा है तो क्या लिख दोगे? रिजेक्ट. तो ये इतना रेंज है. इसका रिजेक्शन का रेंज इसका है. किसका रिजेक्शन का रेंज ज्यादा है? when significance is, so my point is higher significance, what will be the rejection? Higher, smaller? Higher rejection. करेक्ट है. अब पढ़िए ए क्या कह रहा है. There is a direct relationship between significance and A is saying what is the relationship? Is it correct? Incorrect? So again I want to repeat. If significance is 5%, you will reject if value is greater than 1.65. That means this green part is which area? Rejection. And this is fail to reject. Same wise, if it is 2.5, then what is the critical value? Green part is, so where the rejection is more, 5 or 2.5? तो क्या मैं लिख सकता हूं हायर सिग्निफिकेंस रिजेक्शन विल बी। अब आप सिंपल देखिए, सिंपल देखिए, 1.65 के बाद जितना वैल्यूज आएगा उसको रिजेक्ट कर दोगे, 1.96 के बाद जितना वैल्यू आएगा वहां पे रिजेक्ट कर दोगे। सो राइट अ कंक्लूजन, हायर द significance, higher would be rejection. Or let me write it another way, higher the significance, lower will be critical values, and higher would be rejection level. चलिए, let's me understand this point with the help of two-tailed test. If significance is 10, what is the critical value? Plus minus, so at 10%, plus minus 1.65. That means इसके बाद का एरिया सारा क्या हो जाएगा? Reject. But when it is 5% significance, now range will become wider. What about the rejection level? So rejection बड़ा बंडल स्मॉल बंडल। अब पढ़िए, लाइन क्लियर आ रही है। Higher the significance, lower will be the critical value, higher would be the rejection level. Clear है? Clear है ये statement? Now please answer question number 4. A one-tailed test will always have more probability in comparison to two-tailed test. What should be the answer to question number 5? Significance is given, you have to find out probability. 5% significance, what is confidence level or what is the probability? Question number 6. A, अच्छा सॉरी, मुझे लगा B कह रहे हो आप, सॉरी. Go through that. Answer. I'm getting A, B, C, all of them I'm getting as the answer. So let's write a hint. Question number 6. What is significance? Significance is 5. What is the confidence interval here? Probability. So can I write probability of type 1 error is, what is type 1 error? When it is अब देखिए, इसके बेसिस पे आप कुछ कर सकते हैं। रिजेक्ट नल व्हेन इट इज ट्रू। एक सेकेंड, 90 बी तो गलत है, बी इज स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्डली इनकरेक्ट because 95% probability is not of type 1 error. Type 1 error has only 5% probability. B is incorrect. Then A कह रहा है 95% probability of rejecting a true null. This is also incorrect. ये भी type 1 error की बात कर रहा है। नहीं, एक मिनट, rejecting a null. 95% probability of rejecting a true null. That is also incorrect because rejecting a null when it is true, that is only even B is incorrect. Now see, 5% critical value rejection region. That means what it is trying to say, 5% पे मान के चलते क्रिटिकल वैल्यू है 1.65, इससे ऊपर वैल्यू आएगा then we are going to reject. Is it correct? So what is the better approach for this? Can we eliminate A and B? Can we eliminate A and B? What is type 1 error? Rejecting null when it is, what is the probability of type 1 error? B क्या कह रहा है, probability कितना है? B is incorrect. Then what A is saying, rejecting a null when it is true, what is the probability? 5. ये कितना कह रहा है? A and B are incorrect. Then what is the correct answer? That is going to be C. A and B, both of them are same points. What they're saying, the probability of rejecting the null when it is true, that is 95. This is incorrect. The probability of type 1 error is not 95. It is equivalent to. So what should be the answer? The answer is C. बढ़ाया आगे डिफिकल्टी. चलिए एक बार हैंड नोट्स फिर से रिवाइज कर लीजिए. लग रहा है कि मजा आ रहा है. अब देखो आएंगे और भी भूले. ठीक है. मैं एक डिस्क्लेमर दे देता हूं, आप पढ़ते रहिए. कुछ बच्चों को चक्कर अभी आने वाले हैं और कुछ को आ चुके होंगे. जिनको आ चुके हैं उन चक्करों को बोल दो बेटा अभी मत आओ, क्योंकि आने वाले सवाल और भी चक्कर देने वाले हैं. आपके चक्कर खत्म हो जाएंगे. ठीक है. जिनके नहीं आए अच्छी बात है, आ जाएंगे, ये मैं गारंटी ले लेता हूँ. जिनके आ चुके हैं चक्कर को क्या बोल रहे हैं, अभी थोड़ा रुक जा, क्योंकि अगर सारे चक्कर खत्म हो गए तो आगे वाले में क्या करेंगे. तो होल्ड करिए थोड़े से चक्करों को. Language is slightly more difficult, but if we keep on reading it again and again, you will able to solve it. And the best point is, in examination, there's only going to be one single question. मैं पहले ही सब कराता नहीं था, तो बच्चे बोलते थे इस टीचर ने सिलेबस कंप्लीट नहीं कराया. अब मैं करा देता हूँ. ठीक है, ताकि कुछ गिले शिकवे रह जाएं तो वो भी हम कम कर लें. नहीं मतलब अलग हो जाएगी. टू टेल में जब आप दो साइड छोड़ोगे तो टाइप 1 की एरर प्रोबेबिलिटी बढ़ जाएगी ना, एरर बढ़ जाएगा. जब आप बोल रहे हो ये वन टेल में प्रोबेबिलिटी 5 है, टू टेल में प्रोबेबिलिटी 10 हो जाती है. सेम कैसे हो जाएगी, दुगनी हो जाएगी ना. Question number 7, simple one. Question is saying whatever the value that you have calculated in step number 5, what is the significance of that? Whatever the value you have calculated in step number 1, oh, step number 5. Now you will move to step number 6. Compare this with critical value. अब आप क्या बोलते हो? अब आप बोलते हो if it is within this range, what will be the conclusion? Fail to reject, null. If it is outside the range, what you will say? That means both the statements are with respect to null, null. Answer it. एक वर्ड है reject, एक वर्ड है fail to reject. What should be the answer? Answer is, चलो आगे. Answer question number 10th. C गलत है, A गलत है. स्टैटिस्टिक्स होता क्या था, हाउ मच यू आर डिविएटिंग फ्रॉम मीन इन टर्म्स ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन, तो ए का यूज नहीं होता, सी गलत है, then what is the level of significance? Significance will help you with rejection area. For example, here the critical value is plus minus 1.96. If value will be greater than this, what we will do? Reject. If values are within this, what we are going to do? Fail to reject. Now help me with question number 10. What should be the answer? चलो आगे, चलो 14 छोड़ दीजिए, 15 छोड़ दीजिए, 16. When chi-square is used, when we are comparing Virat with, what should be the answer? Differences. When we are used, differences. बट यहाँ पे अगर वो वेरिएंस की बात करता है बट वो मीन की बात कर रहे हैं, आगे हम देखेंगे एक और टेस्ट अभी रहता है, दैट इज एफ टेस्ट. बट बी एंड सी आर इनकरेक्ट, बट व्हाट शुड बी द आंसर? ए, बिकॉज chi-square ऑलवेज टॉक्स अबाउट स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन और वेरिएंसेस. सो अभी ये देख लीजिए, ये मीन की बात कर रहा है. We don't want mean. What we want? Variance. Answer question number 17. Variances equal or not equal? Difference between variances. What should be the answer? Clear hai? Now answer. Question number 2. Equality of two variances. Question number 13. Oh, 3. Variance is equal to 13 or not? Which test? Clear है? ये हमने कर लिया था. Now answer. Now write parametric, non-parametric test. Parametric, parametric, non-parametric test. Parametric. Make some assumptions about the data set. Parametric. Parametric. Make some assumption about data set. Example, Z test, T test, chi-square, F. All of them are known as parametric. Now, for example, what assumption they make about the data set? For example, here in case of Z, you have said that mean, median, mode is equal, skewness is 0, kurtosis is 3. That means I'm making some assumption about the data set. All right. Non-parametric. Point number 1. When assumptions of parametric are not satisfied, when assumptions of parametric are not satisfied, then we use non-parametric test. It is generally used when data is given in ranks. Underline the word ranks. It is generally used when data is given in ranks. Numerical or non-parametric test is given in next chapter. Again, I repeat, non-parametric, when the assumptions of parametric are not satisfied, then we use non-parametric. This method is used when data is given in ranks, and then numerical on this is given in the next chapter. Now write example. Point number 2, example. Spearman rank correlation method. Spearman rank correlation method. That means if I talk about F, T, Z, all these tests are parametric. Spearman rank correlation is non-parametric. This method will use when data is given in. अभी के लिए इतना sufficient है. Answer question number 18. Answer 18. चलिए आंसर 19th. Answer 19th. When data are, then we use non-parametric. एक बार देख लीजिए 18, 19 clear. 20 double star, you're going to make error. Answer it. I want to highlight few data set. Data is non-normal. Non-normal. It is not normally distributed, non-normal distributed. How many months of data you have taken? 12 months. And here we are talking about monthly returns. Answer it. Question number 20. Give it a try. चलिए simplify करते हैं. In this given 20th question, are we talking about mean or standard deviation? Mean. There are only two tests. Which type of tests there are? Parametric. Z and T. Correct है बाबा? अब टीचर ने क्या लिखवाया था? एक हमने ग्राफ बनाया था. रिकॉल करते हैं. आपने उसमें आइडेंटिफाई करिएगा. When population standard deviation is given. बाबा एक मिनट. डेटा है नॉर्मल, डेटा है नॉन नॉर्मल. दो पार्ट्स थे. नॉन नॉर्मल में सैंपल साइज हैज टू बी ग्रेटर देन 30. यहां पे टीचर ने क्या लिखवाया था? जेड टेस्ट. और यहां पे क्या लिखवाया था? नो पैरामेट्रिक टेस्ट इज अवेलेबल. Please check, have you written similar to this? Now my question is very simple. If you want to use Z or T, the first condition is data to be normal. In your case, is data normal? No. If it is non-normal, then sample size has to be greater than 30, whether it is Z or T. Is it meeting this condition? Is it meeting this condition? Is it meeting this condition? अगर 1 year की जगह 3 year लिखा होता तो ZOT यूज हो जाते. बट यहाँ पे कितना टाइम लिया हुआ है? 12. Is it less than 30? We cannot apply central limit theorem. What should be the correct answer? What should be the correct answer? Now write. In question number 20. In question number 20. To use Z or T test. To use Z or T test. If data is non-normal. If data is non-normal. If data is non-normal, sample size has to be greater than 30. In the given case, sample size is 12. Hence, we cannot use Z and T test. Now answer question number 20. चलो आगे चलिए. Question number 21. Which of the following is most likely? Preferred when you will use parametric test, when you will use Z and T test, when you will use Z and T test, when assumptions are satisfied, when assumptions are satisfied. What should be the answer? Then very simple. What we want data to be skewed? No, we want skewness to be zero. We don't want data to be given in ranks, ratio. We want absolute numbers. If data is ranked, then which method we will use? Spearman rank correlation method. What should be the answer to question number 21? Answer question number 22. What is the meaning of type 1 error? Rejecting a null when it is. Answer question number 23. अच्छा इसको प्लीज वेरिएंस पढ़िएगा. ओके, दिस इज स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन का स्क्वायर. some printing error is there, so need not to read it like sigma 2. It is not sigma 2, it is sigma square. So what analyst thinks? What analyst thinks? Greater than this, what analyst thinks? Now let me write question number 23. First is alternative. Variance greater than 6%. This will be variance greater than 0.36. Then what will be null? Variance less than equal to. Now please answer. Which of the following is correct? This is HO, this is HA. Now HO is, so what is the correct answer? Correct is चेक कर लीजिए. 23 क्लियर है? क्लियर है विकास? 23 क्लियर है? अगेन आई रिपीट, ग्रेटर देन. तो मैंने यहाँ पे ग्रेटर देन साइन लगाया, ग्रेटर देन, और ये आंसर लिख दिया. देन व्हाट शुड बी नल? लेस देन इक्वल टू. व्हाट शुड बी द आंसर? ऑप्शन नंबर ए इज टॉकिंग अबाउट नल. ऑप्शन नंबर बी इज टॉकिंग अबाउट. Option number C is talking about. Answer question number 24. A, least likely. Least likely when you will not use Spearman rank correlation, when data is in absolute terms. साइन डेटा का मतलब क्या है? ऊपर छोटे नंबर हैं, फिर धीरे धीरे बड़े नंबर आते जा रहे हैं. That means they are sorted in ascending order. That means rank is given. If rank is given, then which method we can use? Spearman. Answer question number 24. Again, it is not most likely. It is least likely. When you will use Spearman rank correlation, least likely. What should be the answer? Answer should be C. चलो आगे. 25 अभी छोड़िए, 26 छोड़ दीजिए, 27 छोड़ दीजिए. कुछ ऐसी चीजें भी आनी है, पहले देख लो. वो जो सिरदर्द है ना, अभी थोड़ा सा होल्ड करिएगा. ठीक है, जब मैं कहूँ सिरदर्द आ जाओ तो बदले ले आना. ठीक है, अभी आने वाला है. ठीक है, बेमतलब में सिरदर्द भी कमी है आप बच्चों के पास. आंसर क्वेश्चन नंबर 29. 29. What is power of test? चलिए, क्वेश्चन नंबर 28, which test you will use? First, is it talking about mean or variances? मीन की बात हो रही है या स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन की बात हो रही है? दो ही टेस्ट हो सकते हैं, या तो का या फिर एफ। तो इन दोनों कौन सा टेस्ट यूज करोगे? मतलब दो प्लेयर आ रहे हैं या एक ही प्लेयर आ रहा है, तो कौन सा टेस्ट है? का स्क्वायर का था वेरिएंस ऑफ सैंपल डिवाइड बाय वेरिएंस ऑफ मल्टीप्लाई बाय n माइनस। सॉल्व क्वेश्चन नंबर 28। चलिए, आई एम गेटिंग टू आंसर्स, वन इज ए, वन इज बी। लेट मी सॉल्व इट। 28, it should be variance of sample divided by variance of n minus 1. So you have taken 36 month data. There the standard deviation is 4.9. ये पॉपुलेशन का ही है, सैंपल का है? सैंपल का है। सो 0.049 का स्क्वायर डिवाइडेड बाय, is it 5% or not? That means you're making comment about population. 0.05 का स्क्वायर multiply by 36 months n minus 1. It should be solve. Help me with the answer. So answer is going to be एक बार चेक कर लीजिए. With the help of sample, we are making a comment about what is the standard deviation of sample. So 4.9 का स्क्वायर डिवाइड बाय 5 का स्क्वायर मल्टीप्लाई बाय 35. अब अगर आप ध्यान से देखेंगे, what has happened till now, I have completed all of them. I just left with 25th, 26th, 27th and 30th. ठीक है, अगर आप देखोगे तो सिर्फ 4 सवाल रह गए, बाकी सारे हमने कर लिए. पेपर में क्या टेस्टेबल है? With my experience, again and again I'm saying that what is testable, that is type 1, type 2 error, power of test. Beyond that, nothing is testable. This is my personal experience. Or what maximum they can test you, that is what is the properties of chi-square, what is the properties of f-test. Both of them are asymmetrical, divided by or given by degree of freedom. They are bounded by 0. This is maximum what is testable in the examination. लेकिन मेरा काम है सिलेबस कंप्लीट कराना, क्योंकि आप बाद में तंग मुझे कैसे करोगे? जो सवाल मैंने बोले छोड़ने हैं, अब मेरे से क्या करोगे? यही पूछोगे. और जो मैंने कहा है करने हैं, उसमें आपको ज्यादा रुचि रहती नहीं. ये जनरल बच्चों का ट्रेंड मैंने देखा है. अब मैं जैसी क्लास रैप अप करूंगा, सर ये आपने नहीं करा, ये आपने नहीं करा, ये आपने नहीं करा. पूरे सिलेबस में सिर्फ एक ये 4 सवाल है जहां पे मेरा हाथ थोड़ा तंग आता है. मैं कहता हूँ छोड़ दो, आप कहते नहीं हम करेंगे. तो इस बार मैं घर से ठान के आया कि मैं क्या करूंगा, ये चारों सवाल आपको करवा के. लेकिन इनका पेपर से कोई लेना देना नहीं है. लिखेंगे नॉट टेस्टेबल इन एग्जामिनेशन. लिखेंगे नॉट टेस्टेबल इन एग्जामिनेशन, बट इन ऑर्डर टू कंप्लीट द सिलेबस 100%. लिख लो लिख लो लिख लो लिख लो. बट इन ऑर्डर टू कंप्लीट द सिलेबस 100%, we will cover this in the class. We will cover this in the class. लिख लो लिख लो. और अगर अभी आपको लगेगा कि टीचर बहुत पागल हो गया तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, उस कमेंट को भी क्या करेंगे, थोड़ी देर के लिए होल्ड करके रखेंगे। नेक्स्ट चैप्टर में मैं प्रूफ कर दूंगा कि मैं पागल इससे भी ज्यादा हूँ। ठीक है, होल्ड करके रखिएगा कमेंट्स को, ठीक है। अभी सिरदर्द नहीं लाएंगे, सिरदर्द को भी क्या कहेंगे, कौन से चैप्टर में, अगले चैप्टर में। और मेरे बारे में भी कुछ कमेंट करने तो कौन से चैप्टर में, अगले चैप्टर में लिखेंगे। नॉट राइट। टेस्ट concerning mean differences. That means whether the mean of Virat is equal to mean of Rohit or not. Mean differences, not variance differences. Which test we will use? A, it is always going to be T test. वो mean निकालने का तरीका था, comparison नहीं। If it is a comparison, then it is always going to be which test? T test. Not right. Independent sample. Independent sample. That means what I'm doing here, I'm comparing Rohit mean with Virat mean. I'm comparing Rohit mean with Virat mean. Then here write dependent sample. Here I'm comparing Virat mean before World Cup, after World Cup. That means independent sample, there will be how many players? 2 players. Independent sample, there are going to be how many players? There's only going to be 1 player. We are talking about some period. Pre this, post this. For example, what is Vikas feedback? Pre 2019, post 2019. How is Modi's performance? Pre 2019, post 2019. That will be dependent sample. Not right. Here we use one test, T test with paired comparison. T test with paired comparison. So when the question says mean differences and sample is dependent, then which test you will use? T test with pair comparison, right? Test statistic. जैसा लिखा है ऐसा रेप्लिकेट कर दीजिए, या एक मिनट को थोड़ा बेटर लिख देते हैं। सबसे पहले आप लिखिएगा डी, पुट अ बार, देन होल डिवाइडेड बाय विद इन ब्रैकेट standard deviation of D divide by under root of N. ठीक है, now write independent sample. 2 conditions should always satisfied. Number 1, data is normally distributed. Data is normally distributed and data is independent. It is not required variance to be given. It is not required variance to be given. Now please read it again. There are only 2 conditions to be satisfied. Number 1, data to be independent. Data to be, it is not required whether we know the variance or not. Now, right. अब ये दोनों conditions लिख ली. Now there will be 2 tests. when variance assumed to be equal. When variance assumed to be equal, the name of test is t-test with pooled variance. T-test with pooled variance. When variance not assumed to be equal, तो कौन सा टेस्ट है? T-test with variance not pooled. फटाफट से रिवाइज करते हैं. If it is a test with respect to mean differences, which test it is going to be? T-test. If you're comparing Virat with Rohit, it will be known as independent sample. If you're comparing Virat with Virat, it will be dependent sample. For dependent sample, the name of the test is T-test with paired comparison. If it is independent, now there will be two conditions to be satisfied. Data to be independent. Variance known or not known, this is not the condition. Now there will be two parts. When variance is assumed to be equal, the name of the test is T-test with pooled variance. And when variance not assumed to be equal, test name is T-test with variance not pooled. ठीक है. फिर मैंने यहाँ पे कुछ एक टेस्ट स्टैटिस्टिक लिखवाया. D bar divided by standard deviation of D divided by under root of N. अब इसके नीचे भी फॉर्मूला लिखेंगे जहां पे लिखा हुआ है पूल्ड. इस फॉर्मूले को एज इट इज लिख लीजिए. अब इन्होंने कैसे लिखा हुआ है? जैसे लिखो वैसे लिख लो, कोई लेना देना नहीं हमारा. याद करने का तरीका बड़ा सिंपल है. एस पी लिखा हुआ है. एस के नीचे देखो हल्का सा पी लिखा हुआ है. पी स्टैंड्स फॉर पूल्ड. लिखो 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 लिखो. ये लिख रहे हैं पूल्ड के नीचे. ये बच्चे कॉपी नहीं कर पाएंगे. लिख लो लिख लो, जैसे लिखा है वैसे लिख लो. और एक बार ये पढ़ लीजिएगा क्या लिखा गया है. Don't worry about memorizing the following formulas. It is not testable in examinations. And the same note is given in CFA original curriculum as well. आप फिर बच्चे कह रहे करवा क्यों रहे हो? अब आप कर रहे हो मेरी माँ बहन, क्योंकि जैसे ही क्लास खत्म हो गया फिर मुझे बोलोगे 4 सवाल कराओ. ठीक है, करी करी करी, तंग नहीं करिए. आज तो कसम खा के आया हूँ सालों. कल रात को 2 बजे तो मैं खुद पढ़ रहा था और अब आप कह रहे हो हमें नहीं पढ़ना है. ऐसे थोड़ी होगा. चलिए, अब जहां पे लिखा है नॉट पूल्ड, अब आप ये वाला फॉर्मूला लिख दो. अरे बिल्कुल सेम है, सिर्फ एक ही चेंज है. जहां पे एसपी लिखा था वहां पे क्या लिख दिया है? S1 S2. बिल्कुल सेम फॉर्मूला है. ये लो, ये वाला पहले पीपी था, अब पीपी कट चुका. अब क्या लिख दिया है? S1 S2. बाकी सारा सेम है. वो अंडर रूट नहीं लिखा, उन्होंने 0.5 लिख दिया. करेक्ट. करें स्टार्टअप महाभारत को. चलिए आंसर करिएगा. आंसर करिएगा। क्वेश्चन नंबर 1, least likely required based upon 2 samples. That means they're talking about Virat and Rohit. Variance could be equal, variance known, variance unknown. This is may or may not be required. But what is required always? Data to be independent and data to be normally distributed. समझ आ गया? चलिए, श्वेजर सारी खत्म कर दी। अब पढ़िए ये सवाल। Virat comparing with Virat, Virat comparing with Rohit. Virat with which test? T test pooled variance, T test not pooled variance, or T test with pair comparison. T test with pair comparison. एक बार पढ़ लीजिए, सवाल को भी सॉल्व कर ही लेते हैं। करें स्टार्ट? नॉट राइट। सॉल्यूशन टू solution to question given in Schwezer. It is based upon paired comparison test. Shall I start? Not right. Step number one. Define null and alternative. Define null, alternative. Now what we have to determine. So here we are talking about the betas in telecom before after deregulation, and we want to conclude that whether it is equal or not. Okay, not right. Beta in telecom sector before and after regulation same. That means difference of mean equal to 0. Then what will be alternative? Difference of mean not equal to 0. Shall I proceed? Step number 2. Which test it is going to be? Which test? T test. Bus. Step number 3. What is significance level? One tail, two tail. How much data you have taken into consideration for how many years, for how many months? What is the sample size? So what should be degree of freedom? Step number 4, critical value. अब टेबल नहीं गिवन है, दिमाग लगाइए और मेरे को बताइए क्रिटिकल वैल्यू किसके पास होगा. It is not given in the examination. Critical value will be close to प्लस माइनस से ज्यादा या कम, ज्यादा या कम, थोड़ा सा. टी टेस्ट क्या था, मोटा था ना, वाइडर था, धीरे धीरे वो पतला हो रहा था, ज्यादा या कम. तो बिना कर लगाए प्लस माइनस 2 लिख दो. What is test statistic? Step number 5. जो फॉर्मूला भी सिखाया था, हैव दे गिवन द सेम वैल्यू टेस्ट स्टैटिस्टिक विद इन रेंज, आउटसाइड रेंज, outside range. If it is outside range, reject null, fail to reject null, reject null. If null is rejected, alternative is, what is alternative? Beta of telecom before regulation, before deregulation and after deregulation, equal, not equal? Not. मैं यहां तक भी अगर आपकी करिकुलम में सवाल दिए होते तो मैं खुश होता, बट what is the problem in the curriculum questions? In one of the question they have asked to calculate this value. अब हमें क्या करना पड़ेगा, इस वैल्यू को कैलकुलेट करना सीखना। ठीक है, बड़ा ही सिंपल है। मैं करूंगा क्या, विराट के स्कोर बिफोर वर्ल्ड कप होंगे, आफ्टर वर्ल्ड कप होंगे। सबसे पहले उनका क्या लूंगा, डिफरेंस लूंगा। उस डिफरेंस का क्या लूंगा, मीन। सो ये डी बार। फिर इन डिफरेंसेस का क्या लूंगा और इसको डिवाइड कर दूंगा अंडर रूट ऑफ एन के साथ। ठीक है, ये भी थोड़ी देर में करेंगे। नाउ लेट मी कम टू द क्वेश्चंस। आंसर क्वेश्चन नंबर 27. So what question number 27 is saying? What question number 27 is saying? The variance is not equal. The variance is not equal and there are two data set, two independent data. तो क्वेश्चन नंबर क्या कह रहा है, दो डेटा है, दैट मीन्स विराट एंड रोहित, और इनका वेरिएंस इक्वल है, नॉट इक्वल है, नॉट इक्वल है। कौन सा फॉर्मूला लगाओगे टू कैलकुलेट टेस्ट स्टैटिस्टिक, बी और सी? और अगर कह दिया होता कि दोनों का वेरिएंस इक्वल है तो क्या बन जाता, ये हो गया क्वेश्चन नंबर 27। अब पढ़ेंगे क्वेश्चन नंबर 25। चलिए, we are talking about mean differences, which test? T test. Dependent sample, independent sample. If sample is dependent, then which test? Not right. Answer to question number 25. Answer to question number 25. A. How much A scored or Virat scored? 25, 12, -5, 6, -8. How much B scored? 18, 9, -8, 3, 1. Now what I want difference and I want mean of difference. पहले ये निकाल के दीजिए, where meaning of difference is A minus B. First one will be 7 -5 plus 8, 6 minus 3, -8 -1. Take the mean of this. मैं एक्सेल पे कर रहा हूं. मैं भी पागल हूं, मैं क्यों कर रहा था. एक्सेल है और ना मेरा पेपर है. 25 12 -5 6 -8 18 9 -8 3 1. So I have to take the difference. Please verify all the answers. Now you have to take the average of this, which is equal to 1.4. एक बार check कर लीजिए, is it 1.4? Now what I want, insert this data, second data, second clear work, second data, second clear work, insert all the data into X. हाँ, difference. Second data, second clear work, 7 enter down arrow, 3 enter down arrow, 3 enter down arrow, 3 enter down arrow, 9 with a negative number, enter. Now press second, start. How many variables we are dealing with? It should display 1V. If not, keep on pressing second enter. Now down arrow. What is n? 5. इसका अंडर रूट अभी आगे लेंगे. What is mean? Verify the answers. Now, what is sample standard deviation of this differences? Now what I want 1.4, 6.0663 divided by under root of 5 का value. This will be 0.516. Please verify. What should be the answer? तो मैंने फॉर्मूला क्या लिखवाया था पीयर कंपैरिजन में? लेट मी रिपीट दैट अगेन. डिफरेंसेस का मीन within bracket standard deviation of differences divided by under root of ठीक है. Now answer question number 30. 30 is pretty simple. Give it a try. Again, it's peer comparison. Answer question number 30. अब प्लीज एक बार कर लीजिए ना, मेरे को भी अच्छा लगेगा. Let me help you. Critical value is given. What is the critical value? 2.8. करेक्ट है फॉर 1%. ठीक है. टू टेल टेस्ट. अगर ये z होता तो क्रिटिकल वैल्यू कितना हो जाता? 2.58. T will always have slightly higher value. कितना? 2 point. इतना क्लियर है. Then have they given you the differences of mean? कितना? 4 point. How many they have considered years or matches? 25 का अंडर रूट कितना होता है? Very good. Have they given you standard deviation of differences? दे रखा है. तो पहले तो टेस्ट स्टैटिस्टिक कैलकुलेट कर लो. फॉर्मूला फॉर टेस्ट स्टैटिस्टिक इज मीन का डिफरेंस डिवाइडेड बाय विद इन ब्रैकेट स्टैंडर्ड डिवीजन ऑफ डिफरेंस डिवाइड बाय अंडर रूट ऑफ 25. Now help me, what shall I start with? 4 point divided by 6 point divided by, solve, help me with the answer. $3.4 within range, outside range. Within range, outside range. If it is outside range, reject null, fail to reject null. Now try to answer question number 30. Answer question number 30. Answer is going to be, again help me with the formula for peer comparison. Differences of mean differences divided by, within bracket, standard deviation of difference divided by under root of. अब एक सवाल और बच गया है, दैट इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 26, जिसमें धुआंधार हम फॉर्मूला यूज करेंगे। मत करो, ठीक है, यहीं रुक जाते हैं, पेपर में आना नहीं है, ठीक है, ऐसे सवाल नहीं आते हैं, ये मैंने आपको शोजर में भी दिखा दिया और करिकुलम में भी दिखा दूंगा। एक छोड़ देते हैं, ठीक है, और मैंने पहले ही कहा था कई बच्चों को सिर दर्द आ चुका होगा, मेरा ऐसा मानना है, बट थोड़ा सा होल्ड करिए, ठीक है, 11:30 बजे तक की क्लास है, सिर दर्द अभी थोड़ी देर में मैं लेके आ रहा हूँ, ठीक है। अब सिरदर्दी वाले सवाल और शुरू होने वाले हैं। टेक 5 minutes, we are not going for the break, this chapter is over in totality, which was hypothesis testing. What is testable? Again, type 1, type 2, power of test, features of chi-square, features of f test, when which test is used, this is beyond the, इतना याद होना है, rest is not testable at all. Okay, so ये कुछ याद करने की जरूरत नहीं है, फिर भी बहुत ही हो कि पूरा ही करके जाऊंगा, नहीं तो जाऊंगा ही नहीं पेपर में। तो जहां जहां P लिखा हुआ है दैट इज पूल्ड वेरिएंस, जहां S1 S2 लिखा है दैट इज नॉट पूल्ड वेरिएंस। इसके ऊपर आपने थीसिस करनी है तो श्वेजर के सारे ब्लू बॉक्स कर लीजिए, मेरे से तो नहीं हो रहे थे भाई, ठीक है। चलिए, टेक 5 minutes, रिवाइज। चलिए महाभारत को कंटिन्यू करते वक्त तंग नहीं करो, अब तंग नहीं करो। जो आंसू थे, जो दर्द वर्द हैं, सब होल्ड करो, अब निकाल लेना। ठीक है, लिखिएगा चैप्टर का नाम। एक पंजाबी में कहावत होती है, जब आप पैदा होते हो आपको माँ दूध पिलाती है ना, वो दूध को याद दिला देगा ये चैप्टर। तो लिख दीजिएगा, पैरामेट्रिक एंड नॉन पैरामेट्रिक टेस्ट ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंस। पैरामेट्रिक and non-parametric test of independence. Note number 1. Need not to read this chapter from Schwezer. Need not to read this chapter from Schwezer. Step number 2. Note number 2. Students can safely skip this chapter in totality. Students can skip this chapter in totality. Third, no class notes of this chapter will be provided. Third, no class note of this chapter will be provided. Only we have to rely on class notes dictated in class. अब मैं इसमें क्या पढ़ाऊंगा मेरे से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। मैं एक मैथमेटिकल प्रोसेस याद करके आया हूँ, वो मैथमेटिकल प्रोसेस मैं आपको याद करा दूंगा। मुझे नहीं पता वैल्यूज कहाँ से आ रही हैं और कहाँ जा रही हैं। ठीक है, तो ये थोड़ा सा ड्रॉबैक है इस चैप्टर का। ठीक है, राइट ना, राइट। टेस्ट रिगार्डिंग कोरिलेशन, टेस्ट रिगार्डिंग कोरिलेशन. So before I jump to this point, what is this test regarding mean? Mean Z or T, mean differences T, variances either it will be chi, either it will be F. But now it is test concerning correlation. Which test we will use? That is going to be T test. ठीक है, next right, test concerning whether two characteristics are independent or not. Whether two characteristics are independent or not. Which is the test? That is chi-square. Now, help me. Those who are doing all the homework, all the questions, is there a high probability they will pass the examination? So are these two characteristics independent or dependent on each other? They are dependent upon each other. Same wise, the food that I eat and the size of my shoes, related, not related? Not related. If we are saying this type of, then what test we will use? That is going to be chi-square. Okay, this you have to remember. Now, right, blue box, solution to blue box, solution to blue box given in Schwezer. Please read this. Please read in totality. It's a test regarding correlation. Then which test I'm going to use? T-test. Please read this in totality. Shall I start? Not right. Step number 1. Define null and alternative. What will be my null? Correlation equal to 0. What will be my alternative? Correlation not equal to 0. Step number 2. Which test we should use here? Step number 3. What is significance? 1 tail, 2 tail. Now the only change is, now the degree of freedom will be n minus 2. That means to make comment about correlation, we want there should be at least 3 data points. N minus 2. This you have to remember. Now in your case, for how many months you have taken the data? 42. Sample size is 42. Then what will be degree of freedom? Think logically, what is going to be the critical value? Close to. (1.96) higher, lower. So unsafely can I assume plus minus 2? ठीक है? Not right. Step number 5. Formula for test statistic equal to R under root of n minus 2 divided by under root of 1 minus R square. So what I want you to write this formula. Shall I proceed? Now my point is, whatever the sample you have taken, what is the correlation of that sample? Now let's put here 0.35 multiply by under root of 40 divide by under root of 1 minus 0.35 ka square. Help me with the value. (2.36). Step number 6, within range, outside range. Outside range. Reject null, fail to reject null. Reject null. That means alternative is true. And what is alternative statement? Correlation not equal to 0. So बड़ी सिंपल चीजें हैं, सिर्फ 2 चीजें आपको याद करनी है. Regarding correlation, which test it is? T test with degree of freedom n minus 2. How to calculate test statistic? R under root of n minus 2 divided by under root of 1 minus R square. Again I repeat, what is the formula? R multiply by under root of n minus 2 divided by under root of 1 minus R square. Now my point is, what type of questions are testable? Answer question number 3. Least likely. What is degree of freedom? N minus 1 is incorrect. What should be the answer? N minus 2. Am I clear with the first one? Now write solution to the following table. ये पूरा ड्रॉ कर लीजिए. I want you to draw in totality. Now, there are two characteristics. One is earning growth, one is dividend yield. Do you think that the companies which are growing at a very good pace, do they give dividends? Do they give dividends? No. That means the two characteristics are independent or dependent upon each other. Dependent है. अब हमें यही प्रूफ करना है with the help of. I'm just coming in 2 minutes. ये सब बनाइए फटाफट. चलिए. Now these two characteristics are independent or dependent upon each other? Dependent है. ये proof करना with the help of chi square. With the help of chi square. लिख दीजिए टेस्ट स्टैटिस्टिक का फॉर्मूला. ना नहीं याद ना दिला दे तो ना बदल दे. ऐसे ही ड्रॉ करना है, लिखना नहीं है, ड्रॉ करना है. ये लीजिए, ऐसे ही ड्रॉ कर दीजिए. कर दो कर दो कर दो कर दो कर दो. मैंने कहा था ना मेरा दूर दूर तक कोई लेना देना नहीं. क्या कर रहे हैं साले. इतना कुछ डिलीट कर दिया. ये कर देते. डिमांड सप्लाई डिलीट कर दिया. साला मैं पढ़ाते हुए भी अच्छा लगता था. डिमांड कर्व डाउनवर्ड अपवर्ड. ये चीजें इनको प्री रिक्विजिट में डालनी चाहिए थी. सालों ने डाल दी डिमांड सप्लाई. करें स्टार्टअप महाभारत को बेटा. चलिए लिखेंगे. चलिए लिखेंगे. चलिए लिखेंगे. स्टेप नंबर 1, डिफाइन null and alternative. What is null? Two characteristics given in contingency table. The table is known as contingency table. Two characteristics given in contingency table are independent. They help me. What will be alternative? A. Two characteristics given in contingency table are not independent. तो आपके अकॉर्डिंग कौन सा स्टेटमेंट करेक्ट है, नल और ऑल्टरनेटिव? बिकॉज दे आर डिपेंडेंट अपॉन ईच अदर. Shall I proceed? Step number 2. Which test is appropriate? Chi-square. Step number 3. One tail, two tail. That's the statements two tail. Then what is the significance? Now significance is 5%. Degree of freedom, again a unique way. Number of row -1. Number of column -1. Now help me in the table, contingency table. How many rows you have? 3 -1, 2. How many columns you have? Again -1. Now what I want critical values. Step number 4, critical values. Now help me. एक वैल्यू इंपॉर्टेंट है 2.5 का, एक वैल्यू इंपॉर्टेंट है 97.5 का. डिग्री ऑफ फ्रीडम 4. नाउ इफ आई गो टू this is chi-square. What values are important? One value is important at 97.5, degree of freedom 4. तो कौन सी वैल्यू इंपॉर्टेंट है? 0.484. और एक वैल्यू इंपॉर्टेंट है 2.5 की. How much it is? So like critical values are 0.484, 11.143. चलो आगे. Not right. Step number 5. Step number 5. Test statistics. जो फॉर्मूला था उसको एज इट इज लिख दीजिए. टेस्ट स्टैटिस्टिक, टेस्ट स्टैटिस्टिक, टेस्ट स्टैटिस्टिक. आई वांट द फॉर्मूला अगेन. टेस्ट स्टैटिस्टिक, आई वांट द फॉर्मूला अगेन. Shall I proceed? Please write it again. अब अगर इसको मेरे को कराना है तो बहुत सिंपल तरीका याद करने का. O माइनस E का स्क्वायर डिवाइडेड बाय E. बस इतना याद रखने का. फिर से O माइनस का होल स्क्वायर डिवाइडेड बाय E. अब जो ये टेबल गिवन है ना, दिस इज वैल्यू ऑफ O. दिस इज O. नाउ व्हाट वी हैव टू फाइंड आउट? E. अब E निकालने का तरीका बड़ा सालों ने गलत दे रखा है. अब देखते हैं E कैसे निकालना है. राइट, एक्सपेक्टेड फ्रीक्वेंसी टेबल. एक्सपेक्टेड फ्रीक्वेंसी टेबल. अब सेल को नंबर दीजिए. ये रो नंबर होता है, ये कॉलम नंबर है. तो ये 1 1 हो जाएगा, 2 1 3 1. करेक्ट है. सेम वाइज जो सेकंड कॉलम में आ रहा है उसको नाम क्या दोगे? 1 2 2 2 3 2. तीसरे वाले को क्या नाम दे दोगे? करेक्ट है बाबू. अब इसका मतलब क्या है? फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ आई हाईलाइट हियर, दिस इज रो नंबर 1 कॉलम नंबर 3. दिस इज रो नंबर 3 कॉलम नंबर. दैट मींस हमेशा पहले क्या आता है? रो का नंबर, फिर किसका नंबर आता है? कॉलम का नंबर. ये क्लियर है. अब एक्सपेक्टेड फ्रीक्वेंसी कैसे निकलेगी? दे हैव गिवन अ वेरी यूनिक मेथड. वो क्या कहता है? करना क्या है? जो रो नंबर 1 का टोटल आ रहा होगा, मैं इस सेल की बात कर रहा हूं, जो whatever the total that I'm getting for row number 1 and whatever the total that I'm getting for column number 3, उन दोनों को मल्टीप्लाई कर दो, डिवाइड कर दो टोटल के साथ, which is going to be 324. Again I repeat, what is my total? 324. Now let me talk about this cell 42. Which cell number it is? 1 3. अब मेरे को ये बताओ, रो नंबर 1 का टोटल कितना? 123. कॉलम नंबर 3 का टोटल कितना? That means 123 multiplied by 95 divided by 324. सेम वाइज इसका करते हैं. 1 मिनट. Which row number it is? What column it is? रो का टोटल, कॉलम का टोटल 113 मल्टीप्लाई बाय 119 डिवाइडेड बाय. अब ऐसी वैल्यूज आपको निकालनी है कितनी बार? 9 बार. फिर से रिपीट करता हूं 14 का कैसे निकालोगे? दिस इज 3, 3. व्हाट इज द समेशन ऑफ रो मल्टीप्लाई बाय समेशन ऑफ कॉलम डिवाइडेड बाय समेशन ऑफ टोटल. अब ये कार्यक्रम आपको कितनी बार करना है? 9 बार करना है. कर दीजिए. मैं पहला वाला मदद कर देता हूं. 1 इसका 123 मल्टीप्लाई बाय 119 डिवाइडेड बाय. कर दीजिए बेटा. मैं लिख देता हूं आपके लिए. 123 मल्टीप्लाई बाय 119 divide by 324. Then next it will be, नालायको देखो 113 divide by 119 324. What will be third one? 88 multiply by 119 divide by. Now help me. 2, 1. 1, 2, sorry. 123 multiply by divide by. Next 113 multiply by 110 divide by. अब यहां से देखते रहना. 88 multiply by divide by. अब it will be 88 multiply by, नहीं मैंने गलत कर दिया, सॉरी, 123 into 95 divide by 324. 113 multiply by divide by 324. ये सारी वैल्यूज दे दीजिए. मैं एक्सेल पे बना रहा हूं, आप मैनुअली बना रहे हैं. $28, $42, $49. Then we have 53, 32, 25. 42, 39, 14. Now let me do the summation. Now if I make my table, how it will look like? This was my table. Now what I want, 119 multiply by this value, divide by 324. Please check it. You are calculating till 2 decimals. Verify the answer Are we getting the same number? Now next, this multiply by 123 divide by 324. Please verify the answers. And then it is 123.95 divide by 324. चेक करिए क्या ये आंसर आ रहा है. Now, what was the name of this table? Observed frequency. This is observed frequency. What is the name of this table? Expected. Now, what was the formula? O minus E का whole square divided by E. तो पहला वैल्यू मैं निकाल देता हूं. मेरे पास एक्सेल है तो जल्दी हो जाएगा. O माइनस E का होल स्क्वायर डिवाइडेड बाय, मुझे यही चाहिए. ये ऐसे कर दीजिए. आंसर नोट कर लीजिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. जो आंसर मैंने लिखे हैं वो नोट कर लीजिए. और दिक्कत यहाँ कब नहीं हो जाती, इसके बाद ये जो 9 वैल्यूज हैं इनका समीशन भी चाहिए. कुछ समझदार बच्चे अगर एक्सेल जानते हैं तो वो समीशन देख पा रहे होंगे. समीशन कितना आएगा कर दीजिए एक बार. टेबल कंप्लीट कर लीजिए. कुछ बच्चों के माइंड में गाली आ रही होगी, बचा के रखिएगा. एक कॉन्सेप्ट और रहता है, बेमतलब में वेस्ट हो जाएगी, गालियां खत्म हो जाएंगी. Now, what value you are getting? 27.44. Within range, outside range. Within range, outside range. Reject null, fail to reject null. Reject null. That means alternative is both factors are not independent. Both the factors are not independent. They are dependent upon each other. अब मैं आपको दिखाता हूं श्वेजर ने क्या कर रखा है. श्वेजर ने टेबलें नहीं बनाई हैं. श्वेजर ने डायरेक्टली ये आंसर दे दिया है. Are we getting the same answer? Are we getting the same answer? So in totality, we are going to prepare 3 tables. One will be observed, one will be expected. Then one table we have to prepare for test statistic. What is the formula? O minus E का divided by. अब आप 9 number का आपको क्या कर लेना है? Now you have to check it is within the range, outside the range. This number will lie outside the range. Both the factors are independent. Oh, both the factors are not independent. They are dependent upon each other. Clear है? Now let's check what type of questions are testable. Try to answer question number 2. Contingency table, chi-square, what is the purpose? To check whether the characteristics are independent or this is maximum what they can test in examination. So let me repeat it again. For correlation, what is the test? T-test. What is the test statistic? R divided by under root of n minus 2 divided by under root of 1 minus R square. This is for correlation. Then whether the two characteristics are independent or not, which test it is going to be? Chi-square. What is the degree of freedom? Row minus 1, column minus 1, multiply. 2 multiplied by 2, that is going to be 4. Now my point is, what is the test statistic? O minus E का divided by. अब आपको पहले O वाली टेबल गिवन होगी, फिर E वाली होगी, फिर आपको टेस्ट स्टैटिस्टिक वाली टेबल बनानी पड़ेगी. अब E क्या है? Parcel 2 1. That means total of row number, column number divided by total. करेक्ट है बाबू? चलिए अब लास्ट जिसमें आप गाली दे सकते हैं लिखेंगे. क्योंकि चैप्टर का नाम था पैरामेट्रिक एंड नॉन पैरामेट्रिक। अभी हमने जो दोनों बातें करी कौन सी टेस्ट थी? अब लिखते हैं, if the assumptions of parametric test is not satisfied, then we use non-parametric test. Non-parametric test can be used when data is given in ranks. When data is given in ranks. One such method in our syllabus is लिख दो बाबू, Spearman rank correlation test. Write the same formula for test statistic. चलो आगे। This test can be used to check whether two set of ranks are correlated or not. ठीक है, अब हम करेंगे क्या? फॉर एग्जाम्पल, we take ODI rankings of player and then we take T20 rankings. But how many players we need? At least we need 30 players. तो ये 30 प्लेयर ले लूंगा, ये 30 प्लेयर ले लूंगा। अब मुझे ये देखना है whether the ranks are correlated or not. There is only one method, that is going to be Spearman rank correlation method. So what I will do, for example, here the first player is Virat, on second it is Rohit. Here assume that first is Rohit, second is Virat. Now what I will do, I find out the correlation using the method 1 minus 6. Then what you have to take? Summation of differences divided by n squared minus 1. इससे आपको एक r की वैल्यू मिलेगी. Then what you have to do? This you have to put in this formula. ये किसके सिमिलर है? Correlation using t test. तो जो r की वैल्यू आएगी वो आप यहाँ पे पुट इन करोगे. Then again you will compare whether it is critical values or not. This is not testable. We don't have any numerical on this. But write this line in total. Write this line with a double star. In case of Spearman rank correlation, degree of freedom is n minus 2. Degree of freedom is n minus 2. And if sample size is greater than 30, it follows a t distribution. चलिए एक बार रिपीट करता हूं मैंने क्या करा. In parametric, non-parametric, we have done 3 tests. If it is a test regarding correlation, which test it is? T-test. What is the test statistic? R multiplied by under root of n minus 2 divided by under root of 1 minus what will be degree of freedom? N minus 2, and we are going to use T-test. Then next one. If it is whether the characteristics are dependent or not dependent, which test we are going to use? Chi-square. What will be degree of freedom? Row minus 1, column minus 1. Then what is the formula for test statistic? Observed minus expected ka whole square divided by E. Now how to find out E? There are going to be 9 different values. Column number 1 का total, row का total divided by total. फिर आपको ये टेबल निकालनी पड़ेगी. You will check whether it is within the critical values or outside. And last one is whether the two ranks are correlated or not. Which test we are going to use? It is similar to T-test with degree of freedom n minus 2, and we want sample size to be greater than 30. ठीक है, अब देखते हैं एक बार सवाल किस टाइप के आ सकते हैं. Try to answer question number 1. ठीक है. Now with this we have covered this chapter also. मैं कुछ डिस्क्लेमर दे देता हूं. Numerical will not be testable in examination. Whatever we have written in the class notes, this is more than sufficient. ठीक है. Earlier the weightage of quants was very high. During that period, institute does not test this. Now the best point is 2024. They have reduced the weightage. The probability of that being testable is very less. Your class notes are more than sufficient. और इसमें 4 सवाल और दे रखे हैं आपके करिकुलम में, वो भी करने का रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं. Till the time you're comfortable with these 3 questions, more or less we have done for the examination. Am I clear with this? I'm giving 5 minutes. Please revise in totality. We have covered 2 chapters today. One is hypothesis testing. One is parametric and non-parametric test. जो बच्चा भी घर जाके रिवाइज करेगा आपको लगेगा कुछ ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट चीजें हैं नहीं. इन्हीं चीजों को जब आप 1 हफ्ते या 2 हफ्ते बाद देखोगे आपको कुछ भी नहीं समझ आएगा. ये जितने नोट्स मैंने बनाए ये सब तिग्रम से बनाए हुए नोट्स हैं. ये तभी समझ आ सकते हैं जब आपने क्लास में मेरी क्लास अटेंड करी हो और घर जाके. बिलीव मी और नॉट, after 2 weeks if you open this notes you will not be able to understand even a single word if you have not revised right now. कुल मिला के कितने फॉर्मूले हैं? 4 फॉर्मूले हैं नहीं. का स्क्वायर का था वेरिएंस ऑफ सैंपल डिवाइड बाय वेरिएंस ऑफ पॉपुलेशन n-1. f का था वेरिएंस ऑफ लार्ज डिवाइड बाय वेरिएंस ऑफ स्मॉल. कोरिलेशन का था r मल्टीप्लाई बाय n-2 का अंडर रूट डिवाइड बाय 1 - r स्क्वायर का अंडर रूट. और लास्ट में हमने ये वाला करा o - e स्क्वायर डिवाइड बाय e. अब इसमें क्यों छोड़ना चाहते हो तुम? लिखा भी तुमने गलत है. क्या लिखा होगा? 6 के नीचे क्या लिखा है? डिवाइड बाय क्या लिखा है? n क्यूब - n क्यूब तो कहीं नहीं है. नहीं डिफिकल्टी तुम खुद ले आए, क्यूब ले आए हो. क्यूब कहाँ है इसमें? n 2 बार था भाई ने इसको n क्यूब ले लिया है. क्यों कर रहे हो? तंग करने वाली बातें मैं ऐसे ही लिखता हूँ. काय को आप वो कर रहे हो, इसको n क्यूब माइनस n लिख दिया है। इन्होंने कम आभन करी जो तुम एक अपनी और चलिए अब 2 मिनट दीजिएगा। So with this, what we have covered, if I come to the quants, we have covered reading number 1, rates and return. We have covered TVM. Then it was statistical measures. Then it was probability trees, portfolio mathematics. This was the first part that we have already covered. Then we covered simulation is not covered yet. Then we covered estimation. Reading number 7 is over. Reading number 8 is over. Reading number 9 is over. Tomorrow, whatever we have covered in linear regression, please revise that. Tomorrow we are going to complete reading number 10, reading number 6, and most probably reading number 11 also. ऑडियंस काफी गिर गई है, जूम पे भी गिर गई है, आंखों के सामने भी गिर गई है। तो मेरे को नहीं पता कल की क्लास कितनी डिफिकल्ट थी, बट the point is that yes, we have to learn some mathematical process. That was the only difficult part. There are hardly 4 or 5 formulas that we have to memorize. There are hardly 4 or 5 formulas that we have to memorize. Rest, the entire process is quite mathematical that we have to remember. Generally, we say that mathematics is that we can prove. For example, if I say 2 multiplied by 2, 4, or 1 plus 3 is 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, we are getting the answer. So we are more confident, or we like quants. The problem with the previous chapter was whatever we are doing, we are not able to think the practical application. That was the only drawback of that chapter. Rest, if you talk from mathematical point of view, that was a pretty simple chapter. Okay, I try my level best, and this is my first batch where I have solved each and every question of hypothesis testing. Prior to that, I used to say that whatever given in the choices, that is going to be more than sufficient. Still, we covered very extensively. Okay, but again, if you are not comfortable, you're despite the efforts that we are putting in the class, you're not able to the things are not, you're not able to get these stuffs, then yes, you can skip that. But what is the problem with hypothesis? That it is again going to repeat in level 2. Okay, so whatever we have covered, that is only just the one part of hypothesis. So strongly recommended that you should not skip. But in case you're not able to get it, from exam point of view, maximum you're going to get 1 question in hypothesis, 1 or 2. So you can skip that chapters safely, but yes, you should comfortable with type 1, type 2 error, power of test, properties of chi-square, properties of f-test. That is what is, as a student, we anticipate from you that you should know. Having said that, beyond those 30 questions, nothing is testable in the examination. That is the limit of examination. And I don't think that it will take more than 30 minutes now. The moment we have covered everything in the class, so it's just a matter of 30 minutes. So I strongly recommend, please push your limits, need not to skip the chapter and solve those 30 questions. Am I clear with this? Okay. Now, what is my agenda for today? So today we are going to conclude the chapter that is linear regression. Then I move to one more chapter that is simulation. And finally, we left with introduction of big data. So introduction of big data may or may not be possible today. But yes, having said that, the remaining 2 chapters I'm going to complete in today's class. With this, we just left with 4 chapters, 1 in quants, 1 in equity, 1 in economics, and 1 in AI. Only 4 chapters will be left. Rest, all 89 chapters are uploaded on website now, LMS now. If you want to study, then everything is updated on the LMS. Okay, there are 89, there are 93 chapters in your syllabus. So if I look into my tracker, so this is my personal tracker. If I look into this, I just left with one chapter in quant, one chapter in economics. Then I left with one chapter in equity, that is forecasting, and one chapter in AI, that is going to be digital assets. Rest 89 chapters are being uploaded on your LMS. Okay. And if you're not attending the live class, if you want to do that LMS part, now LMS is up to date, where we uploaded each and every content. Only what is pending on my part, that is 4 chapters plus 5 mock exams. This is pending on my part. Rest our LMS is updated in totality. Am I clear with this? Chaliye. Now लिखेंगे simple linear regression. Simple linear regression. Simple linear regression. Introduction. Introduction. With the help of given coordinates, with the help of given coordinates, with the help of given coordinates within bracket x comma y, with the help of given coordinates x comma y, the process to draw a line, the process to draw a line is known as linear regression. The process to draw a line is known as linear regression. Next, standard form of a line. Standard form of a line. Y equal to a plus bx. Y equal to a plus bx, where y is dependent variable, x is where a is and b is थोड़ा रिपीटेशन होगा, फटाफट लिखते चले जाइएगा. Shall I proceed? Now write meaning of intercept. Meaning of intercept. It is value of y when x equal to. Same as meaning of slope. It is change in y. Change in y for 1 unit change in x. लिख लीजिए. ठीक है. Now help me. What is the formula for intercept? Formula for intercept. Mean of x multiply by b. Same ways, please help me with the formula for slope. Covariance of x and y divided by. Please write both the formulas. Please write both the formulas. Now please simplify the above formula. I want to simplify this. Please simplify this further. So correlation, that is R, multiply by ये कट जाएगा. That means what I simply left with correlation into standard deviation of y divided by standard deviation of Shall I proceed? Now, example. Year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nifty, that is X. Reliance, that is Y. 12, 28, 14, 10, 21, 17, 46, 11, 15, 11. Please write in your notebook. Example, Nifty, Reliance, 12, 17, 28, 46, 14, 11, 10, 15, 21, 11. Now I plot this on a graph paper. You will get the dots, you will get the coordinates. Now what I have to do is, I have to draw a line with the help of these coordinates. This is known as linear regression. Now, second data, second clear work. Second data, second clear work. Second data, second clear work. Insert all the data points. Second data, second clear work. Insert all the data points. Second data, second clear work. Insert all the data points. Second start. It should display LIN. LIN stands for linear. If it is not, keep on pressing. Second enter, second enter, second enter. Now what I want, help me with mean of X. Help me with mean of Y. Help me with mean of Y. Correct? Help me with population standard deviation of X. Help me with population standard deviation of Y. Help me with R. आगे बोलिए, क्या लिखूं? 4, 6, 5, 8, 3. बस बस बस, ठीक है. With the help of this, calculate A and B. With the help of this, calculate A and B. R multiplied by standard deviation of X divide by standard R multiplied by standard deviation of Y divide by standard deviation of X. Help me with B first. .48. Help me with A now. Mean of Y minus mean of X multiplied by 1.4863. Please verify the answers. My A is minus 5.26. My B is 1.4863. Minus 5.26, 1.4863. Verify all of you getting this A and B. Verify all of you getting this A and B. You have calculated this using store recall button. Verify, are you getting this number? Verify, are you getting this number? Now, what is your final equation then? Y equal to this number, whatever you have got, please store at 1. I want you to store at 2. So help me minus 5.26 plus 1.4863 x. Now what I want next? Now I want predicted y. Please calculate manually all predicted y. Please calculate yourself all predicted y. Please complete this column in totality, all predicted y. Help me with first value. 12 point. Next. 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 6. Next. Please verify the answers. Now my point is, if I plot this and this on the graph paper, it will take a shape of a line. It will take a shape of a line. That means what we are saying that if Nifty gives a return of 12, then Reliance will give a return of 12.57. Can we say this with certainty? Can we say this with certainty? There should be some associated probability. Now that probability we are going to calculate with the help of R square. Now how to calculate R square? We already have the R. What is R? Take the square of this. 0.55. So what is my R square? R square is 55.7%. That means whatever you're predicting with the help of this line, the probability of that to be true is 55%. Before I proceed with more technical points, am I clear whatever I have written on my board? This is something we have already covered. Anything that you have not understood, any calculations till this point? ये रिकॉल हो रहा हमने करा हुआ है? चलिए. Now my point is, in the calculator, when you put second data, second clear work, can your calculator also give A and B? Verify, are we getting the same numbers? Verify, are we getting the same numbers? A is your intercept, B is your slope. Verify the calculator is also giving the same numbers. Chaliye, I'm giving 2-3 minutes more. Any disconnect till this point, please let me know. We have to increase the difficulty level. Any disconnect till this point, please let me know. Zoom students, till this point, am I clear to all of you? चलिए, next what I want, now this is the actual value, this is the predicted value. We want actual to be equal to predicted, but it is not the case. What difference will be known as residual? Now, next column, please complete. Help me with the residuals. Help me with residuals. First will be 17 minus 12.57. 4.9 minus next will be 5 minus 14 ठीक है, now right. Now before I proceed, this was the example that I have given you. This is the intercept and slope that you have calculated. Let me increase the value till 2 decimal points, or let me increase till 4 decimal points. These are the values that you are getting. Then it was actual X, predicted Y, actual Y. Now the difference will be known as residuals. Please check, whatever is filled with yellow color. Do we know the calculation of that? Whatever is in filled with yellow, R square, intercept, slope, predicted Y, residuals. Are we clear with this? Now right, assumptions of linear regression. Assumptions of linear regression. How many assumptions you have to remember? Number one, there is a linear relationship between X and Y. If it is not, then we are going to transform the data. In totality, there are going to be how many types of model? In totality, there are going to be 4 types of model. Number one, there's a linear relationship between X and Y. If it is not, you have to transform the data. In totality, there will be 4 types of model. Help me with first model. Lin model. What will be the equation for this? Y equal to not right. Meaning of B, yeah, meaning of this equation for absolute change in X, what is absolute change in Y? Then we have one more model, log model. Log Y equal to A plus B log X for relative change in X, what is relative change in Y? These are pretty simple. Then we have third one is log Lin model. Help me with the equation. Log Y equal to A plus. So what we will write here for absolute change in X, what is relative change in Y? And then we have Lin log model. What will be the equation? Y equal to A plus B. So what explanation you will write? For relative change in X, what is relative change? What is absolute change in? These are the assumptions. Rest three assumptions relate with residuals. Write the point number 2. Residuals are, help me, residuals are normally distributed. Residuals are normally distributed. Third, residuals are not related to each other. And fourth one is residuals are at constant distance from the regression line. Are at constant distance from regression line. This is known as homocadacity. Spelling दिखा रहा है. Homo means same. If distance is not same, then it is known as, right? If distance is not same, it is known as heterocadacity. So we don't want hetero, we want homo. हम कहते हैं ना homogeneous product. Homogeneous means uniform. चलिए. Now help me. How many assumptions you have to remember? Number 1, there is a linear relationship between X and Y if it is not transform the data. In totality, how many types of model? 4. What is the second assumption? The residuals are normally distributed. Third, the residuals are not related to each other. And fourth, the residuals are at equal distance from the regression line. This is known as homocadacity. If it is not, then it is known as hetero. We want the data to be homo. We don't want the data to be hetero. Clear है बाबा? अब देखते हैं किस टाइप की क्वेश्चंस टेस्टेबल हैं. And the best point is, actually, before I proceed further, this is the question bank that institute has given. In totality, in this, there are 38 questions, and all the questions are in the format of case study. So, from where they have copied this chapter, from level 2, question bank सालों ने नया नहीं बनाया, जो level 2 में था वो as it is cut copy paste कर दिया है. So, you need not to do this question in totality. You are going to rely only on module quiz given in Shwesa. Okay. So in totality, there are 38 questions. Skip in totality. These types of lengthy questions are not testable in examination. ठीक है, तो जो Shwesa में given है, सिर्फ उसी की practice करेंगे. एंड प्रैक्टिस पैक में एक भी सवाल रिग्रेशन का दिया नहीं। सो वट एवर इज गिवन इन दिस ट्रेजर वी आर गोइंग टू रिलाई ऑन दैट। ठीक है, एक बार करते हैं, आंसर करिएगा। राइट, मॉड्यूल क्विज, राइट, मॉड्यूल क्विज 10.1, मॉड्यूल क्विज 10.1। हेल्प मी विथ क्वेश्चन नंबर 1। What is the interpretation of slope equal to 10? What is the meaning of slope equal to 10? For every 1 unit change in X, model predict Y will change by. What should be the answer? Answer is B. This type of questions are highly testable. Question number 2, double star. Which of the following not the assumption of linear regression? The dependent variable is unrelated with residuals. What was the condition? The residuals are not related to each other. कहीं पे भी हमने डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल के साथ नहीं बोला था, हमने कहा आपस में उनका कोई रिश्ता नहीं होना चाहिए। What second is saying? There is a constant variance of the error term. That means the residuals are at equal distance from the regression line. Is it the condition? Yes. Residuals to be normally distributed. Is it the conditions? Yes. But what is not the condition? Dependent variable unrelated with residuals. Am I clear with both of them? Shall I proceed? Answer question number 2. Relative change in X. This is going to be B. इस टाइप के सवाल टेस्टेबल हैं, केस स्टडीज नहीं आती हैं, नहीं करिएगा, इस टाइप के सवाल करने हैं सर। अभी तक 3 सवाल कर लिए। एम आई क्लियर विद ऑल 3? चलिए, नाउ प्लीज कम टू योर नोटबुक। व्हाट आई वांट, राइट ईयर 1 2 3 4 5। then next what I want actual X. Actual X was 12 28 14 10 21. Then we have actual Y, which is equal to 17 46 11 15 11. Next I want predicted Y. What is predicted Y? 12.6 36.4 15.5 9.6 25.9. Next, mean of Y, which is equivalent to 20. Now help me what I want next. Now you have to calculate variance or variation. That variation will divide into 3 parts. One will known as total. Total will further divide into 2 parts. One will be known as explained. One will known as. Help me, what should be the formula for total? एक्चुअल माइनस मीन का फॉर एक्सप्लेन्ड, प्रेडिक्टेड माइनस मीन का स्क्वायर फॉर अनएक्सप्लेन्ड, एक्चुअल माइनस पी का. Please complete this table in totality. This is total. This is unexplained. And this part is explained. Please verify the answers. Are we getting the same answer? Please verify the answers. Are we getting the same answer?
Then explain why.
मैंने बिल्कुल सही करा है. आपके डेसिमल्स एरर आ सकते हैं, मतलब 55 की जगह 54 या 53 आ सकता है, लेकिन इससे ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं होगा. हाँ हाँ, एक एक आध का डिफरेंस आ सकता है, क्योंकि मैं बिल्कुल प्रिसाइज नंबर के साथ कर रहा हूँ, आप अप्रोक्सीमेट नंबर्स के साथ कर रहे हैं. 55 का 54 या 56 आ रहा होगा. कितना आ रहा है? हाँ, तो चल जाएगा, चल जाएगा. खत्म करो, टेबल को कंप्लीट करो, तंग नहीं करो, टोटल निकालो. टोटल निकालो, टोटल. तंग नहीं करिए. For total, what formula I have used? Help me. Actual minus mean का square. Then for explained I have used predicted minus mean का square. And for unexplained I have used का. Now my point is, unexplained part, is it residual?
Yes.
Unexplained part, is it the residual? Higher the better, lower the better. Now what is the total volatility? 872. Out of which how much we have predicted? 486. How much we have failed to predict? Now my point is, I want explained part to be more. I want unexplained part to be less. With the help of this, can I calculate R square? Now, alternative formula for R square. Alternative formula, more self-explanatory. Sum of square of explained part divide by sum of square of total variation. This will be 486 divided by 872. Verify, are we getting 55.7%? That means whatever you're predicting, the probability of that to be true is 55.7%. That means R square can be calculated in how many manners? Two. One, with the help of this formula. Second, by taking the square of R. So taking the square of R is a shortcut, not an explained method. This is a more explanatory method to get the answers. Am I clear with this? Clear है यहाँ तक? चलिए. Now please note को flip करिए and come to the point where we started this chapter. मतलब ऐसे 3-4 क्लास पहले जब हमने chapter start करा था. Please come to that point. Verify, have I taken the same examples and whatever we have covered, that is nothing but repetition of what we have already covered. एक बार देखिए. That means approximately 45 minutes I have given for repetition of what we have already covered. Please check, have we taken the same example? I'm giving you 5 minutes. Please revise in totality. Now difficulty will increase significantly. Okay. So please revise. Are we on the same page? And please check whatever filled with yellow color. Do we know the calculation of that? Whatever filled with yellow color, do we know the calculation for that part? ले लीजिए 2-3 मिनट रिवाइज करिए. कुछ आप लॉजिकली देखोगे रिग्रेशन इतना मुश्किल नहीं है. Why we are putting so much efforts in the classes? In level 1, this chapter is not important at all. But indeed, it is a base for level 2. And linear regression we use practically extensively in our life. So that is why the importance of this chapter increased a lot. That is why I'm giving so much emphasis in the class. You cannot afford to skip this chapter. This chapter is practically used chapter to calculate the betas. Okay. तो छोड़ नहीं सकते हैं. पेपर से इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, बट पेपर नहीं सोचना, बियॉन्ड पेपर भी सोचना है। तो क्या सारी चीजें समझ आ रही हैं अभी तक? हमेशा टीचर डिमांड का कर्व डाउनवर्ड स्लोपिंग अपवर्ड स्लोपिंग बना देती थी, तो टीचर भी क्या कर रही थी? रिग्रेशन रन करती थी। दे टेक द कोऑर्डिनेट्स, देन वी ड्रॉ स्ट्रेट लाइन. She is only predicting if price is 10, demand will be 50. If price is 20, demand will be 40. That is only her predictions. That is not reality. करिए. आपके माइंड में एक चीज ये आनी चाहिए थी कि जब टीचर डिमांड का वैसे बनाता है, तो ये जो डिफरेंस है ये स्लोप बता रहा है, ये वाला डिफरेंस ये स्लोप बता रहा है कि जैसे ये बढ़ा, ये इतने से घटा, ये ऐसा हुआ. क्या ये हर बार ऐसा होगा? ऐसा नहीं है. She is only making a forecast, and that forecast has some probability which is given by R square. So she is running the regression. चलिए करते हैं महाभारत का एंड. जो मैंने येलो से फिल नहीं करा है, कुछ और कर देता हूं. ये हमें चाहिए नहीं, उसको येलो कर लेते हैं. ये आप निकाल लो. एक ही चीज आपको अभी तक आ रही है, नंबर ऑफ ऑब्जर्वेशंस, दैट इज 5. अब जो मैंने छोड़ दिया है वो आपको आपकी नानी याद दिलाएगा. जो जो मैंने छोड़ दिया वो आपको क्या करने वाला है? आपको आपकी नानी याद दिलाने वाला है. ठीक है. तो जब आप पैदा हुए थे, जो मम्मी ने दूध पिलाया था, आपको भी याद आने वाला है और मुझे भी याद आने वाला है. ठीक है. तो ये दर्द है. अब इस दर्द को हमें सॉल्व करना है. ठीक है. चलिए. नाउ व्हाट वी आर डूइंग, वी आर रेप्लिकेटिंग दिस एक्सेल. राइट समरी आउटपुट. राइट समरी आउटपुट. You have to write as it is. Summary output. Summary output. Then write regression statistics. In regression statistics, there are 5 particular. You can safely ignore one. Which you can ignore? Adjusted R square. So write R. You not to write multiple R. Simple write R. Then write R square. Ignore this part. This I don't want. Then write standard error. Then write number of observation. In the first table, how many values have already computed? Please write the answer for 3. R is 0.75. R square is 0.56. Observation is 5. Shall I proceed? Now prepare an over table in the same format. Please prepare an over table in the same format. An over table will have 2 parts. This is table 1. This is table 2. So you are copying the format. These 2 tables in totality is known as an over table. Please copy this. This we have already calculated. This we have already calculated. So whatever we have calculated, please add the values to your table. नहीं, रेजिडुअल आउटपुट तो बना चुके हो, इसको डिलीट कर देते हैं, इसकी तो रिक्वायरमेंट अब नहीं है, ये डिलीट, ये डिलीट। एनोवा टेबल करते ही हमारा ये चैप्टर फिनिश्ड है। करें स्टार्ट, करें स्टार्ट, चलिए। अब वन इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट इज हाउ वी कैलकुलेट स्टैंडर्ड एरर और स्टैंडर्ड deviation. So standard deviation is how much you are deviating from the mean, x minus x bar. We take the square, then we divide by, and we finally take the under root. But now my point is, here for the residual, what you did only you have taken the square till now. You have not divided by n, you have not taken the under root. What you have did only, till this point only you have taken the square. Now what I will do, to calculate the standard deviation, I will divide by n and take the under root. Okay. Now let me complete this. Particulars df, what is the next component? Sum of square, next is f, next is significance of f. Now this is, help me, regression. Next is residual. Then we have 486, 386, and this will be 872. Correct start? Now how many observations you have? So what will be your degree of freedom? So degree of freedom is 4. What is degree of freedom? N minus 1. So my degree of freedom is 4. Now my point is, how many factors you have taken to predict y? With the help of how many factors you're trying to predict y? One factor, that factor is x, and the name of the chapter is simple linear regression. Can we have more than one factors? Yes, this is known as multilinear regression. But in this chapter, you are predicting y with the help of how many independent factor? So 1. The formula for this is k. K means how many factors you have considered. Now help me, what should be degree of freedom for residual? तो इसका फॉर्मूला क्या बन जाएगा? n minus 1 minus k, n minus 1 minus 1, that is equal to 3. Again I repeat what I'm trying to say. Let me repeat it again. Degree of freedom. What is total degree of freedom? 4. How many independent factor? So what shall I write here? Then mean square. Mean square means now you have to divide by this. 486 divided by 1. What should be the answer? Then 386 divided by 3. 1. 28 point. Now my point is, have I divided by n now? Have I divided by n now? Next what I have to do? To take the, अब इस वैल्यू का स्क्वायर रूट लीजिए, 128 का स्क्वायर रूट लीजिए and help me with the answer. Verify, are we getting the same number? Verify, are we getting the same number? Verify, are we getting the same number? So what is standard error of estimate or regression? This is equal to under root of mean square of residual. This is going to be under root of 128.6, which is going to be 11.34. अब इसका सिग्निफिकेंस क्या भी देखेंगे. 386 divided by 3. चलो आगे. अभी के लिए how I'm calculating f and significance f. So significance f of f will always be given in paper. So what is that value? 0.1472. Always given. Calculation is covered in level 2. ये given होगा. How to calculate f? 486 divided by 128. Help me with the answer. 3.7. अभी के लिए मैं इग्नोर कर देता हूं. इनका मतलब क्या है? My focus is to complete the table. Now let me complete the table again. Particulars. Help me. Regression, then residual, then degree of freedom. Total. Then we have sum of square. 486, 386. Help me mean square. इसका अगर अंडर रूट ले लूं तो that will be standard error of estimate, or then for f divide 3.7. Significance of f will always be given, which is 0.147. ठीक है. Now what is the significance of this standard error? Now think logically. Standard error should be higher the better, lower the better. अब सवाल ये है, whatever you are predicting with the help of this linear regression, what is the probability of that to be true? The probability of that to be true is 56%. अब मैं क्या इसकी रेंज बढ़ा सकता हूं? Answer is yes. Now my point is, help me. Are we dealing with population? Are we dealing with sample? ये डेटा सेट है. आप सैंपल के साथ डील कर रहे हो या पॉपुलेशन के साथ? आपने सिर्फ लास्ट 5 years का डेटा लिया है, निफ्टी और डिलाइंस का. इज इट पॉपुलेशन सैंपल? Sample. That means population standard deviation is not known. To create the range, which test shall I use? Now I'm going to use t-test. और t-test की मदद से मैं क्या करूंगा? Probabilities लेके आऊंगा. ठीक है? Now right. Now right. Is this table is complete in totality? ये टेबल बन गया है. Now right. Regression line is y equal to minus 5.2682 plus 1.4864 x. If Nifty forecasted return 10%. If Nifty forecasted return 10% next year, what is forecasted return for Reliance and probability of that return? Help me with the answer. Now reliance equal to minus 5.2682 plus 1.4864, 10%. Multiply by 10. So right, it is equal to 9.6%. What is the probability of that to be true? Probability is 56. Next, create a range that has probability of 95%. Create a range that has a probability of 95%. Shall I start? Now we write to create a range, mean plus minus z test, t test, multiply by standard deviation or standard error. Mean means whatever the value that you have calculated. But in the books, what they write? They write point estimate. That means alternative name of mean is point estimate plus minus z और t की वैल्यू को वो क्या बोलते हैं? Reliability factor. Alternative name is critical value multiply by standard deviation or standard error. So my first point, what is the alternative name of mean? Point estimate. What is the alternative name of z and t critical value? That is going to be reliability factor. अब ध्यान से सोचिए, रेंज बनाना है 2 till, significance is 5%. What is the value of z? 1.96. t में वैल्यू थोड़ी ज्यादा होगी कम होगी? थोड़ी सी ज्यादा होगी. अब आपको करना क्या है? To create the range, it is very simple. What you will do? What value you have already calculated? You have calculated 9.6 plus minus standard error is how much? 11.34. अब आपको सिर्फ एक नंबर के साथ मल्टीप्लाई करना है. That number should be equal to, should be higher than 1.96. Now what I will do? I will go to T table. How much I want to lift? I want to lift 5% 2 till. What is degree of freedom? Degree of freedom is 3. जो यहाँ पे आ रहा था. Degree of freedom कितना है? Degree of freedom is 3. Now what is the critical value that I'm getting? That is 3.182. और अब जो भी रेंज आएगा, that has a probability of 95. 9.6 का probability कितना था? 56. अब जो आप रेंज बनाओगे, will that have a more probability? This is also in percentage. Will that have more probability? अब प्लीज सॉल्व करिए और आंसर दीजिए. 9.6 plus minus 3.182 multiplied by 11.34%. 2. Now my point is very simple. Higher this value, range will be wider, narrower. क्या वो एक अच्छा रिग्रेशन है? Again, I want to repeat. Wider, higher this number, wider would be. Is it a good regression? Now, what you are saying? Either Reliance will give a return of 26 negative, or Reliance will give a return of 45. Now, wider this number, this regression is not good enough. Now, again, I want to repeat same point again and again. Think logically how we are calculating this number. This number is calculated with the help of residuals. ये residuals की मदद से ही आ रहा है. ये देखिए, आप एक्सेल में क्या ये 128 का आपने स्क्वायर रूट लिया? ये 128 कहां से आ रहा है? इज इट प्रोडक्ट ऑफ 385? नाउ आई वांट 385 वाला नंबर हायर और लोअर. ये नंबर जितना लोअर होगा उतना रेंज आपका क्या बनेगा? दैट इज गोइंग टू बी नैरोअर. हायर दिस नंबर, द रेंज इज गोइंग टू बी वाइडर. सो अगेन आई वांट टू रिपीट अगेन एंड अगेन. Unexplained part. Higher the better, lower the better. Lower the better. Whatever you're predicting with the help of regression, will this happen in reality? No. There are some probability. Probability is 56. Now, if you want a range of 95, then you have to multiply by the critical value of t. Not right? To calculate the range, of forecasted Reliance return, we will use which test? We will use t-test with degree of freedom equal to n minus k minus 1. With degree of freedom equal to n minus k minus 1 equal to n minus 1 minus 1 equal to n minus 2 in case of simple linear regression. That means कहने का मतलब क्या है? Regression run करने के लिए how many data points we want? We want at least data of 3 years. सिर्फ आपने 1 साल का डेटा लिया, एक कोऑर्डिनेट. Can I draw a line with the help of this? Can I draw a line with the help of this? फिर तो लाइन ऐसे ही बन सकती है, ऐसे ही बन सकती है. So it is not a data sufficient. Then 2 data points. Again, yes, it is drawn, but the accuracy will be less. Minimum how many data points I want? I want 3 years data. With help of this, I want to draw a line. Okay? So I want to prove again and again what statistician wants. If you want to run the regression, how many data points we should have? We should have at least 3 years or 3 data points with help of which we want to make the. चलिए आएंगे वापस से. लिखिए ANOVA टेबल. ANOVA table number 1. Table number 1. Please rewrite the table again. Please rewrite the table again. Regression, residual, total, DF. Total DF is 1, 3. Then we have sum of square. 386, 872. And then we have mean square. 486, 128. F. And then we have, which will always be given. With the help of this ANOVA table, what we can calculate? With the help of this table, what we can calculate? R square. And with the help of this part, Help me. Significance 5%, degree of freedom 3. What is critical value or reliability factor for t-test? Plus minus 3.182. कर लेंगे एक सवाल अब इसके ऊपर कर लेंगे. Now what will happen in examination? In examination they will give this value directly. You have to assume some critical values, but critical value to be greater than 1.96, 2 3 के अकॉर्डिंग रेंज बना देना है. और पॉइंट है अगर वो बोले डेटा साइज इज वेरी लार्ज, then what critical value you will take here? Data is very large, कितना लेंगे? काय को 2 लेंगे. If data is very large, it will eventually become 1.96. काय को 2 लेने का? समझ आया मैंने क्या कहा था? As sample size will keep on increasing, t will start approaching normal distribution, directly solved by 1.96. So what I'm trying to say, value of mean will be given, but they don't want to use mean, they will use the word point estimate. They will give the standard error and they will say solve using reliability factor. What is the reliability factor? That is 1.96. समझ आया? अब देखते हैं किस टाइप के सवाल आते हैं, whether you're in a position to solve or not. Answer question number 1. Which of the following is not required to prepare a range? Which of the following is not required to prepare the range? Standard error चाहिए होता है, sampling error नहीं चाहिए होता. What is going to be the answer? B. Do we need point estimate? Do we need reliability factor? We need standard error. We don't need sampling error. So what is an incorrect answer? That is going to be B. अब आप करिए question number 2. Give it a try. Give it a try. आप कुछ गलत करोगे तो मैं इम्प्रोवाइज कर पाऊंगा. ओके, गिव इट अ ट्राई. एक आंसर, एक बच्चे का आंसर बी है. आई एम वेटिंग फॉर मोर रिप्लाई. So I'm getting A and B as the answer. Now let me solve. Write question number 2 of practice pack. Write question number 2 of practice pack. So what is the principle? Always you have to draw the equation for line. You have to write the equation for line. Y A plus BX. Now what question says? Your intercept is 1.2%. Your slope is 1. Both the data are in percentage. That means Y and X are in percentage. So can I write Y percentage A plus B X percentage? That means X and Y you have to give in percentage terms. What is your A? A is intercept 1.2%. What is your slope? 1. Shall I proceed? Now, what question says Nifty will give the return of 3.5%. So ये रिलायंस बन गया 1.2 plus 1 3.5%. 4.7. यहां तक क्लियर है? Now what you want? Yeah, range. Now for range 95%, what is the critical value? Critical value they have directly given. So range is equal to 4 point plus minus reliability factor. What is the reliability factor? 2.032. अभी आपने कहा था 1.96 से थोड़ा सा ज्यादा होगा. Multiply by 1.4%. Solve. Help me with the answer. इस टाइप के सवाल ज्यादातर टेस्टेबल है. मुझसे कैलकुलेटर करेगा जो कर नहीं रहा कर. Help me. 2.2 1.852 7.52. Please verify the answer. I'm giving you 2 minutes. I'm giving you 2 minutes. Question number 2 is highly testable in the examination. Is it clear to all of you? Please retry again. Highly testable in examination. If this value of 2.032 was not given, we are going to solve using a value of 1.96. Last time when it came in the examination, they have not given this value. This value is not given. Then also I can solve this using a value of plus minus 1.96. Am I clear with question number 1? Am I clear with question number 2? Can increase the difficulty level? Can increase the difficulty level? Okay. Now I'm coming to the next point of my table. Now, standard error of intercept and slope. This is not in our syllabus. This value will always be given, right, as it is. This value will always be given, not in our syllabus, right, as it is. Same wise, p value will always be given, right, as it is. जो हमें याद नहीं करना है मैं लिख देता हूं. This will be given. This will be given. This will be given. We need not to remember it. We need not to know how it is calculated. Calculation is in level 2. ठीक है. अब सवाल ये उठता है कि इनकी भी तो फिर रेंज होनी चाहिए. जैसे आपने अभी रिलायंस की रिटर्न की रेंज बनाई, सेम वाइज वी हैव टू क्रिएट द रेंज फॉर intercept and slope. Now what you have to remember while creating the range, you have to use t-test. Degree of freedom will be n minus k minus 1. That means the critical value here is going to be 3.182. अब मुझे क्या करना है, इनकी रेंज बनानी है. In the same manner I have created the range for the lines. Now, right, with the help of above data, create the range for slope and intercept with a significance of 5%. एक मैं बना देता हूं, बाकी आप बनाएंगे. Now, range for slope. This I am making. What is the value that we have calculated? 1.4864 plus minus. What should be critical value? 3.182. What is standard error of slope? Okay, 0.7647. रेंज बना दीजिए. In the same manner, you have to prepare range for intercept. Help me with that range. That will be minus 5.26 plus minus 3.182 multiply by 13.9547. रेंज दे दीजिए. Verify. Are we getting these numbers? Verify. Are we getting these numbers? Verify. Are we getting the same range? Minus 0.9473 to 3.92. This is for slope. Minus 49 to 39. This is for intercept. तो रेंज बनाना बड़ा ही सिंपल है. पॉइंट एस्टिमेट प्लस माइनस. Okay, reliability factor multiply by standard error. Point estimate plus minus reliability factor multiply by standard error. अब अगर वो रेंज चाहता होगा रिलायंस की, तो लिखेगा स्टैंडर्ड एरर ऑफ फोरकास्ट, स्टैंडर्ड एरर ऑफ एस्टिमेट. If it wants a range of slope, then it writes standard error of slope. If it wants a range of intercept, standard error of intercept. Again, I repeat, if it wants a range of reliance, they will give you standard error of forecast, standard error of estimate. If we want a range of intercept, standard error of intercept. If we want a range of slope, standard error of slope. बाबा अब ध्यान से देख के बताइए, क्वेश्चन नंबर 2 में रेंज किसकी बनानी है? रिलायंस, इंटरसेप्ट, स्लोप. तो रिलायंस का बना दिया. ठीक है, एक और सवाल करते हैं. नाउ सॉल्व क्वेश्चन नंबर 1. Help me, you want a range of y, intercept, slope. Question number 1. You want a range of slope, intercept और y. आपको रेंज बनानी है किसकी? अभी y कह रहे हो, पहले आप स्लोप कह रहे थे. पढ़ लीजिए. यू वांट अ रेंज ऑफ स्लोप, इंटरसेप्ट और y. तो मेरे को तंग कर रहे हो. अभी तो आप स्लोप कह रहे थे, लेकिन बच्चे ने कहा स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ स्लोप दे रखा है, तो एक और बच्चे ने कहा साले स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ फोरकास्ट भी दे रखा है, तो एक दूसरे की बातों को काट दिया. फिर ऊपर मत सोचो, नीचे पढ़ो ना क्या मांग रहा है. 90% रेंज फॉर द एस्टिमेट ऑफ. तो रेंज किसकी चाहिए? y की चाहिए. अब ध्यान से क्या इसने डिग्री ऑफ फ्रीडम नहीं दे रखा, बट इट इज रिटन बेस्ड अपॉन लार्ज डेटा सेट. व्हाट क्रिटिकल वैल्यू यू विल यूज? 1.65. रेंज दे दीजिए भाई की. One answer I'm getting C. I'm waiting for more replies. It is similar to question number 2 that we have just solved. Give it a try. Chaliye, let me solve. Question number 2. Y is equal to 5 plus 3.5x. What is the value of x? X equal to 10. What is y? 5 plus 3.5 multiplied by 10, 35, 40. This was my first task. Now you want a range, right? Range for y equal to starting point 40 plus minus 1.65 multiply by standard error of slope, standard error of estimate. तो estimate का क्या है? 2 point. Solve. Help me with the answer. 35.82. So what should be the answer? Answer is C. Am I clear with this? Am I clear with this? Am I clear with this? How I'm going to create the range? ये clear है? चलिए. अब last part पे आते हैं. Where we have to use this p value. Where we have to use this p value, this f value and t stat. ठीक है, अब इस पे आ रहे हैं. But before I proceed further, go through once. Am I clear how to prepare the range? Preparation of range is highly testable in examination. What degree of freedom you will use? N minus 2 for linear regression. For linear regression, how many data points you want? At least 3. Now answer. Question number 1. वो पूछ रहा है ये जो लाइन मैंने लिखी है, this statement is correct or incorrect. If the statement is correct, you will say justified. If statement is incorrect, They're not justified along with the following reason. मैं मतलब बता देता हूं. In a simple linear regression, what is simple? The degree of freedom for t-test is n minus 2. The statement is correct, incorrect. The statement is cent% correct. Answer is A. Formula is n minus k minus 1. Simple means only one factor. So n minus 1 minus 1, it is always going to be n minus 2. The statement is cent% correct. Solve question number 3. The variation in the dependent explained by independent. Explained what? Explained. टोटल वॉलेटिलिटी में जो एक्सप्लेन पार्ट है उसको कैसे निकालते थे? रिग्रेशन सम ऑफ स्क्वायर. दैट इज रिग्रेशन सम ऑफ स्क्वायर. ठीक है. दैट मीन्स वी हैव डन एवरीथिंग except for one test is still left, that is for question number 2. अब हम आगे की कहानी करेंगे. ठीक है. Take 5 minutes, revise in totality. कल काटा नहीं बंद. अब चलना. ठीक है. उन दोनों की लड़ाई हो रही है उसमें तो मेरे को अज्यूम करना उसको मारता है बहुत जॉब और बंदी को पूरा पसंद. मैं घर जाकर सुनूंगा तुम्हें मार रहा था. तुम्हें पैसे दिए हैं, पैसे रिकॉर्ड नहीं हो रहे. हो रहे हैं. तुम्हें देखते हो जैसा लगता है कि सारे जमीन पे दर्शी होता और मैथ्स का टीचर नहीं था जिसमें जहाँ पे बोलता होता था. मैं कर जाके देखूंगा. मैं वैसे लगता हूँ और तुम्हें मैं दर्शी देखता हूँ. देखो देखो. चलिए. Now write. Please write. Again I want range of slope for 95%. So what range you created? That range was minus 0.94 to 3.92. Now same thing I have to prove with the help of hypothesis. Same thing I have to prove with the help of hypothesis. Okay. Please write this range. Please write this range. Likha. Now my first question is, can slope equal to 0 for significance level of 5%? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. And we covered yesterday, no means reject null. Yes means fail to reject null. तो मैंने आपसे पूछा क्या स्लोप 0 हो सकता है? आपने कहा हाँ स्लोप 0 हो सकता है. एक बहुत ही सिंपल तरीका क्या था? Simply by looking into range. Is 0 is falling within this range? Yes. So answer was yes. This was one method. Second method is, this is method 1. Now write second method. Using p-value. using p value. अब p value क्या है लिखते हैं. It is smallest level of significance required to reject null. It is smallest level of significance required to reject null. That means your significance should be this number to reject the null. Not right? Calculation of p value to be covered in level 2. That means in level 1, p value will always be given. Now help me. What is the p value? What is the p value for slope? 14.72. Not right. P value for slope is 14.72. That means minimum significance to be 14.72 so that you can reject null. Now the point is, what is your significance? Researcher significance is 5. रिजेक्ट नल करने के लिए 14 नंबर चाहिए. आपके नंबर हैं कितने? Can you reject the null or not? Researcher significance is 5%. That is below what is required. That is below what is required to reject null. That is below what is required to reject null. Hence, reject null, fail to reject null. Hence, fail to reject null. तो बड़ा ही सिंपल था. Method number 1, look into the range. Is 0 is falling? Yes. So we said yes, slope can be 0. That means fail to reject null. Second method, compare this significance with, compare significance with p value. If p value is higher than your significance, fail to reject. If your significance is higher than p value, so write summary. Write summary. If significance is greater than p value, जितना रिजेक्ट करने के लिए चाहिए आपकी सिग्निफिकेंस उससे ज्यादा है, क्या कर दीजिए? रिजेक्ट ना. If significance below p value, कितने मेथड हो गए? दो मेथड और है. Now write method number 3. Write method number 3 using hypothesis testing. Using hypothesis testing. How many steps? Step number 1. Define null and alternative. What is null? Null is slope equal to 0. Then what is alternative? Slope. तो आप में क्या करेक्ट आना चाहिए? नल आना सही आना चाहिए, ऑल्टरनेटिव करेक्ट आना चाहिए? नल सही आना चाहिए. तो नल को रिजेक्ट करना चाहिए, फेल टू रिजेक्ट करना चाहिए. चलिए स्टेप नंबर 2. Which test is important? T test. Step number 3. What is significance? One tail, two tail. Degree of freedom. Free. Step number 4. What is critical value? What is critical value? Critical value is plus minus correct है यहाँ तक. Step number 5. Calculate test statistic. What was the formula for test statistic? How much you're deviating from mean in terms of standard error. तो आपने वैल्यू ऑलरेडी कितनी कैलकुलेट कर रखी थी? 1 point 1.4864. आप कितने से चेक कर रहे हो? 0 से. So how much you're deviating from the calculated value in terms of what is standard error? What is standard error? 0.7647. यही है, ये चेक कर लीजिए. तो फॉर्मूला क्या बन जाएगा? 1.4864 minus divide by 0.7647. Help me with the answer. 1.94. चेक करिए एक बार. And verify. आप किससे चेक कर रहे हो? क्या स्लोप कितना हो सकता है? 0. अब ये चेक कर रहे हो ना? Now my question is, verify this value. Has Excel already provided the value for step number 5? Has Excel already provided the value for step number 5? आपका भी क्या यही वैल्यू आ रहा है? अब एक्सेल ने क्या करा? आपको भी ज्यादा दिमाग नहीं लगाना था. This divide by this. Am I getting the same number? ये आपको हमेशा गिवन होगा. This is the standard error. How to calculate t-stat? It is always check for 0. Can it be 0 or not? Simply it is going to be 1.4864 minus 0 करने का रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं, सीधा डिवाइड बाय 0.74. अब मेरे को बताइए, within range, outside range. Within range, outside range. If it is within range, reject null or fail to reject null. Fail to reject null. Fail to reject null means slope can be equal to 0 for significance of. That means in totality, there are 4 methods. How many methods we have covered? Let me repeat all the 3 methods again. You created this range. You created this range. 0 falls within this range. So my question is, can slope equal to 0? What is your answer? If you're saying yes, reject null, fail to reject null. Fail to reject null. तो आपने कहा हाँ 0 हो सकता है. One way, simple look into the range. Second method. Second method is by comparing with p value. What is your p value? 14. What is your significance? Minimum you should have significance of 14 to reject it, but you have only 5. Reject, fail to reject, fail to reject. And third method is using hypothesis. What is the critical value? Plus minus 3.182. What is the t statistic? 1.94. Within range, outside range? Within range. Reject null, fail to reject null. अब यही तीनों मेथड रिपीट कर दीजिए इंटरसेप्ट के लिए. रिपीट करता हूं. व्हाट इज द रेंज ऑफ इंटरसेप्ट? -49 to can intercept equal to 0. Reject null, fail to reject null. रिजेक्ट नल, फेल टू रिजेक्ट नल, फेल टू रिजेक्ट नल, तीनों मेथड में आंसर क्या आना चाहिए? फेल टू रिजेक्ट नल। एक ट्राई कर लीजिए। Now write, let me help you out. Write range for intercept for 95% confidence interval. Help me with the range. -49 to 40. My first question. Can A equal to 0 for significance of 5%? What is the answer? Yes. Yes means reject null, fail to reject null. Now my point is very simple. How many methods we can do this? Method number 1, using range. Is 0 falling within range? Is 0 falling within range? Yes. ये तो पहला तरीका बड़ा सिंपल था. Method 2. What is your significance? What is p value? 73%. What should be the conclusion? Your significance is less than p value. What is required? It is less than that. Fail to reject. Complete करिए. Method number 3, using hypothesis. How many steps? Please solve using all the 3 steps. Step number 1, define null and so null A equal to 0. What is alternative? A. Step number 2, which test? Step number 3, what is significance? One tail, two tail. Degree of freedom. What is the critical value? Now my point is, what is test statistic? अब आप क्या करोगे? What is the value you have already calculated? -5.26 minus 0 divide by 13 point. This value will be -0.37. Within range, outside range? Within range, outside range? Within range. Reject null, fail to reject null. Fail to reject null. Fail to reject null means yes, A equal to ठीक है. देखो बच्चा चला गया. देव कहाँ चले गए हो बेटा? नहीं सॉरी, हाँ कहाँ चले गए हो? नहीं चोर चोर सब होते रहे भाई. एक को डांट रहे हैं, वो कह रहे मैं. आप कहाँ चले गए थे बेटा? देखिए नहीं आप ही बेटा, ये चश्मे वाला बेटा एक ही. कहाँ चले गए ताकि बंद करके? यहीं थे. अच्छा चलिए आंसर करिए क्वेश्चन नंबर 2. These types of questions are testable. Intercept. They wanted test for A1 or A2. A1. That means straightforward you can reject one option, that is C. A or B. A or B? Answer is one is null, one is alternative. So null क्या है? A1 can be equal to 0. So what is alternative? A1 cannot be equal to 0. ठीक है? These types of questions are testable. We have solved in this such comprehensive manner. Am I clear with all the three methods? One, looking into range. Second, comparing with p-value. And third, with the help of hypothesis. ठीक है? Now right. For slope, only for slope, right? Only for slope. Only for slope. There is one more method. There is one more method using f-test. For slope, there is only one more method using f-test. Now, right. Step number 1. Define null and alternative. What is my null? B equal to 0. What is my alternative? Not equal to 0. Chalo. Step number 2. Which test you will use? F-test. Step number 3. What is significance? 5% right tail. 5% right tail. Now recall for f-test, how many degree of freedoms we need? One for numerator, one for denominator. So what will be the degree of freedom for numerator? That is 1. For denominator, it is 3. So right. Degree of freedom for numerator 1. For denominator 3. Step number 4. Critical value. Now let me check the critical values. How many critical values will I get? 1. Now help me where they're intersecting. Appendix D और appendix C. एक तरफ देखना है 1, 3. Where they're intersecting. So right. Critical value is 10.1. Step number 5. Test statistic you have already calculated. What is the test statistic for f-test? 3.7. 3.7. Now help me. Within range, outside range. So right, within range. Reject null, fail to reject null. And if it is failed to reject null, what we are concluding? Yes, B can be equal to. और एक मेथड और है, लिख लो मेथड नंबर 5. लिख लो एक और मेथड नंबर 5. मेथड नंबर 5 ये लास्ट है. by comparing significance with p-value of f test. अब ध्यान से देखना, whatever the value p-value we are getting for f, is it same as t? Is it exactly same? तो आप बताइए, आपका सिग्निफिकेंस है 5, मिनिमम रिक्वायर्ड है 14.72, रिजेक्ट, फेल टू रिजेक्ट, that is going to be fail to reject ठीक है. So this is the height of this chapter. अब इसकी और चीर फाड़ करें तो जरूरी नहीं है, we can stop here. Okay, but before we stop this chapter, again I'm going through all the module quiz of Schwezer. You have to answer proactively, okay, before we conclude this chapter. चलिए आंसर करिए क्वेश्चन नंबर 1, मॉड्यूल क्विज 10.1. What is the meaning of slope equal to 10? Answer is, what is least likely assumption of linear regression? (10.2) question number 1. Number of observation -2. Yes. Question number 2. Question number 3. Question number 1. 1 को छोड़िए. Question number 2. 1 को एक बार रीसॉल्व कर लीजिए. 1 को रीसॉल्व कर लीजिए और आंसर दीजिए. Important word is based upon large data. Significance is 10. Forecast is 2.5. Variable is 10. See, now write a note. Write a note. Number 1, students are not required. Students are not required to read the chapter from Schwezer. Students are not required to read the chapter from Schwezer. Note number 2. On CFA website, CFA Institute has provided 38 questions. All 38 questions in the format of case study based MCQ, in the format of case study based MCQ, which are not testable in the examination, which are not testable in the examination, hence not recommended to be solved. Third note. However, we are going to solve all the module quiz. Module quiz means I'm talking about this module quiz and blue box given in Schweitzer. We are going to solve all the module quiz and blue box examples given in Schweitzer. Fourth, maximum 2 questions we can anticipate from this chapter. Both the question will be theoretical in nature. Both the questions will be theoretical in nature. That is, no numerical is testable. No numerical is testable. Next note. This chapter extensively we use in practical life to calculate beta. Hence, recommended not to skip this chapter, and all the calculations will repeat again in level 2. लेवल 2 का पहला चैप्टर होगा मल्टीलीनियर रिग्रेशन. सिंपल छोड़ दोगे तो मल्टी कहां से कर पाओगे. कल आप जब इंटरव्यू में जाओगे, हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी इट इज गोइंग टू आस्क यू फ्रॉम लीनियर रिग्रेशन. I try my level best to give whatever the practical experience I had with respect to this chapter. I try my level best. You cannot afford to skip this chapter. People generally skip this chapter thinking it is difficult. Go back home, revise the hand notes. You will visualize that it is not difficult. And indeed, it's a very, very practically used concept. We cannot afford to skip it. Plus, watch my video again. How I'm running regression on Excel. Devote some time to learn the practical skills also, which is the need of the hour, and calculate the beta of some companies. For all the FMCG companies like Unilever, Nestle, you will find the beta to be less than 1. They are less risky in comparison to the market. For companies like Maruti Suzuki, HDFC Bank, you always find a beta to be greater than 1 because they are more volatile with respect to the market. The problem with student is they don't know what is the range of beta. किसी बच्चे से मैंने पूछा बीटा कितना हो सकता है तो कहता है 10, 15, 20. I have never seen in my life a beta less than 0.5 and a beta more than 3. Okay, so beta generally used to be in the ballpark range of 0.5 to 3. Mathematically it could be negative also, but practically I have not seen it. So what I want, go back home, find out the beta for a stock like Delta Corp, which is highly volatile, or for a stock like Adani Enterprise. Even for those stocks, you won't find beta to be more than 3. Okay, so this is what is the need of the hour. Try your level best to learn this logically rather than going by the numeric numbers. Am I clear? So my objective was to cover practically as well as with the help of what is required for examination. पहले मैं एक क्लास में कराता था, अब मैंने 2 classes ली हैं. This time I do some sort of permutation combination. I started with regression. We completed one part and today we are going to conclude it. पहले मैं hypothesis पहले कराता था, फिर मैं regression करा देता था. सो मेरे को नहीं पता ये चेंज कितना अच्छा रहा है, बट येस इफ यू सी माई प्रीवियस रिकॉर्डिंग्स आई हैव नेवर टॉट इन सच डिटेल, but keeping in mind the student used to skip this chapter, I thought it is very important. And again you're going to repeat this in level 2, so we should not fear from this chapter, rather we should love this chapter because it is highly used concept. ठीक है, तो प्रार्थना यही है, छोड़ेंगे नहीं, दर्द थोड़ा सा होगा बट ठीक है, एक्सेप्ट करेंगे, बिकॉज अगर अभी नहीं करेंगे तो L2 में दर्द और बढ़ जाएगा। ठीक है, तो प्रैक्टिस बेसिकली थॉट प्रोसेस ये अभी दर्द को खत्म कर, ठीक है। सो गो बैक होम, आज ही इसको खत्म कर लीजिएगा, ठीक है। चलो, अब बहुत हैवी हो चुका है, 2 चैप्टर रहते हैं, रुक देते हैं हिंपी क्लास को, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट क्लास में कराऊंगा, आप भी अपने घर जाओ, मैं भी अपने अपने घर जा रहे हैं, ठीक है। 30 की भी क्लास है, 31 की क्लास है, 31 को सिलेबस खत्म हो जाएगा। अच्छा, कई बच्चे कह रहे हैं सर नहीं करा पाएंगे, एक मिनट पहले उनका आंसर कर देता हूँ, जो कह रहे हैं नहीं हो पाएगा। दिखाए हुए चैप्टर वो खुलते ही खत्म हो जाता है, और ये वाला चैप्टर भी खुलते ही खत्म हो जाएगा। एक ये चैप्टर रह गया, देखो देखो ये शुरू हुआ और ये खत्म हो गया, ठीक है। तो बड़े फटाफट खत्म करेंगे, आज की क्लास भी यहीं पे रोक। प्लीज राइट सिमुलेशन मेथड्स, प्लीज राइट सिमुलेशन मेथड्स, प्लीज राइट सिमुलेशन मेथड, प्लीज राइट सिमुलेशन मेथड। Concept number A, introduction. Concept number A, introduction. There are 2 types of simulation. There are 2 types of simulation. A, historical simulation. B, Monte Carlo simulation. There are 2 types of simulation. One is historical simulation. One is Monte Carlo simulation. Now my point is, before we proceed with this chapter, what is the meaning of simulation? Now let us assume that you are driving a car, so you won't go to the road directly. What we will do, we will find one ground, and in that ground we will learn practicing the car before driving the car in real environment. Now my point is, same way there's some driving schools. Before you have to apply for a driving license before you start driving the car. Now in the driving school, what will happen when you go for the license? They stimulate the environment. For example, there will be a zebra crossing, there will be a red light, there will be some signage. Now we want to know how you're applying your brain to that particular signage. For example, if the sign is like this, that means going forward you can take a U-turn. Same wise, there's a green light, there is a red light. Now how you're going to react on that light? For example, अगर आप रेड पे चल जाते हो, will the officer give you the driving license? Answer is no. That means what we will do, before you are allowed to drive the car, there will be creating one environment and real type environment, and we want how you're going to react in that environment. This is known as simulation. Now my point is, once you clear the test, what type of license you will get? Learning license. That learning license is valid for 6 months, and then we will give you a permanent license. तो क्या ड्राइविंग टेस्ट होता है? उस ड्राइविंग टेस्ट में क्या एक आर्टिफिशियल एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट करा जाता है? Yes, this is known as simulation. Now my point is, one factor that your mom watch while buying the gold. Why your mom is crazy for gold? Why your mom always wants to buy the gold? So write example of historical simulation. The example of historical simulation is when the mother purchased gold ornaments. She considered this as an investment. She considered this as an investment. She don't look into any other factor. That is, she does not perform any fundamental or technical analysis while buying the gold. Only thing that she take into consideration is historical returns of gold, and her opinion is history will repeat itself. And her opinion is history will repeat itself. The problem to historical simulation is we cannot predict what has never happened. That is, what if analysis is not possible? What if analysis not possible? Now my point is, COVID hit the country for the first time, and our Honorable Prime Minister announced the lockdown for 45 days. When first time lockdown happened, can we predict that it will be for how many days? No, we don't have any historical simulation. But when second time it happened, can we make a rough estimate, 15 days, 30 days, 40 days? Answer is yes. Now what we are doing, this is known as historical. For historical simulation, what is required? It should have history. If history is not there, then we cannot perform this analysis. Clear? Now write Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo is a complex method. Monte Carlo is a complex method. So first point that you have to remember that it's a complex method. Second, it is a statistical or mathematical method. It is a statistical or mathematical method within bracket, not a analytical method. Third, the results that we get, the results from this we will get are not accurate, rather based upon our assumption. Rather based upon our assumption. The best point with Monte Carlo is with the help of this we can perform what if analysis. Okay. So let me give you a very simple example. Need not to write, just focus on the screen. Let us assume that one student asks me how I can pass CFA Level 1. Now this depends upon lot many factors. Number one, how many lectures you have attended, how many revisions you have given, then how many mocks you have appeared, how many question bank you have solved. So that depends upon lot many factors. Now I've created a model. You have to give input. For example, I have watched 10 lectures. Revision is 3 times, 6 marks, 2 questions I have practiced. Now based upon this, my model will give me an answer. Yes, you will pass yes, you will not be able to pass the examination. Now my point is, the answer that you're getting, that is based upon my assumption. Will this happen in reality? Answer is no, and it is only a statistical method. So in simple words कहने का मतलब क्या है? आप अपना एक्सपीरियंस यूज करो और आप डिसाइड करो क्या फैक्टर्स इंपॉर्टेंट है और एक आंसर आ जाएगा. Whether that answer has any reliability, answer is no. That is based upon my experience कि ये काम होगा या नहीं होगा. कई बच्चे पूछते हैं सर मैं पेपर में ये करके आया, क्या मैं पास हो जाऊंगा? अब आपको लगता है मेरे पास ताकत है कि बताने की पास होगा या नहीं होगा. Now apply my logics and I say yes you will pass, yes you will not pass. Now my point is, this is a rough example of Monte Carlo. But what are the drawbacks? The drawback is your answer will never be accurate. It is just an estimate that is based upon your assumptions. Then it is a complex method. It is a statistical method. There is no analysis, there is no logic behind my answer. Yes, इसकी मदद से लेकिन हो क्या सकता है, जो आज तक कभी नहीं हुआ वो मैं बता सकता हूँ. फॉर एग्जाम्पल बच्चे ने कहा मैं कुछ भी नहीं पढ़ के गया, क्या मैं पास हो जाऊंगा? मैंने हाँ बोल दिया. बट इसकी वजह से ये कर तो सकते हैं, लेकिन क्या आंसर एक्यूरेट है? आंसर इज नो. सो व्हाट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर, इट इज अ complex, it is a statistical, and it does not give an accurate answer. It is based upon your assumption. But why we do this? With help of this, what we can predict what has never happened in the future. Now, right, concept number 2. Concept number 2. If returns are normally distributed, if returns are normally distributed, then taking exponent values of return, and plot on a graph paper exponent values of return and plot on graph paper, we will get log normal distribution. So what I'm trying to say, suppose the returns are normally distributed. This is X, that is return normally distributed. Now, if I take e raised to the power x, that is the exponent values of x, plot this on a graph paper, what shape it will take? It will take a shape like this. This is known as log normal. Now, right, features of log normal. Help me, any features that you want to say me? Symmetrical, unsymmetrical? Symmetrical है, asymmetrical है. So shape would be like this. So first point is asymmetrical. Any other feature? Any other feature? It is bounded by, zero. Third, it is skewed towards right. Then fourth, it is performed to forecast the values which cannot be negative. It is used to forecast the values which cannot be negative. For example, runs scored by Virat in a match. Runs scored by Virat in a match. Second, prices of gold, stock, or any other investment. So let me repeat it again. If a data set is normally distributed, if I take the exponent value, plot this on a graph paper, it will take a shape of log normal. And it is useful for those assets which have always the positive values where the values are not negative. Now, the best point is the application they have shifted to level 2. Only you have to remember the features of log normal. The only feature that you have to remember is it is bounded by, it is tilted towards, it is asymmetrical, and values will always be positive. Okay. Now let's check what type of questions are testable. Answer question number 1. Answer question number 1. The probability for a negative outcome is question number 2. Least likely. Least likely limitation of Monte Carlo. Least likely limitation of Monte Carlo. First one is the limitation. It's a statistical method. It is based upon assumption. Then what is not a, with the help of this, we can perform what if analysis. Then bootstrapping, I'm not covering here. We have already covered. Jackknife and bootstrapping we have already covered. Now let me check the question bank which institute has provided. Skip question number 1 as of now. Answer question number 2. Question number 3. Question number 3. Question number, ignore the 4th one, 5th. Question number 6th. Now write question number 1, answer. Please read it. You won't be able to solve it. Please read. Please read. Okay. Now on first, what is the price? And on 15th, what is the price? Now right. Answer to question number 1. Price of asset on 1st August 112, 15th August 120. We have to find out. We have to find out the return we have earned. Return we have earned assuming compounding happens continuously. We have to compute the return assuming compounding happens continuously. This we have covered in TVM. Help me, what formula shall I use? Future value equal to e raised to the power r. Ignore the t here. Ignore the t because it is not saying analyze. Ignore the t. What is my future value? What is my present value? E raised to the power r. Find out r. Right here, ignore t. So now it will be e raised to the power r. One 1.071428. Now what shall I take? It will be r log. Six 6.89 आ रहा है. 6.89. So answer will be ठीक है. A common mistake among student is what they take here. They use the formula e raised to the power rt और इस तरीके से सॉल्व कर देते हैं. This is incorrect method because question is not asking analyze return. Question is simply asking what is your return if compounding is continuous. So my return is 6.90. Am I clear? So before we conclude this chapter, it's a pretty simple chapter. What you have to remember? Just go through the slide in totality. Go through both the points. Point number 1, point number 2. Please read both the points. Is it clear? Clear है? चलो. Now I'm not proceeding further.